Why, hello there. Good meowing, good afternoon, or good evening. Whatever time it is for you, thank you so much for stopping by and welcome to tonight's stream. It's more Virche. Who would have guessed? We are getting back into La Salut. We are finally at chapter 2 of like 6. I feel like this is gonna take a while, but I'm happy. I'm enjoying it. So we're just gonna jump right back in and get back into what we were doing. All right. So without any further ado, let's pop over here.
Hi, Howie.
Yeah, it's an early stream. Because I got home early. I got to leave at like 3:40. And I spent a lot of time cuddling to Kiki and watching. I've been really into watching like lore explanation videos for horror games. Yeah, I also need a lot more extra time for Otome because this is taking a long time. So yeah, I watched some lore explanation games for some horror games, or videos for horror games. And then and I found out I got a game key, so I'm excited about that. Which we'll probably play that next week, because this week I've got the other Otome that I'm playing on Sunday. The other demo, and then yeah, that'll be fun. But yeah, let's get back into La Salut. Finally we have Anku and Adolf together, and we now all three of us live in Adolf's house. Which is wild. They fight like siblings. So, yeah, Salome, we're investigating the incident and the Kudri's curse at the same time.
また途方もない話ね。自警団に復帰するのは良いことだけど、一体どうして？
Oh yeah, that's right. Adolf is going back to work to the core, because he hadn't been to take care of us, and now Anku's here. He had stopped by to give her a quick report. After hearing her foster son's next course of action, Sister Salome paused midway through sewing Prince's clothes. Absent from his report was that the suspicious Watchman of Death would assist him in discovering the truth behind the curse. Even worse would be revealing that this shady character was now living with Prince. She would throttle him if she found out.
一連の事件が呪いが形を変えたものという可能性もある。
We now know yes and no.
あいつも可能な限り手伝うと言ってくれた。
Adolf was selective with his words, and it seemed that Salome was satisfied as she nodded in response.
なんでも、リュカ先生の妹さんが入院している病院付近でも変死の被害者が出たみたいなのよ。その子や入院している人たちにまで被害がいかなければいいわね。
Well, considering that the cult runs the hospital, yeah, they're safe.
ああ。
Sure.
他にも一連の事件で不安に駆られた民があちこちで揉め事や事件を起こしている。一部の地域では娼婦が何人か行方不明になっているという。マムも気をつけてくれ。
ええ、もちろん。
Be careful, Salome.
これも全部呪いによるものだとしたら。
They may mistake you for a prostitute.
国立研究所の責任者であるあの男は、そんな非科学的なものは存在しないと主張するでしょうけど。
That loud.
あの男。シアン・ブロフィワーズか。
Yep, that loud.
あまりいい噂は聞かないが。
I'm making certain. Alright, all is running. Yay, okay. I haven't heard many good things about him. Yeah. Adolf's eyes communicated to Salome that he wasn't connected to Xian, but...
このアルペシェールで最も優れた頭脳と権力を持つ男。
Yeah.
もしも味方に引き入れることができたら、
That's
さぞ心強いだろうな。
It's kind of easier said than done.
俺がリライバー化の申請者を装えば、
What?
接触ぐらいはできるか。
That's a wild plan.
ダメよ。それだけは絶対にダメ。
Amazing.
あの子とあなたをあんな危険な男に近づけるわけにはいかない。
The tone of her voice
ア
lowered.
ドルフ、 幼い頃からあれだけ言い聞かせていたのに、
Mm-hmm.
あなたは未だに自分自身の価値を理解していないのね。
Oh, is this where she brings up the fact that she was gonna use Adolf and I as bargaining chips?
もしもあなたを拾ったのが私以外のリライバーだったら、今頃どうなっていたと思うの？
He immediately kept his mouth shut. The instincts he developed in childhood warned him that he should never go against her when she was in this state.
責任感があるのはいいことよ。けれど自警団に入ってからあなたもすっかり無茶をするようになって、
Oh.
今回の事件が落ち着いたらイブさんにリーダーを継いでもらって対談したらどうかしら。
What?
寿命と体のこと、
Uh,
そろそろごまかすには難しくなってきているでしょ。
that's right. Adolf doesn't get affected by the curse.
それは。
あの子もいつかあなたが無理をしていることに気がつくはずだわ。いきなり事実を伝えても混乱するだろうし、安全な環境で心の準備をしておくべきよ。
That's a wild thing to remember.
分かってる。だが今は事件の解決に集中したい。
Salome looked slightly surprised to hear Adolf's response. Whenever she brought up this subject, he would usually change the subject or simply stay quiet. Well, now he has a weird man at home. A few minutes later, Salome saw Adolf off with a gentle, loving smile while he gave the simplest of acknowledgments as he left. From the garden blooming with lycorises, the lively voices of the children echoed as they shouted their goodbyes.
あの子ったら母を相手に隠し事ができると思っているのかしら。
Obviously so. Her smile
あ
disappeared.
の子さえそばにいれば危ない橋を渡るような真似はしないと思っていたの。
Well, now I'm not the only one in the picture.
呪いの正体を追うだなんて、それとも誰かがアドルフに余計な入れ知恵をした？
It was difficult to imagine any normal person discovering the truth behind the curse that eluded even the understanding of a genius. But... What do you know, Salome?
この国の倫理観は間違っている。
Oh.
リライバー化の成功だけで満足してはいけない。
Mhm.
私たちは他国に存在するという普通の人間になる努力をするべきだ。
Yet here you are, a reliver.
死神の呪いを解いて人々を救いたい。
Uh-huh.
リライバー技術に依存する王族を一掃
Oh, that's
した
right.
い。
She's an anarchist.
まるで私の掲げた目標をあの二人が継いだよ。
Uh-huh. You seem happy about that. I suspected that Prince or Adolf were either Death Reborn or related to Death. Oh. Wow. It was unthinkable that I could have ever considered offering them to Xian as test subjects during our collaboration. Of course, such a thought never returned after I realized how much I loved them. Yeah, hi, I'm the Flower Princess.
なんだか
The plant
眩
cancer.
しいわ。
Plancer. Nothing had changed at all in these decades. The number of supporters who once shared my goals had dwindled considerably. Oh, that's right. She's the one who, actually first started the anti-relivers thing. Shin was now focused on developing more resilient relivers who could last longer than their current lifespan. But even if he were to be successful in creating relivers that could withstand the curse, could one actually call such a person a real human? I don't know, bro. That depends. What do you consider a real human? The people of Arpachel now saw immediate revival after death to be normal and had few objections about dying at 23. I myself had been affected by becoming a reliver. The more people I saw discard their bodies as disposable vessels, the more I felt empty and unable to live with the passion I once had.
私のやっていることはすべて無駄なのかしら。
Oh. I did what I could to try and retain my emotions and connections with others.
普通の人間としての生を望む人はもうこの国に誰もいないの。
The sound of the wall clock startled me.
いけない。何を弱気になっているのかしら。困難は覚悟の上でこの謎に挑んだのでしょう。
How much do you know? I don't think we've fully gone into how much Salome actually knows. Oh, I needed to fulfill my promise to
こ
him.
の先何十年、
Oh, that's right. She had a kid that
100年
died.
以上かかろうと。
I could not abandon the noble mission my original self began. I needed to annihilate the curse and the filthy royal family. I would revive as many times as necessary, even if it destroyed me. Well, that's fun. Oh. Adolf? Lucas? Lucas. Oh boy.
ゆかくん。
兄様、大丈
大丈夫です。
No, you're not 大丈夫
い
です。
つもの発作ですから、少しすればすぐに収まるはず。
夫。兄様。
これはまずいな、リュウカ君。
Yeah, it's
す
gotten
ぐに
real
別室を
fucking
用意して
bad.
あげるから、今日はそこで休んでいきなさい。発作用の薬では抑えきれない。私が直接対応に当たろう。
Uh-oh.
いえ、私なら平気です。せっかくの
Think about
ナデ
Nadia,
ィア
though.
との時間をこの程度の発作なんかで。
Please think about Nadia. You're kind of making her watch you die.
ダメよ、兄様。お願いだから、カプシーヌ先生の言う通りにして。
ナディア君に悲しい思いをさせたくないのなら、
Imagine watching your brother just fucking die in front of you.
ただでさえ残り少ない寿命を
Jeez.
さらに短くするつもりかな。
わかりました。
Oh,
ごめんなさい、ナディア。
excuse
明日の朝にはまた来ます。
me.
いい子に安静にしているんですよ。
兄様。
Easier said than done.
そんな顔をしなくても大丈夫。私が人並み外れて頑丈なのはあなたもよく知っているでしょう。最後を迎えるその瞬間まで。
ええ。いつもありがとう。
Mm.
私、優しい兄様が大好きよ。
Mm.
私もあなたが大好きですよ。
Interesting.
愛しいナディア。どうか兄様の分まで少しでも長く生きてください。
Little do you know, Lucas, that pretty much as soon as you're dead, Capuchin's gonna take your little sister and turn her into a genetic mutation monstrosity and then marry it.
では行こう。私の肩に捕まっていなさい。
Yikes. That hurt?
最後。もう、死ぬ覚悟を固めてしまっているのね。
Well,
兄
yeah.
様、兄様。私、本当は、もっともっと、兄様と一緒にいたい。
Yep.
置いていかれたくない。せめて私が息を引き取るまで手を握っていてほしい。
Mm.
兄様にもっとたくさんの寿命があればよかったのに。でもそんなことを言ったら、
yeah.
他の患者さんや他の先生に夢物語だって笑われちゃう。
I think even if we solve the curse, we can't we can't regrow chromosomes, so everyone's just kind of fucked.
どうして普通の生を願うのはそんなにわがままなこと？
Mm.
まさかわがままなんかじゃないですよ。
Dahoo!
それは人間が抱くべき当然の権利にして願いです。
Dahoo! He's here!
ああいきなりごめんなさい。知り合いのお見舞いに来たんですけど、ここを通りかかった時に偶然君の独り言が聞こえちゃってつい。
Aww.
でも決して怪しいものじゃ。
I'm not a suspicious guy or anything.
本当にわがままじゃない？
Oh, honey, you could
兄様
never be
がそのまま
selfish.
死にたいと願ってるのに、
Protect Nadia. Yeah,
それが叶わなければいい。
yeah.
もっと長生きしてほしいと思うなんて、私とっても悪い子じゃないかしら。
No, Nadia, I don't think it's possible for you to be a bad girl. Nadia very much needs a hug.
事情はさっぱりですが、要するにお兄さんにリライバーにはならず でも普通の人間として長生きしてほしいってことですよね。それのどこが悪いことなのか全然わからないんですけど。
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
大切
normal.
な人には大事な思い出と一緒に長生きしてほしいじゃないですか。
Yeah.
なんで泣くんです？ああ、どうしよう。何十歳も年下の子を泣かせちゃうなんて。
Amazing.
誰か助けて。
Dahoud is also baby. I mean, Dahoud is a 15-year-old who's been 15 for like 60 years now. But now he's only 13. I think she's 13. She might be like 10. She's 10 to 13. Oh. It's Archer again. Yeah, they're both baby.
お前家を好き勝手に漁るだけじゃ飽き足らず俺の手帳に落書きしやがったな。どうしてくれんだ。あれには今後の予定が全部書いてあったんだぞ。
Anku in casual clothes is wild.
信じるに値しない他人がいると分かっていながら無防備に放置した君が悪い。
へりくつを。
Shortly before dinner was served, Adolf was pounding the table and shouting at Anku, who interested himself in the utensils he was fiddling with. When did you do that, Anku? I'm sorry, Adolf. I didn't notice at all, even though we were in the same room.
何？姫君が謝る必要はないと思う。
それは俺のセリフで加害者であるお前が言う権利はねえんだよ。
Amazing. Anku played with his hair without much regard for the anger being directed at him, only offering a dismissive yes, yes.
そんなことよりも姫君、
そんなこと？
そのアンクさんとやらはそろそろよしてはくれないか。
Oh. Huh?
私と君はいわば魂の同胞。
Oh, God.
いつまでも他人行儀でいられては寂しくてたまらない。
He wants us to just call him Anku, not Anku-san, not Mr.
私の
Anku.
ことはただのアンクと。口調もこの男と同じく砕けてもらって構わないよ。
Oh, my. Well, I'd be too embarrassed since we haven't known each other for long. Besides, this is just the way I am with everyone other than my family at the orphanage.
ではせめて名前だけでも。
But I suppose I could do that. I didn't have enough courage to disobey someone hundreds of years older than me. I took a deep breath and tried to look at him directly now with a smile. Anku.
何かな？私の姫君。
もう一回。
何かな？私の姫君。何かな？私の姫君。
Yeah, I don't know if it saved that, but whatever. I didn't know what to say after that. Well, that's it. I'm just feeling embarrassed now.
そうかい？私は君の愛らしい照れ顔を見れてとても満足しているよ。
Or like, okay, nope, too embarrassing. Oh, don't tease me like that. As I looked down to hide my red cheeks, Adolf suddenly slammed his cup down onto the table.
なら俺も今後はアンクーと呼ばせてもらう。
Anku's face quickly squinched in disgust.
人の名を許しもなく呼ばないでくれないか。君に名を紡がれるのは極めて不快だ。
Amazing.
俺なりの歩み寄りだ。長い嫌なら往来の場で付きまといまと呼んでやろうか。
If you don't like it, I'll refer to you as just creep.
育児なしの若造が。
俺にはアドルフという名がある。
Amazing. Here we go again. It was actually pretty funny to watch the two of them go at it, but if neither of you have plans to eat, should I just clear the table?
いや、そんなつもりは。
悪い。今話すことじゃなかった。
I'm like, do you not want to eat my food? And they're all like, no, we want to eat it. The two quickly straightened up in their seats, which was incredibly adorable. Anku first reached out to my specialty, a bowl of stew. We had it yesterday, so I actually wanted to prepare a different dish, but I desire to enjoy your specialty, dear princess. Because of his request, I decided to serve stew again with slightly different ingredients. After a momentary silence, Anku slowly brought the spoon full of stew to his mouth. In the next moment, Sir? Sir, is it that good? He stopped. After trembling slightly, he sat still with a serious look on his face. What's up?
Anku, do you not like it?
いや、あまりにも美味だったから、少し驚いてしまってね。これほど優しい味の料理を食べるのは、一体何百年ぶりだろ
う。You're just flattering me. But I'm still happy you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
After a short delay from Anku's response. Also, did Anku just shiver? Did he eat the food and shiver? Like we know Adolf does? That's weird. Adolf also began to eat his stew in silence.
I said, yeah, I wish. So it's not just tobacco, but food in general that you enjoy.
大量摂取は不可能だが食べられなくはないよ。姫君が手ずから用意してくれたものであればなおさらだ。普段はうまくもないだけを食しているから、温かな料理を食べること自体新鮮だ。
What?
と、なんだ、これも口にできないのか。
Having once again been disrupted, Anku ran his fingers over his throat with frustration.
なんだ?
Oh, that's right. Anku's never dealt, or Adolf's never dealt with that.
Oh, have fun at the birthday party, Zedwan. Thank you for stopping by while you could. I appreciate it. Come to think of it, this is the first time you've heard it, Adolf. Anku said that his voice gets interrupted when his messages interfere with the human world.
Adolf, huh?
I did my best to explain as simply as possible what happened when we first met.
本当に人間じゃないんだな。
Yeah.
何度もそう言っている。この世の人間にとっての未知を、私は君たちに語ることができないのだよ。
Well, I appreciate all the time you can spend with me. Mystery. Which also meant, it seems like your messages are disrupted when we ask you something that we don't know. But if we're able to learn the truth ourselves, does that mean we could talk to you without interference?
ああ、その解釈で合っている。
やったー。
まどろっこしいな。
That's a little, yeah.
そう言わないでくれ。私も好きで口をつぐんでいるわけではないのだから。
Yeah, Uncle's a good boy.
私にこんな不便を強いる邪魔者さえいなくなってくれれば話は早いのだがね。
Hmm?
He must be referring to the source of the interference.
Weird. Aw, thank you.
Okay, with that, Anku resumed his meal and cleanly finished his remaining stew. We followed suit and quickly finished our meals before they got cold. After washing it down with some water, we began to discuss our next course of action. Adolf would continue to work alongside the Corps in their regular patrols and investigate any incidents as needed. Yes. Hello, Windows. It's all good. The Corps' operations would be left to Yves, but the flow of command would still come from Adolf as required.
マムとも軽く話したが、死神の呪いについて調べるなら、国立研究所を当たるのが一番だろう。最高責任者、シアン・ブロフィワーズは、今でこそ呪いに対抗できる丈夫なリライバーの作成に力を入れているが。
That is what he's doing. I'm yawning so much.
かつて、呪いの原因を調べていた時期があるらしい。
Xian.
He was the savior written about in history books who developed the reliver technology that saved the country from ruin.
死者を管理する者としては、寿命を好きにいじり回す人間とは関わり合いになりたくないね。
Yeah, understandable. Well, we don't have to talk to him directly, right? Maybe we can ask one of the researchers who knows him and... Oh. A sudden noise came from the transmitter that Adolf previously left behind. He must be accustomed to the sudden sound, since he excused himself calmly and took the device out of his pocket.
俺だ。
No blessings.
アドルフ、食事時にごめん。今大丈夫かな?
I immediately recognized Yves' voice from the other end.
構わない。調査に何か進展があったか?
ボボは
ああ、いや、違うんだ。 ちょっと君というか、
Eh?
彼女にお願いがあって。
A favor from me?
I raised my hand up in response to the gentle voice coming up from the transmitter as Anku moved closer to me in silence.
そこにいたんだ。ならちょうどよかった。実は今俺、エクソシスト教団が運営するクーネの病院に入院してるんだけど、そこで偶然知り合った男の子にちょっとした依頼を受けてさ、それを君に手伝ってほしいんだ。
What is the work order? Hospitalized? Had he gotten injured again? I remember that Yves was admitted after fighting Budo, which made me realize.
さては、ヒューゴに連れ戻されたな。
ご名答。ついでに傷口も開いたから。
Oh my god, Yves.
あまり相棒に心配をかけてやるな。
I heard Yves had temporarily closed Kurun to focus on investigating the deaths. The fact that he actually took another work order must mean something.
とりあえず、内容だけ先に聞く。受けるかどうかは、こいつに任せたい。
I sense Yves nodding over the transmitter. It turned out that the work order he wanted me to do wasn't very difficult.
俺と同じ病院に入院してる友達の女の子に、どうせできればリライバーになってない子を話し相手として紹介してあげたいんだって。実のお兄さんに寿命が迫ってるせいか、精神的に参ってるらしくて。
Yeah, it's Nadia.
少しでも気分を晴らしてあげたいんだとか。
Yeah. Her brother's close to death. The reason I just heard it was just like that night. The night when I learned that Adolf's plan and wished for him to live as long as possible. She almost sounds like me. Adolf could probably tell what I was thinking and left the decision up to me. I think. So first we gotta look at status. We need Adolf to be a little brighter. So, accept the work order. Consider the consequences. Oh, no, never mind. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Anku... accept the work order. See, Anku had been quiet the whole time and he didn't seem bothered at all. If she doesn't mind that it's me, I'd be happy to help. I'm not sure how well I could do a conversation, but I'll do my best.
ありがとう、助かるよ。俺、君以外にリライバーじゃない女の子の知り合いがいなくてさ。
Uh-huh.
Oh, excuse me. I don't know why I'm so yawny. It's been a long week, actually. I think I know why I'm yawny. I'd like to come visit you too, Yves. What day would work best for you?
ああ、俺のことなら気にしないで。入院といっても大したことないし、すぐ退院してヒューゴたちに合流するから。
But your wounds had to be restitched.
Oh, okay. Just don't push yourself, please. I was pretty sure Yves' injuries were worse than he was making them out to be.
ヒューゴの苦労が見て取れるな。
Yves, is there a reason that it has to be a girl who isn't a reliver?
女の子自身の事情もあるらしいけど、やっぱりこの病院がエクソシスト教団の運営っていうところも大きい。
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Ah, now that you mention it. Again, with the yawns. Weren't they the anti-reliver organization? Yves responded with a confirmation.
依頼主の男の子もリライバー。それも国立研究所の副所長だから。
Hey.
すごく気まずい。
What a favor. Deputy director? We all looked at each other the moment we heard of his position.
ないと困り果てていた所長へのつてが、
Yep.
行ったそばからできるとは。
Yay.
面白い巡り合わせだね。
黙ってろ。イブに聞こえる。
The deputy director was the second most powerful person at the institute, meaning there was a good chance he worked with Xian.
Maybe we can meet with him to talk about the curse. The two nodded as I whispered my idea, so. I asked Yves if I could meet his client as well. He agreed and things ended on a good note with our future meeting at the hospital arranged for tomorrow. Yeah, moving along. The next day, not wanting to mingle unnecessarily with mortals, Anku elected to stay behind at Adolf's. Be on your best behavior, baby. So Adolf and I made our way to the hospital as discreetly as possible.
はじめまして。ナディア・プルーストです。兄様がいつもお
I
世
don't know
話
why
に
I'm
なってま
yawning
す。
so much. There, I encountered a cute young girl who looked like a fairy from a storybook. You're Lucas's younger sister? I should be the one thanking him for all he's done for me.
ウリ二つだな。
大好きな兄様とそっくりだなんて嬉しいわ。兄様も目が覚めてれば二人に会えたのに。
That's not good.
まさかナディアのお兄さんと元からお知り合いだったなんて、すっごい偶然ですね。ナディアも嬉しそうですし、評判のクルーンさんにお願いしてよかったです。
Oh, you know what? I've given up. I'm just gonna be really yawny today. I'm gonna turn on a light. Maybe it's because it's really nice and dark in here. It's making me sleepy. I need to not be sleepy. Next to the adorable young girl was Yves' client, a bright, smiling young man. So he's...
ダハトと言ったか。お前みたいな子供があの国立研究所の副所長なんだ。
Well, I
リ
already
ライ
had
バーを
tea
見た目で
today.
判断するなかれ。こんなに可愛くても僕、結構なおじいちゃんなんですよ。
I got boba tea on my way home. Dahoot pointed to a lab coat hanging over one of the seats as proof.
まあ、リライバーかつその研究者なんて、本来はこの病院に入院してる人たちには、ナディアはそのあたり全然気にしないみたいで、話をしているうちに意気投合して、お友達になっちゃいました。
No. In terms of appearance, you both look around the same age. But if that was the situation, what about Lucas and Nadia, who were both receiving care at this hospital? Did they admit themselves here because they were against becoming relivers, like Adolf and the society members? Oh, that's right, we don't know that.
ダハト君ってすごいのよ。ダハト君、将来的にずっと感情を保てるリライバーを作るための研究をしているんですって。
Emotions?
リライバー化の時にこぼれ落ちるあの感情のことか。
Dahoot nodded, raising three of his fingers.
器に重きを置くシアンさんに対し、僕は人間の定義を知、肉体、精神、揃ってこそだと紐付けていますからね。
Okay.
メモリーをどうにかいじって、いずれは恋愛をはじめとした全ての感情を持続できるようになればな、と。
I swear, it's two sentences and then I have to yawn again. Wow, it would be amazing if you could make that happen. I wonder if I'm not breathing deep enough. Being able to retain love would mean that people wouldn't have to lose their loved ones when becoming relivers.
この国の恋愛観が丸ごと変わるかもしれねえな。
It was funny. I got just plain black milk tea. I swear it was like 50% creamer. It was funny. I was like, this is the lightest black tea I've ever had. And then it was like, oh yeah, because this is just 99% creamer.
いやいや、そんな。まだ理論の段階なんです。いろいろと問題があって、実現には程遠いんですよ。
There we go. 2 sentences and I had to yawn again. Dahoot scratched his cheek as he mentioned needing Shan's approval on the project, so that timeline was still up in the air for now.
それでもすごいわ。大切な人への思いが強いほど、その感情を失う確率が上がるなんて、とっても寂しいものね。
Yep, and now we know if you fall deeply in love 5 times, the 5th time is your fucking death. I don't know. I mean, it is a little warm in my room, but I'm fine. And I'm not sure I've been too bad. No idea.
私はリライバーにはならないけれど、ダハト君の夢を応援してる。
ありがとうです、ナディア。研究がうまくいったら、真っ先に君へ報告しに来ますからね。
約束よ。
Yeah, they're so cute. Adolf and I looked on as the two of them shook hands while happily talking about the future. Oh boy. Yeah, little did these guys know everything else is going on. Later, we continued our chat about the Marche and how Lucas conducted his lessons. She was excited to hear all about the outside world. Before long, we fell sound asleep.
って感じに。
Nah, you're fine.
お兄さんの呪いがかなり進行しているらしくて、不安と心配のあまり、一睡もできてなかったみたいなんです。
I got maybe 6 sentences in there. It must have been shocking to see her own family coughing up blood before her eyes. I looked closer and saw that her sleeping eyes were slightly swollen, probably from crying so much.
僕の研究目標も彼女を励ますために言った見栄のようなもので、ほとんどうまくいっていないんです。里い彼女もうすうす察したでしょうから。あなたが来てくれて、本当に助かりました。
Not at all. The first person who dried Nadia's tears was you, Dahoot. I'm sure Nadia is very happy to have made a friend as nice as you. Dahoot scratched his blushing cheek as if hoping what I said was true.
リュカ先生の容体はそんなに悪いのか?
Yeah.
末期症状に片足をかけた状態。といったところですかね。リライバー化も拒んでいるようですから。お別れの時はそう遠くない。
No, but Nadia.
あんな儚い娘がこんな早くに肉親を失うのか。
And then she's gonna get turned into a genetically modified monstrosity. The truth Dahoot revealed to us was grim. Adolf knew Lucas personally and was choosing a similar path himself. I wonder if they might have had happier lives if they were born in another country. It would be like a dream. I can't help but envy those who live outside this country. I wonder when exactly Arpachel became so different from the other countries in the world. Anku did say that the curse was here for at least 100 years. I was just mumbling to myself, but...
ふむふむ。言われてみれば。
Huh? The topic seemed to pique Dahoot's interest.
大昔、この国が別の名だった頃から呪われているとは聞いていましたが、具体的な時期は僕やシアンさんも知りません。まあ、例の漂流者が流れ着くまで自分たちが短命だということに気づいていなかったんですから、当然といえば当然ですけど。
Dahoot's quick and easy answer took Adolf and me by surprise. We looked at each other and tried to make the most of this opportunity. So this drifter is the only one who came here from another country, which led to the development of reliver technology? The visitor from a different land gave us 4 books and shared knowledge that we would have otherwise have never known.
です。シアンさんのおじいさんと何か揉めて姿を消しちゃったみたいなんですけど、普通の寿命を持つ彼が協力してくれたら何かわかることがあったかもしれないんで。
Dahoot was smiling the whole time. Oops. Probably because it was fun for him to discuss different topics regardless of the field. He then clapped his hand together as if he had a sudden thought, and the sleeping Nadia stirred and gave a faint mumble.
でも、国が直接管理してる歴史書や王族の手記になら、当時の様子が詳しく残ってるかも。
Royal Diaries?
はい。お城には歴史的に価値のある古い本や歴代の王族が示した手記などを保管している場所があるんです。
ダメ元で尋ねるが、俺たちがそれを読むことはできるか？
無理ですよ。無理。城の書庫にある本は王族以外の閲覧が禁止されてますからね。読みたいならそれこそ城の中にこっそり忍び込むしかないですね。なんちゃって。
Dahoot left it off like a joke, but we do have someone who's inhuman.
さて、それでは、
Yep.
その書庫とやらに侵入する方法をどうにか考えるとしよう。
You know what? I wonder, how far into chapter 2 are we? Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't know how long these chapters are. The other one was like 30, so.
呪いの始まりを知れば、解明する方法も自然と導き出されるはずだからね。
お前ならそう言うと思った。
Yeah, of course. Adolf let out a huge sigh at Anku's proposal after we shared our information. How could I put this? I met you earlier than Adolf did, but it looks like he understands you much better than I do. I guess I feel a bit left out now since you two seem like real brothers. I felt a little jealous about Adolf and Anku's relationship.
おぞましいことを言わないでくれたまえ、姫君。
散々振り回されてきたから嫌でも察しただけだ。
Amazing. They really did seem to get along well.
その前にもう一度確認するが。No, they don't. 呪いの元凶はリコリス・ノワージュではない。
We now know they are not. Yves and Lycris Noirs and Anku's relationship with Yves' family. Adolf asked this question to make sure of the promise Anku made with Yves' family long ago.
何度問うてくれても構わないよ。
Hearing that Anku's reply wasn't disrupted, Adolf seemed to relax a little. More surprising was that despite his initial dismay, Adolf wasn't opposed to Anku's proposal. As for me, I was stunned by the idea that anyone would think of breaking into the heart of the country.
慎重が過ぎる君のことだから、もう反対するかと思っていたよ。
当たり前だ。王族の懐に侵入するなんて、捕まれば罰どころか即極刑だろうからな。
So what if our immortal goes?
ではなぜ？
俺だって、こいつに普通の人間としての幸福をつかませたい。それを叶えるためなら、どんな危険にだって挑んでやる。
Adolf.
He gently rested his head on my hand and began to rub my hair. His gentle touch strengthened my resolve, which was trying to grasp at reality. Aww. Head pats. We love head pats. But the wall we needed to overcome couldn't be climbed on resolve alone. The castle of the royal family was connected to the Institute. We needed to figure out how to sneak past the Institute's security as well as the royal guards.
アンク、お前の不可思議な術とやらで、俺たちの気配を消すことはできないのか？
When you disappear from Laker's field, you smoke in a storm of flowers, so maybe if you can...
残念ながら、人の世に合わせて形を取るため、力の大半は冥界に置いてきてしまってね。自分だけならばまだしも、他人、姫君たちの姿を隠すのはいささか骨が折れる。
要するに、役立たずということか。
有事の際、彼女の盾ぐらいにはなれるがね。仮にかばったら一撃で死んでしまう貧弱などこかの誰かとは違って。
I think it'd be weird to have an immortal as my bodyguard.
I completely forgot. I can't rely on Anku to fulfill the contract of my own, so we'll figure out some other way.
Seeing Adolf's eyes darkened, I hurriedly did my best to change the subject. I was thinking that maybe we could at least get through the Institute if we're able to make up a good reason, but from there to the castle was the real problem. We'll have to somehow get past the Institute's security and the Royal Guard. The three of us sighed wearily.
ひとまず研究所の周囲を軽く探ってみるか。中を通らなくても城に侵入できる他のルートが見つかるかもしれない。
Later that night, leaving Anku behind, the two of us went to the Institute to explore the area. We gazed out at the facility from a distance to avoid suspicion from the guards.
うっすらと明かりがついているな。ここの連中はこんな夜中でも研究してるのか。
Oh, damn. The reliver waiting list must be pretty long. Maybe the researchers have to work around the clock.
眠らない施設ってことか。ますます侵入するには厄介だな。
Yeah, but who said it was gonna be easy? What is ever easy in this game? We took a walk and scoped out the area, hoping to find an alternate route, but...
塀や城の壁に穴の一つも開いてれば。
That seems extremely optimistic.
そう都合よくはいかないか。
And that means we'll need to go through the Institute, right?
Adolf nodded in agreement. But even if we tried to get in by submitting applications to become relivers, it was unlikely that they would let us roam freely.
最低一人は研究所を自由に行き来できる協力者が必要だな。
As Adolf and I pondered on what to do.
こんなところで何をしている?
Oh shit. One of the brawny guards standing at the Institute gate came to us with long strides. We had stood sufficiently far away to avoid suspicion, but it didn't take long for me to realize how they spotted us so easily. I'm sorry, Adolf. I think it's because of my hair. The street lamps must have reflected the gold in my hair.
そうか。だがまあ、まだ何もやましいことなんてしてねえんだ。変に構えず。
Okay. After our whispering, the guard came walking in front of Adolf and looked down at me.
一般人がこんな夜間になぜこんな場所を徘徊している?
息抜きがてらの散歩だ。
Adolf replied without any fear whatsoever.
クーネの一般人がわざわざセルネボルまでか?
Yes.
近いうちにリライバーになる予定がある。当日現場になる研究所をなんとなく見に来たくなった。
Based on Adolf's age and the fact that he didn't have a reliver mark on his skin, the guard seemed to be convinced.
では、そちらの娘は見たところまだリライバー化の適正年齢ではないだろう。
Huh? Oh, well...
I'm his sister. I'm his sister. Yeah, we gotta say we're related to him. I'm his sister. I wanted to walk out here to make him to make sure he was okay.
それにしては全く似ていないが
Well, that's a little rude. We're half siblings. I'm his guarantor? Oh, okay. I signed his reliver pact as the guarantor. I wanted to take a walk with him since there's no telling when he might pass away.
そうか。けなげなことだな。
Oh, okay.
リライバー化すればそんな関係完全に消え失せるというのに。
Disappear. I wonder if he was referring to the overflow of memory that could be transferred during the process. Completely disappear. Unlike romantic feelings, familial love still has the potential to remain.
疑ってすまないな。最近あらゆる区域で
Okay.
物騒な事件が起きているものだから研究所の警備に厳重に。
Yeah, genetics is fucking wild in this world. We could be blood siblings for all we know. I'm sorry, we should have taken a walk elsewhere. It was obvious that the unrest he referred to were the deaths that had been occurring in Koen and Shidi. Hi, Zuko. The Institute guards were already diligent to begin with, but if security was even tighter, getting inside now was probably impossible. Yeah, I got to leave work at like 3:48 or 3:40 or something. So I got home early, and sorry, I'm stretching real fast. And I wanted to make sure we had enough time to do more La Salut. There's a really interesting thing that I discovered. We made stew for Anku and Adolf. Anku tasted the stew and then, excuse me, and then shivered, like Adolf does when he eats his favorite food. So, interesting little tidbit there. Now we're trying to, yeah, sus. Now we're trying to break into the, royal castle to go to the library to look at Adolf shuddering is lore. That's how we know that the stew is his favorite food, because he goes like he tries to hide that he's really enjoying it, but he shivers and we notice it. So interesting that Anku also shivered. But yeah, we're trying to sneak into the royal library to see if we can find a book that tells like when the curse started appearing. Not wanting my disappointment to show on my face, I lightly tugged Adolf's clothes. We shouldn't keep bothering him while he's working. Maybe we should go back home, Adolf. No. She just noticed that he shivered and that he looked really sad for a moment.
Oh.
Just as we were about to leave, we heard a familiar sound from the guard's pocket.
はい、こちら正門。
Oh.
かしこま
Interesting.
りました。すぐに案内いたします。おい、待て、そこの二人。
Yeah, basically said it's been hundreds of years since he last got to eat good food. Huh?
話は終わったんじゃないのか
When Adolf and I were stopped, we both turned around to hear a familiar voice coming from the guard's transmitter.
あ、その声やっぱりお嬢さんとアドルフさんですよね。
He also said now he only eats flavorless, and then the word was blacked out. He only eats flavorless stuff. Yeah, we're now friends with Dahoot. I don't know. It was quite a few letters.
同じ日に2回も会えるなんて嬉しいです。これから僕休憩なんで、よかったら深夜のお茶会でもしませんか?
Midnight tea party. The night sky's darkened reach stopped short of the country's guiding star, towards which Dahoot's innocent voice happily beckoned us. Also, we got to meet Nadia in this
よ
route.
うこそ。リライバーを生産するこの国唯一無二の機関へ。
Aw.
お二人はまだうちの設備を見たことないですよね。なので特別に見学させてあげちゃいます。どうぞ遠慮せずにくつろいじゃってください。
I've also been a yawny bitch this whole stream. It's wild. I just keep yawning. I've gotten there was a little bit where it was 2 sentences and then I would yawn. He issued us passes right away and led us to one of the Reliber laboratories. As I looked around in awe, Dahoot set down a plate of cookies on top of an important-looking device without a second thought. thank you for inviting us in, but how did you know we were here?
それはほら、正門に設置されてる防犯システムから流れてくる映像に、
I thought I
お二
was,
人がちら
but
っと映ってたので、
I'm probably gonna try to catch up this weekend, but holy shit, crazy shit just keeps happening in my life. I'd like the crazy shit to stop. A strange panel of light appeared with a snap of Dahoot's fingers and displayed the scene outside the facility. That's amazing, it's like magic. Was everything here created through science and technology?
ふっふん。もちろんです。
Yeah.
研究所の端から端まで。
Oh, thank you for head pass.
所長こと神に愛された天才シアン・ブロフィワーズさんが自らけどあいにくそのシアンさんは
Still no
不
sign.
在でして戻ってきてればお二人にも紹介できたんですけどね。
Dahoot's oversized white lab coat swayed as his shoulders slumped. He looked so young when we met him at the hospital, but now seeing him in his lab coat, manipulating unknown technology with ease, was a sight to behold. Maybe so. It was more than enough proof that he was a respected scientist with the power to control life itself. He went on to explain what a server was and how relivers were created, as well as other processes involved as he showed us around.
それでお二人とも一体何をしにこの研究所へ？
ただの散歩だとさっき説明しただろ。
あはは、嫌ですね。まるで泥棒みたいに研究所の周囲をこそこそ回るのが。
He snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, images surrounded us on all sides. Each of them showed Adolf and me looking around the institute, staring up at the castle. Yeah. He was watching the whole time. We obviously weren't vigilant enough since we didn't expect such a surveillance system even existed. Adolf's eyes went sharp. He then moved in front of me to protect me from the young smiling man. But Dahoot didn't budge a bit, even with Adolf glaring at him.
そう警戒しないでくださいってば。ナディアの大事なお友達を捕まえたりしませんよ。この研究所に忍び込もうだなんて大胆なことを考える人、久しぶりに見たので、理由が気になっただけです。
We don't want anything in the institute. We're actually going for the Royal Library.
お二人の性格や立場を考えるに、ここの研究成果が欲しいわけではないですよね。
Yeah. Also, Lucas is in a coma right now because he's on death's door. Well, Dahoot did say he wouldn't arrest us, but he was still the deputy director. All it would take was one call to the guards to have us detained as criminals.
これは下手にごまかす方が危険だな。
Adolf gave a sigh of compliance, then slowly lowered his hand from the sword's hilt. I agreed with what he said. Based on our conversations from earlier, Dahoot could even be the help we needed. Adolf? Dahoot knew we had no chance of breaking in. Despite being a reliver himself, he became friends with that young girl who was trying to live and die as a normal human being. If we can't lie, then maybe we should tell him everything.
奇遇だな。俺もちょうどそう思っていた。
Okay, Dahoot, get ready for craziness. We wanted to entrust our hopes to him. I don't think Dahoot was prepared for any of this. We wanted to find a way to get rid of death's curse so that people could live could live full lives. We've got a little bit. In order to do that, we needed to somehow find a way into the castle to gather clues to lead the way. We omitted Anku's existence from our explanation, since his unscientific nature would likely result in the guards arresting us. Yeah? Dahoot listened thoughtfully to our reasonings, and as he munched on some cookies he had next to him.
いいですよ。別に協力しても。
Oh, Dahoot, always coming in fucking clutch.
Huh?
He responded so casually that we couldn't believe our ears for a second. Are you really sure?
いや、勘違いしてる人が多いんですが、もともとこの研究所って呪いの正体を暴くためにシアンさんが設立したものなんです。けど手がかり一つつかめないものですから、いつの間にか研究内容は呪いを暴くから耐えるに変わってしまって。
By surviving, do you mean that you're creating stronger relivers? Dahoot nodded in response.
他にも結構 呪いを解こうとする人たちはいたんですよ。初代教祖さんが呪いの解明のために設立したエクソシスト教団も、彼女が亡くなってから、あとは数十年前にいた女王様が呪いの解明に尽力していたとか聞きましたけど。
Everyone who had tried to face death had nothing to show for it. I believe she was the founder. The exception was the Institute, whose research efforts branched off from its initial mission.
まあ要するに呪いに屈しつつあるんです。僕たちも国民も今の王家も。
Yeah, I think she became a reliver, or her son was killed or something.
シアンさんは
I think possibly by the royal
まだ戦う意
family.
志があるかもですが、
I don't remember it all.
たった一人ではどうにも。
The Hoot gave a shrug.
本来の目的のことを考えると、皆さんに協力するのは研究者として何もおかしいことじゃないんです。
How very sweet of you, Dahut.
だとしても即決しすぎだ。お前にも立場ってもんがあるだろう。
He's right. If someone finds out you're helping us, who knows what kind of punishment you would.
お気遣いどうもです。でも本当に呪いが解けるのなら、どんな処分もどんとこいですよ。とはいえ僕もお二人のお手伝いをするだけで呪いが打破できるとは思ってません。そんな簡単な問題ならシアンさんがとっくに解決しているはずですから。
We have an immortal being of death on our side, so
Then why are you going to help us?
純粋なる知的好奇心ですかね。ずーっとメモリーの研究ばかりで呪いに関してはノータッチでしたから。
Okay, 3 minutes of short break. I'm gonna stretch and try to stop freaking yawning. I really frick frack paddywhack the amount of yawning I'm doing. Ugh. Stretch. Ugh. I mean, I feel a little sleepy, but the yawning is it feels almost excessive. I don't know, because I wasn't tired. I wasn't really tired. I hit go live and suddenly my brain was like, you're tired. And I was like, why? Why? Oh, today was even like less of a crazy day than yesterday was. Yesterday was the uber crazy day. It's the curse of Lycris. They make me sleepy. They make me sleepy. No freaking clue. No freaking clue. Yeah, yesterday was really bad. I'd say on a scale of 1 to 10 of bad, 1 being everything's great, 10 being is the absolute like worst day of my fucking life. Yesterday was like an 8.5. In the very beginning, it was a 9. And then it lowered a bit to about an 8.5. Yeah, no, it was really, 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 really bad. There was almost an accident in the parking lot. I'm all right. This whole like past week and a half has been really rough. 2 weeks? I don't even fucking remember. Basically since since the 31st. So it's been about 2.5 weeks. Past 2.5 weeks have been like some of the roughest shit. And you know, I'm just fucking trucking. I'm just fucking trucking along. Yeah, yesterday morning there was almost please stop happening. Yesterday morning there was almost an accident in the parking lot of work. And our dog was almost part of that accident. So Was rough. Was rough. He's okay. He's 100% okay. He didn't even know what was going on. But yeah, no. Yeah. Scared the shit out of every single person. Yeah. Like, not even, like, my mom scooped him up off the road. He was just like, what's going on? I'm being held. Yay! Didn't completely oblivious, which was part of the problem. Part of the problem. But he's all right.
Hi, Isis. I'm doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, exactly. He was just like, oh, yay, I'm being... yes, but he's kind of blind in one eye. And it was on his blind side. So... he's also very small and kind of... he's smart, but also kind of silly when he sees his family, and he was running across the parking lot to get to my mom, my Earth mom. And he was just like, Mom! And was running, and blindside didn't see the car. Nothing happened, but it was still a very terrifying experience. So I'm all right. That just, that takes it out of you. Yeah, I was in the bathroom while this happened. I didn't see it. I just came out of the bathroom and suddenly my Earth mom is clutching the dog to her chest and crying. And I'm like, oh, that was 20 minutes into my day. 20 minutes into my day. I had been awake for maybe an hour. I was like, oh. Yeah. Just absolutely crazy shit keeps happening to me. And I'm like, hey, universe, can we stop that? Can we stop that? I would like to, like, chill out. So. But here I am. Here I am streaming with y'all. Yeah. Well, I mean, we basically didn't get back to work until about noon. Because shit and discussions to be had and, emotions to work through. And then we were like, fuck, we need to get out of the office for a second. And just like crazy shit. Fucking crazy shit. But yeah, it's back to the despair that is Dahoud is not despair. Back to the despair that is Virche. Yeah, he's good. He got a lot of pets today. I gave him a lot of pets. I was like, Leader! And every day I gave him a bunch of pets and I rubbed his face and I cuddled him and he gave me some kisses and it was great. No, we still have 3 bad end routes to go through and then we get all the good ends. Yeah.
それと、ナディアと出会ったせいか。
Yeah.
ちょっと呪いに対する価値観が変わってしまって。
Yeah, so we have the Adolf bad end, the Anku bad end, and the neutral bad end. Yeah, there's always more to spare. In Virche hole?
少しでも状況がいい方向に動くなら協力します。その代わり。今後も依頼抜きで
Oh my goodness.
ナディアと仲良くしてあげてほしいです。
Blessings.
Of course. It was a lot of fun chatting with her today. Once the curse is gone, I'd love to become real friends with her.
素敵な目標ですね。
Yay.
で、確かお城の書庫へと入りたいんでしたっけ？
I love Dahoud's like, hey, please continue to be friends with this terminally ill child. And we're like, absolutely. And he's like, cool. So you want to go break into the top secret library of the monarchs of the country? And we're like, yes, please.
まずはそこで呪いの歴史についてたどりたい。
The Hoot quickly waved his hand over the screen in response. I had no idea what he was doing, but it looked like he was using the screen as some kind of schedule planner.
では、僕が侵入する方法を考えておきますので。そうですね。2日後を目安に、そちらでも準備をしておいてください。
わかった。協力感謝する。
Yeah.
だが、万が一にも何かあった時は、迷わず俺たちを切り捨てろよ。
わかりました。でも僕のことよりも、自分のことを心配した方がいいのでは？見たところアドルフさんも、
Well,
かな
about
り寿命が
that.
近いようですし。
So we basically found out through Salome talking with Adolf that Adolf isn't affected by the curse at all.
大事な妹さんを置いていく前に、呪いが解けたらいいですね。
Don't fully know how he's immune.
そうだな。
We don't know this. The game, yeah. The Game Prince doesn't know this, but we now know this. After Dahoot said he would assist us, we both headed back to Adolf's house. Are you sure about this, Adolf? I still couldn't imagine that we were going to be sneaking into that large castle 2 days from now. Still, I'm just being selfish and wanting to lift the curse. It would probably be better if you just stayed home. I didn't want to drag Adolf into my mess, but he looked me straight in the eyes.
ここまで来たらとことん付き合う。お前の望みは俺の望みでもあるからな。
We stopped near a waterway reflecting the stars, and Adolf looked at me with clear eyes.
だが、今さら遅すぎるな。
Oh?
俺はもっと早く、お前と共にこの願いを抱くべきだった。
How were you going to do this earlier? How would you have done this earlier without Adolf, or without Anku, without Dahoot?
でははっきり言わせてもらおう。彼女が人々の死を招くことに絶望していると知っていたくせに
I guess.
守るだけの騎士役で満足し、現状を変えようともしない役立たずの男が彼女の守護者を気取るとは。
Wow, Anku's words really
肩払
cut.
いたい。
アンクーにそう言われたとき、心底腹が立つと同時に、そのすべてが正論だと気づいて、
Well, yeah, Anku has
自
that.
分自身を殴ってやりたい衝動に駆られた。
Anku has that ability.
本当にお前のことを思うなら、お前が死神じゃない証拠を探し、徹底的に否定してやればよかったんだ。
But you always protected me, Adolf.
しただけだ。それ以外のことは何もしてない。お前は死神じゃない。俺の妹だと。そんな綺麗事を口にするだけで、お前につきまとう不幸そのものを。
Yeah, but what were you gonna do? What would you have done? You were between a rock and a hard place because there really was no way.
そうだ。
Oh.
きっとお前のせいだ。
Oh.
本来なら俺は今ここで死ぬはずだったんだ。
Oh?
なのにお前のような死神が現れたから、
Huh?
俺の運命が狂ったんだ。
What? What was that?
かつて他でもない俺自身がお前を死神と罵ったくせにな。
What was that?
白々しいにも程がある。
Adolf chuckled scornfully. That only happened once. You weren't your usual self then either. Yeah.
どんな理由があろうと、お前を非人間扱いした罪が
Must have we were
消えて
young.
なくなることはない。
I could see the pain in Alf's expression. For some reason, it didn't make me sad, but was trying to protect me a way for you to atone for that day? Or is it just because you're older than me? I felt a little angry.
それは
No, right? Adolf, you're not the type to treat people nicely for no reason. In order to stop Adolf from blaming himself, I took his right hand and held it. Let's see, where should I start? If I really wanted to change the situation I was in, then I should have been the one to take action. But I made the choice to do nothing. All I did was act like a victim. Well, because we kind of were. You didn't do anything wrong, Adolf. On the contrary, you're the very reason I want to live.
希望?
Yeah, Adolf, you know that I have a tendency to think of the worst, to feel powerless to do anything. But there's one thing I'm confident about. Just like when we were little, I held his hand with both mine, noticing how much it had grown. Is that you have always cared for me from the bottom of your heart. I had hated myself nearly all my life, so I knew this wasn't my own ego telling me lies about Adolf's feelings. I could feel his hand shaking. You're strong and kind, and you saw me as a precious member of your family. That makes me happier than anything. I've thought about killing myself so many times. Wow. Lovely sentence. But I could never do it because I didn't want to sadden you or Mother. You're the very person who kept me here in this world until that night when I finally decided to end my life in the Likers field. So please, don't say anything bad about the brother I'm so proud of. Yeah, we just say that so casually. Don't treat yourself like this. I somehow mustered the strength to express my honest feelings through my embarrassment.
やめろ。違う。お前にそんなことを言われる資格はない。
Is he going fucking insane? He looked at me with pain in his eyes. That's not pain, that's insanity. Adolf? Adolf slowly removed his hand from mine and took a step back.
俺は出会った時からずっと
Huh?
お前をひどい嘘で騙し続けてる。お前を救おうとしなかったのはきっとその嘘を隠し通すための自己保身が働いてたからで。
What? Hiding the truth for your own sake? Adolf's eyes shook with anxiety.
お前は俺の命を守るために呪いに挑むと。
Uh-huh.
だが本当はお前がそんなことをする必要なんて。
Huh? I had no idea why he would say such a thing. Why would I not fight the curse? Adolf's life was going to end soon. Okay, he's telling us, yeah, that he's not affected. But yeah, how does he know? What are you talking about? It can't just be that you've decided to become a reliver after all. Adolf quickly responded by shaking his head at my confused question.
悪い。今はこれ以上話せない。
Uh-huh.
だが俺のついている嘘はお前への最低な裏切りも同然だ。
Can you at least say what it is?
教えたらきっとお前を失望させることになる。
He went on to say that he was too scared to see what would happen. Adolf mumbled with remorse and an expression full of guilt. I've never seen Adolf in so much pain before. I don't think he knows why he's immune. I couldn't even guess what Adolf had been lying to me about, but if it was making him suffer, I wanted him to tell me everything. He had been supporting me all this time, so now it was my turn to support him. Adolf, no matter what, he was my dear brother, and nothing would ever change that. Before I could tell him so.
いいか、お前はこんな裏切り者のことなんて構わず、
Huh?
あくまで自分自身の幸福のために呪いを解くことを考えろ。俺はお前が23の時を超え、普通の女として幸せになる姿を見れれば。
Well, by this point in our life, we've lost 18 of our 23 chromosomes. I don't think we're going to be living well. With that, he walked away. Huh? He turned his back to me and began walking. Still sensing his sadness, I followed a few steps behind. I wanted to call out his name again, but I just couldn't. I had known him long enough to understand that he didn't want to be spoken to right now, even if he didn't say so in words. Why did he tell me all this? I was finally able to tell him that I wanted him to be by my side. Maybe he didn't understand how I felt. No, that couldn't be it. I was sure Adolf understood my feelings well enough.
Blessings.
I then came to the realization that, no matter what my feelings were, he decided that he wasn't needed in my life. He came to that decision all by himself, though. Later, while waiting for Tahoot to contact us, we began preparing for what we would do once we got into the castle. Just gonna forget that conversation existed. Adolf adjusted his course schedule to ensure his shifts wouldn't overlap with the mission. I went to see Mother to let her know I was fine, hoping that would keep her from making any surprise visits to Adolf's home. Adolf also taught me some basic self-defense and went over an escape plan in case things went wrong. The 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. We were in the laboratory with Tahoot and no one else, and were being told the plan on getting inside the castle. The plan he proposed to us was surprisingly simple. Okay.
ちょうど今夜、僕は不在のシアンさんに代わり、王族の皆さんに呼び出されてます。なのでお二人には、僕の部下を装って、堂々と真正面からお城に入ってもらいます。ただし、王族との謁見は僕だけに限られるでしょうから、そこで別れ。
Apparently he went on sabbatical. He put Dahoot in charge.
万が一途中
But
で
he
誰
told
かに
Dahoot
見
he
つ
was
かっても
leaving for a bit.
新人だから道に迷ったって、ギリギリごまかせるかもしれませんからね。
Yeah. The extravagant castle where the royal family lived was connected to the Institute. It was where an ancient bloodline lived alongside the technology of the future. Yeah, the corridor connecting the two structures was heavily guarded with both the Institute guards and the Royal Guard. The impossible break-in was accomplished with a pair of lab coats and a pair of passes from Dahoot. We finally took a step inside the castle when...
こんな夜分にお呼び立てしたというのに、心よく応じてくださるとは。所長でありながら、この緊急時に無責任にも研究所を開けるシアンとは大違いだ。
はあ、どうも。
A man wearing lavish clothes appeared to greet Dahoot at the entrance.
ところで、例の話について考えてはいただけただろうか。あなたにとっても悪い話ではないと思うのだが。
それはまたおいおいで。
Oh my.
こんな場所でおしゃべりする内容じゃありませんし。
The man, who appeared to be a member of the royal family, apparently didn't notice us since he was busy praising Dahoot. I think so, yeah. Witnessing these obvious attempts at flattery made Adolf's eyes grow colder by the second. Dahoot and the man continued speaking as we quietly followed behind until we arrived at a large passage leading to the audience room. Both corridors left and right paused at dimly lit corners, the path beyond them uncertain. Just then, Dahoot straightened out his lab coat with his slightly exaggerated motions. He was telling us to go. He pointed his thumb to the right as he fixed his collar. The two of us looked at each other, then quietly backed away toward the right corridor so that he knew we understood. After making sure the coast was clear, we proceeded quietly down the corridor.
噂には聞いていたが、王族がそこまで情けないとはな。
It might also be the guy that was trying to jump in line in Xian's route. I don't remember. I had to agree with Adolf's criticism.
全くだ。
Oh God!
同じ王族でも彼女王とは大違いだね。
How the fuck did you get here?
仮に呪いが解けたとして、国の舵取りたる王族があれでは、アルペシェールの未来は絶望的だ。
Husband. Isn't that a little harsh? Wait. Aku, what did you... I somehow kept myself from shouting when he appeared to my left with a smile.
お前、今回も家で待っているんじゃなかったのか。
How'd you get here?
欲望と思惑あふれる福間殿にか弱い姫君を一人送るはずがないだろう。
Aw. A vein appeared on Adolf's temple at the insinuation that he was of no use. Adolf glared at Anku in the same manner I'd grown accustomed to. Also, we keep referring to them as siblings. Like, they act like siblings, they fight like siblings. That night, Anku looked serious when he told me that he was lying to me, and we walked the rest of the way in silence. I spent the whole night wondering what I should say or how I should approach him, but the next day he simply said good morning, as usual, with a hint of smile. It felt as though he was trying to tell me to forget about what happened that night. I mean, he literally just told us that he's been lying to us our entire life. How does he think we're supposed to go back to normal with that? Yeah. Since I wasn't sure what to say, I decided to interact with him in the same way as always. I was glad things were fine between us, but I also felt a little sad that he didn't tell me the secret he'd been keeping. As I thought about the many things that had happened, we finally neared the library. Yeah. We kept conversation to a minimum, navigating the layout with a map that Dahoot drew for us. We found a member of the Royal Guard in front of the entrance with a weapon in hand. That must be it. The soldier was there to protect whatever was inside, but judging by his bored yawn, it seemed intruders were rare. As planned, I hid in the shadows behind one of the large pillars. Now! I tossed a small rock that I had picked up outside into the middle of the hall.
Nanda?
Hearing the small sound, the soldier came towards us to investigate. He bent down to pick up the small stone that caused the sound. In the next moment, two shadows came down upon the soldier. Adolf and Anku quickly restrained him and dragged him behind the pillar. Anku pinned the man down while Adolf choked him until he fell unconscious. Adolf and Anku then bound and gagged the soldier before tossing him into another room. The two returned, and in Adolf's hand was a small key to open the door to the archives.
待たせたな。
これで心置きなく書庫の中を調べることができるはず。
Cool. I see, thank you. Their perfect cooperation while working together was a little scary. Adolf unlocked the old door, we all pushed it open. The moment we stepped inside, we were greeted by the unique smell of old books and paper. So these are the royal family archives. Look at all these books. Perhaps feeling burdened by the lab coat, Adolf took his off before looking around the room, and I did the same. Yeah, this is brand new.
これは呪いの情報を探すにも苦労しそうだ。
時間がない。手分けして探すぞ。俺とアンクーは歴史書を探る。お前は歴代の王族の手記を当たってくれ。
Right, got it. With that, we each began searching through the collection of books. The diaries contained details about the extravagant lives of the royal family. I was left speechless just reading them. They felt envy and hatred towards Xian, who was revered by the people who wielded substantial power throughout Arpachel. They expressed hatred toward the Noirge family protecting the Lycris and detailed schemes they plotted against them. The Noirge family? I've never heard of them before, but isn't Yisa's family guarding the Lycrises? The diary blamed the family guarding misfortune for stealing land that should belong to the royals. Xian saved this country, and Yisa's family grew Lycris to protect the country from the curse, and for them to be so despised. I slowly closed the diary I was reading after feeling sickened by detailed information about their planned assassinations.
姫君、調子はいかがかな?
Uncle! Out of nowhere, he poked my cheek, making me almost drop the diary. I glanced over and saw Anku standing so close to me that his shoulder almost touched mine.
Please, you have to stop appearing next to me so silently.
すまないね。君の愛らしい横顔を見ていたらつい。だが、私に抗議する元気が残っているようで安心したよ。
Aw.
Huh?
数日前からやや気落ちしているように見えた。あの男と何かあったのかい?
Yeah, Anku's like, I give up. I'm gonna go hang out with Prince. Stretch. My heart suddenly jumped. He had to be talking about Adolf, who was currently searching through another bookshelf.
Anku, did you read my mind with your powers?
読み取らずともわかるさ。君は考えていることがそのまま顔に出やすい。それで、何があったんだい? 私でよければ話を聞くよ。
Oh. I think we have to not say anything. Because if we're nice to him, we'll do that. Don't say anything. I could tell from his voice that Anku sincerely cared about me, but I wasn't entirely certain I should disclose to him that Adolf had a secret he wanted to keep hidden. The Watchman of Death's pressuring smile forced me to tell him what happened. Well, as I continued flipping through the diaries, I confided in him what Adolf told me 2 nights ago. I mean, yeah, Anku must know too. Okay, so if I just tell him...
それで?
Quick load.
それで?
Tell him what happened.
何があったんだい?
Okay, yeah, that has to be... Yeah, that made his glow. Quick load.
それで? 何があったんだい? 私でよければ話を聞くよ。
Don't say anything. Yep. There we go. Hush. After hearing me out, Anku shrugged a response.
嘘か。やれやれ。打ち明ける度胸がないのならいっそ何も言わずに隠し通せばいいものを。心苦しくなってついこぼしてしまった。
I shook my head so he wouldn't blame Adolf. It's not that I'm upset that he's keeping a secret from me. It's just that I'm finding out that I really don't know Adolf like I thought I did.
わからない?
I took a breath and continued. Adolf sometimes says things in a way that implies he's not a part of my life. Live, be happy. Those words should bring me joy, but something was amiss. I want to live with you. I want to be happy with you. Why didn't he ever add himself into the picture? He keeps telling me that I'm his family, but then he speaks like I'm some sort of outsider. It's as though he's acting like we live in different worlds. I don't know. It's an awful feeling.
部外者か。言えて妙だね。さすがにそのあたりはわきまえているというべきか。
は？
いや、こちらの話だ。すまないが姫君。この件に関して私は何も助言できない。何せあの男自身、君にとってどんな役割でありたいのか、未だに心が定まっていないようだからね。故に願望と自制の板挟みで半端な態度をとってしまうのだろうさ。
Okay. Oh. Yeah, Anku does him very, very well. To me, Adolf was a real, genuine brother who didn't need to be connected by blood. Yeah. The fact that Adolf always referred to me as his sister was what kept me alive all these years. That was the kind of relationship I assumed would continue forever. But did Adolf see things differently? It was sad to consider that a possibility, but it did explain why he sometimes kept his distance from me.
君はあの男を
Oh.
異性として好いているのかい?
I wasn't sure how to respond to his straightforward question. Opposite sex. Did I feel that precious fleeting emotion that would be lost when becoming a reliver? Did Adolf feel that emotion towards me? No, was that how I felt about Adolf? I placed my hand on my chest and thought deeply to tap into my emotions. But all I could feel was my anxious heartbeat. My heart wasn't singing a tune of sweet, poetic love like one would expect. I know that Adolf is much more than a foster brother to me, but I'm not sure if it's love. It might have to do with seeing him as family for such a long time. But regardless of our relationship, Adolf is definitely someone special to me.
特別?
The people of this country all die when they reach 23. Even if they opt to revive as relivers, they still lose the precious emotions they may have nurtured until then. It's considered normal in this country, but I finally realized how scary it was when I applied the concept to Adolf. I knew very well how twisted our lifespans in this country were, but I blindly believed that the futures of those dear to me would continue forever without any threat of death. I saw them as if they were part of a story. So in that sense, maybe I had been subconsciously hoping that he was special. Wow, what do you know? He is. That night, when Adolf told me he had no intention of becoming a reliver, imagining a future where he feels the pain of the curse's symptoms made my heart feel like he was being torn apart. I was sure the feeling that struck me then was despair. I know this is a horrible thing to say, but the thought of him suffering feels worse than the thought of anyone else suffering. It feels so much worse. Back then, I had raised my voice without any concern for the sins I had committed. I shouted that I didn't want him to leave me. I don't know whether this feeling is familial love or romantic love, but I do know Adolf is someone special, someone I don't want to see leave me behind. That much I know for sure.
そうか。あの男が相手というのは気に食わないが、それが君の絶望に立ち向かう糧となるなら、その思いを大事にするといい。
Anku is literally, if you're not with me, I hope you're at least happy. I will. Thank you very much, Anku. I feel much better now that I've talked about it. Yeah, I have no clue how Adolf sees me or how he feels about me, but I'll do my best so he can understand that he's someone special in my life. Although I had thanked him for his help, Anku suddenly looked displeased.
私個人としては、あんな男よりも君の守護者としてふさわしい男が。
Yeah, you. Is it you? I smiled, expecting you to see him nod a response like he usually did, but...
いや、そんな名誉を賜る資格、私はとうの昔に失っている。
I think he means Yves.
死の番人などと名乗っているが、私はあの男の言う通り、肝心な時に役に立たない男だからね。
His crimson eyes reflected my shock. He looked somewhat forlorn as he whispered. Can I give him a hug? Can I hug Anku? I was worried about Anku's reaction earlier, but I decided to continue reading the diaries. A few minutes later, we were at a loss, having found no useful information despite the shelves of books around us.
分かってはいたが、量が多すぎてキリがないな。ダハトとの合流を考えると、出直しも検討すべきかもしれない。
Like when he puts on the vocal fry. Then there's a lot of vocal fry in his voice like that. Kind of like that. It's not that difficult if you can figure out how to do a vocal fry. You just have to make certain that you're putting the vocal fry in while you're talking. Making sure that you're getting it's the vestigial vocal cords that create vocal fries. You just have to make certain that you're hitting both sets of vocal cords.
姫君、君も少し休憩すべきだ。
Yeah.
細かい文字ばかりを見ていたせいで、瞳が傷んできただろ。
No, I'm still okay. I just finished checking the shelf, so next I'll... Yeah, I'll have to listen more. Just as I moved a bit deeper to the room to look at another bookshelf. What? What? Suddenly in front of me was a breathtaking emblem of light. Surprised, I instinctively jumped back, and a few seconds later, the floor in front of me split open to reveal a passage underground. That was surprising. Are these hidden stairs?
みてえだな。なんでお前が通りかかったとこに開いたんだ?
I don't know. Maybe it was by accident. I didn't even touch the light that appeared just now. Anku looked down the stairwell leading underground.
いかにも何かあるといった空気だ。この場で優雅に読書を続けたところで得られるものはおそらくなし。
Oh my.
思い切って下へと降りてみるかい?
Oh, excuse me. I mean, going down the dark stairs doesn't seem like my best bet, but all right. Yeah, Adolf and I both nodded quietly at Anku's suggestion. Yeah. Da 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 da. Da da da. Da 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 da. That's what it is. Da 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 da. You uncovered secret stairs. Boy, I stuck a candle that I brought with me on his candlestick holder and lit it to help us down the stairs. We made our way down into the depths of darkness with the utmost care until we finally arrived at a rusty door. I'm terrified. Oh, beyond it was an abandoned room in ruins. What is this place?
さっきまでいた書庫と比べるとひどいありさまだね。
Anku leisurely picked up one of the books from the floor.
これは。どうやら私たちはとんでもない宝の山を見つけてしまったようだ。
Oh.
何が書いてある?
I moved the candlestick closer to shed light on the words. It's an age list with the effects of the curse of death?
こっちの本にも似たようなことが書いてある。協力者としてシアン・ブロフィワーズの名前も載ってるな。
どうやらここは呪いの正体を調査するための個人的な研究室のようだ。
Weird. What luck! The information we had been searching for seemed to be in this very room. But I wonder why the room was kept hidden like this. Whoever was researching the curse could have worked at the Institute. As that thought came to mind, I noticed a single book left alone on top of a broken table. Oh, it must have been used often, as it was showing more wear and tear compared to the other books. It was so worn that I thought it might fall apart if it slipped out of my hands. I looked carefully to see that the author of the diary had their name written inside. Christine Revepoir? The name Revepoir meant that this person was a member of the royal family. I'd never heard of her name before. I carefully turned the worn page. Hatred. Oh, fun. Hate. I hate death who curse this land and continue to send their souls of people into Hades. But the true sinners who should be hated are the ones who turn their backs on the people for their own good, using the curse and the gods fighting it to fatten, their bellies, I guess. The true sinners are the artificial royal family. Oh, that might be Salome. One day I will deliver justice to those evildoers who are connected to me only by blood. I felt her powerful emotion for the fading words. Hearing me gasp, Adolf and Anku peeked into the diary from both sides. My name is Christine Revepoir. When my brother, the previous king, passed away, I succeeded the throne at 18 and became the reigning queen of Arpachel. I am also a woman who detests the curse of death more than anyone in this country. A nation is built by its people. A king should not subjugate them. A king must appreciate their labor and show his gratitude by being their guardian. I wed my husband when I was 19 and governed according to my cousin's teachings. Possibly. The royal family only thought of themselves and sought to fulfill their greed, but he was different. The curse of death led people to die at 23, the only way to escape from it through reliver technology, the miracle created by the god Shanbrofis. His technology was vastly innovative and already established when I succeeded the throne, but my brother was already abusing reliver technology for his own gain, along with the rest of my family. They offered support to the Institute so that they could wield control over our people's lives. They oppressed everyone apart from the researchers into doing their bidding. They threatened to take away their reliver rights. They did every detestable thing imaginable, provided it was just short of offending Shanbrofis. They enacted punitive tax rates and demanded extortive fees to become relivers under the guise of supporting the Institute. The heavy tax created the slums, and despite witnessing the poverty and hunger, they continued to indulge in luxury. Oh, wow. But the worst they have done is unthinkable. They began killing the homeless and those without families so that their bodies could be used for research, something Shen did not desire. In the end, those murders were in vain, as Shen scoffed at the meaningless sacrifices laid at his feet, not wanting any part of it. Oh. 3 years after taking the throne, I took action out of concern for the situation. I rewrote the laws related to relivers and gave jobs to the impoverished who were in danger of having no future apart from death. Yeah, Jean will use them. We can't fully depend on this technology. As long as the reliver manufacturing process is limited, there will always be lives left behind. Therefore, in order to save the people, it is the royal family's duty to take immediate action to investigate and lift the curse of death. I issued the statement to my own family. Those who had become disgusted with the royal family's greed came to my side, as well as those who showed loyalty to the crown. But apart from my husband, none in my family supported my ideals. In fact, they began their efforts to stop me from uncovering the truth behind the curse. Shan was left to do his research freely, so why did they not grant me the same courtesy? Sensing something ominous, I conducted a secret investigation and discovered the books and diaries hidden in this chamber. Hundreds of years ago, when this country was born, but before contact was severed with the outside world, we were cursed by death when a great war occurred that engulfed the entire world. Oh, our theory that it's nuclear radiation might be real. When I brought to light what I had discovered, my family of my own blood sent assassins to see to my death. Fortunately, I was able to escape with only a scar on my face, which disappeared when I became a reliver to buy time for my research. Is the royal family trying to stop me because they already know the source of the curse? As these doubts linger in my mind, they continue to pursue me still. I plan on making my escape through the underground passage to meet my supporter at the Lycaris field, but my odds of survival are 50-50. I will do what I can to escape, but if they succeed in killing me, they will likely also erase my backups at the Institute, dooming me to a death from which I will never again revive. I will accept that heaven has forsaken me and admit defeat. My only regret is losing... That might be us. No, it can't be us. It can't be us. My only regret is losing the precious jewel born to me and my husband when I was 20, when my husband was still alive. No, because she's alive here. My precious son. Is that Adolf? I don't know. Or Salome? I don't know. My uncle and his daughter will likely assassinate him to clear the way to the throne they have desired for long. Yeah, please, I hope you'll survive. Who? It could be Adolf's original name. The diary ended with a mother wishing for her son's life to be spared. The royal family might be involved in the curse of death. A chill ran down my spine as the possibility could bring ruin to the entire country. Christine Revepoir. I've never heard of her. Have either of you?
いや、俺も初めて聞いた。
同じくと言いたいところだが。
What rumors have you heard, Anku? That's wild.
噂には聞いていたが、王族がそこまで
That's fucking wild.
まったくだ。
Well, we know Yves had
同じ王族
parents
でも彼女王とは大違いだね。
that are they're part of the Noirge family, so it can't be Yves, but
ほら、私がそれとなく告げただろ。王族の中で珍しく全盛を敷く女王がいたと。確かリライバーに関する法律、誓約書などのルールを定めたのも彼女ではなかったかな。
そういえばダードもこの女王らしい存在についてほのめかしていたな。
Christine Revepoir, queen and once ruled over Arpachel, she worked to create laws for reliver technology, such as signing pledges for the benefit of the people. She was killed by the royal family for trying to discover the truth behind the curse of death. Why haven't we heard about someone as important as the queen? She wasn't in any of our lessons.
存在自体は知られていたのだろうさ。だが即位した期間が短い上、時代の王が彼女の功績を台無しにしたことで印象が薄くなったのだろう。
Wanting to know more about this queen, I opened a history book next to me. Christine found it. She withdrew from the public eye after a horrible wound to her face, and no portraits of her were left behind. It also says she fell ill from a plague that struck during her later years and passed away with her son, the heir apparent.
実際のところは手記通り、呪いの解明に反対していた連中
It's
に
probably Adolf.
親子ともども暗殺されたんだろうな。
But I don't know. That's horrible. I couldn't bring myself to say much more. It sounds like Adolf probably isn't his real name, but I don't know. Or his birth name. I was only trying my best to find a way to get rid of the curse so that someone dear to me could live a normal life. But in doing so, I had stepped onto a path with unfathomable darkness ahead. The curse of death or human evil, which was really to blame for the suffering of this country. Bro, both? How about both? Ooh, chapter 3 already. Nice. Okay, chapter 2 went by a lot faster.
これはかつて、
Oh.
ある教団を治めていた
Oh.
愚かな女教祖の話。
Okay.
彼女は女神のようだと
So this
誰
is
かが言った。
Salome.
高貴かつ聡明。素顔をベールで隠してもなお、信徒を魅了する美しさ。
I think so, yeah.
ではなぜ、その女教祖は愚かだと断じられたのか。理由は単純。
Yeah.
人を見る目がな
I
か
don't
ったか
think
ら
so.
だ。いとも簡単に裏切られ、女はまたかと波に飲まれてつぶやいた。
She might be. But I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I gotta check the flowchart. How many was in chat? How many were in chapter 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Only 13. Wow. Because chapter 1 was so fucking long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Yeah, chapter 1 was 27. And then chapter 2 was 13. So wild. After reading the diary containing the curses and regret of the late queen, we put our lab coats on again and rejoined Dahu, who had just finished his meeting. In the end, we were all able to leave the castle unscathed. So, crazy shit happened. If we stayed at the Institute, there was a chance that the Royal Guard would come after us, so we ended up returning to Adolf's home, where we decided to share the information we found Dahu. Queen Christine succeeded the throne after reliver technology was developed, which was around 60 years ago. Okay, so it can't be Adolf. That's the kid.
その娘だろうな。しかも彼女の功績を丸ごと奪う形でだ。この事実が公になれば、民からの反発は免れないだろう。
Unlike other countries, the population of our soul is quite small. Even if they did use relabor rights to force the people to listen, it would only go so far. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the people chose Shen as their savior and had him lead the revolution to bring down the royal family. But if the royal family found out that we knew about the assassinations and their involvement in the curse, they would probably use every means at their disposal to get rid of us. We needed to keep ourselves well hidden. Dahu, you were alive around that, right? Do you know anything about what she was investigating?
僕当時生身の5歳児だったんですよ。さすがに覚えてないですけど。
I was only 5.
暗殺に関しては特に驚くことでもないですね。
Yeah, that's like asking me about Prince, you lived through 9/11, right? Yeah, I was 2. Or no, sorry, I was 4. Prince, what was 9/11 like? Bro, I was 4.
なぜだ？
あの人たち、今もシアンさんに暗殺者とか普通に差し向けてきますし。
Huh? Wait a minute, is he alright?
ああ、ご心配なく。毎回本人が弱みを握った上で返り討ちにしてるんで。
I hadn't met Shin before, but I could tell that he was strong, both physically and mentally. As if wanting to change the subject, Dahu looked at Anku staying quietly in the corner of the room.
あの人、どちら様ですか？さっきからすっごい僕の方を見てきて怖いんですけど。
幽霊のようなもんだ。気にすんな。
そんな無茶な。本物の死神だってあんなにすごい存在感はないと思いますよ。
We have met Mathis, but Anku's usual carefully-free demeanor was completely absent. He didn't refute Aldous' statements and continued to stare at Dahut without saying anything. Even I was starting to feel uneasy from the intensity of his eyes. I wonder if a young reliver is rare to him. As I thought about why, Dahut cleared his throat so we could continue the topic at hand.
まあともあれ、王族が呪いに関わっているかもってことは、呪いには人間が関与できる明確な原因があるって証明になりますよね。シアンさんの言葉を借りるなら、この世を滑るのは神などではなく、人間の英知であり、すべての不可解には理由があるってとこですか？
If that's true, that means there's still hope in continuing our investigation.
それでもまだ手がかりは少ないが、死神を見つけ出して殺せとかいう無理難題よりはマシだな。
Yeah, probably gonna be easier than trying to find kill death. We still hadn't uncovered the truth, but Dahut looked very happy that we found new information about the curse that had long been hidden.
で、それで、お二人はそんなすごい手記が残っている隠し部屋をどうやって見つけたんですか？
About that. I explained to Dahut the strange phenomenon that occurred in the archives, which opened the way to the room underground. When I passed a certain area, a beautiful emblem of light appeared in front of me.
文様？
口で説明するより絵で描いた方が早いだろう。
Yeah. Oh, you're right. I borrowed a paper and pen from Adolf and did my best to draw the beautiful design. It looks something like this. I don't have all the details exact, but this should be pretty close. Yeah, probably. What's strange is I felt like I've seen it before. I passed the drawing to Adolf.
Hi, Shannon. Oh, thank you very much. I love my model too. It's very fun. I had so much fun reading it. And I'm so bouncy. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy.
When he nodded in confirmation, I then gave it to Dahut. For some reason, Dahut froze in place. He stared at the drawing from top to bottom as if completely entranced by the image. Is there a problem, Dahut?
何か気づいたことでもあるのか?
Yeah, do you recognize it? Dahut suddenly snapped back to reality.
ああ、すみません。こんな綺麗な模様、なかなかお目にかかれないのでつい。
No, that's a lie, honey.
あなたが見たのは多分スキャンタイプの遺伝子認証システムですね。うちの研究所にも導入されてます。
A gene authentication system. Activates for those registered with the DNA in the system. He explained that it was a security system where one registered their blood to trigger something to unlock in their presence.
対象がリライバーの場合、体に刻まれた文様が浮かび上がることがあるんです。
What? Yeah, we got authentic flower genes. The plantser in our blood. That plant cancer.
I have double ears because my father is an elf and my mother is a cat person.
I never knew such an innovative security system existed. My life was so distant from the technology that it felt like it came from another world.
そんな優れものがどうしてこいつに反応した?
Well, bad news, Adolf. Bad news.
それは僕にもなんとも。隠し部屋を作ったその女王様の血を引いている王族の一人。
What if our father is her son? What if our father is the son? Oh, that could work. That can't be. My parents gave birth to me in the Lycoris field. Yeah, I don't remember their names.
こいつは生まれて間もないところをリコリスノワージュの花畑に捨てられていたらしい。
リコリスノワージュの花畑。
Yeah.
うん。女王が協力者とやらと落ち合う場所として決めた場所と同じですね。
If we're a legitimate princess, and that's why Anku keeps calling us Himegimi, I'm gonna scream.
手記に登場したノワージュ家さんとやらが所有していることといい、やたらとあの花の話ばかりが出てくるのが。
Yeah. Do you think the Lycorises are involved somehow? I mean, the death that occurs when you pluck them is similar to the effects of the curse.
ええ。直接の原因ではなくても、咲いた状態のリコリスノワージュには何かが絡んでいるんでしょう。
Yeah, they're very related because they suck up the cancer in the ground.
とは言っても、 倒った瞬間に死んでしまっては
we should play more of.
調べようがないんですよね。
I want to play more of that game, but I also have other otomes to do, including one that I have to play next week, basically. But I'm excited because it's the code that I got, which I'm so freaking excited. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I got a code for an otome game. The game literally comes out in like a month. Like it comes out on September 12th, and I got it now. Wild. There's no way of testing that. We can't pick the flowers without dying. Yeah. He mentions that some have attempted to examine the flowers as a possible reason for the curse, but well, I'm going to do a stream of it because I can stream. There's no embargo. All attempts failed because after they were plucked, everyone present suffered and died shortly thereafter. But if what Yves and Anku said was true, the Lycris Noirs weren't the problem. I wanted to express that to Dahut, but Adolf and I both stayed quiet on the matter since we didn't have Yves' approval to discuss his mission with the others. Then again, we couldn't expect him to continue offering support if we kept so much secrets from him, including Anku's identity. I needed to discuss with everyone later whether we could let him in. Hi, Dahut. You want to learn everything we've been keeping from you?
一度研究所に戻ってリコリスについての文献を軽く調べてみます。
You know what I kind of want to do right now? I kind of want to look back at the previous streams and see if I can find what the names were. Or I wonder if I can, well, I was gonna say, I wonder if I could look on the wiki, and I'm like, yeah, I'll probably get spoiled to all fucking hell. Thank you, and please be careful. He was very quick to follow the lead we uncovered to confirm or rule out the Lycris' involvement. After confirming through the transmitter that there was no commotion from the castle, Dahut set off for the Institute. To be safe, Adolf would be escorting him back as his bodyguard, but you know what I will do, though? What I can do, no, go to VOD page. Because I can. I'm just gonna scrub through a little bit. Okay, no, not that one.
Hi, Jigglypuff, but meowing.
I'm trying to find a very specific little section in an older stream. It can't be that. I mean, because that's... You know what? I don't think I'm going to be able to find it quickly. Chloe and Daryl? Oh, yeah, that seems more... Yeah. So, maybe Christine, because that's close to Chloe, but don't know. Adolf stayed back at bodyguard. Hearing his transmitter go off, he quickly headed inside to answer the call. We decided to keep the assassination of the queen and her connections to the curse a secret, so that wouldn't be in danger, but...
信頼できる人になら協力者になってもらうのもいいでしょうね。お二人の場合は、イブさんたちクルーンさんでしょうか。
Yeah, we only have Yves and Karun. From your perspective, is she untrustworthy?
どうでしょう。リライバー研究と呪いの解明。どちらにより興味があるか次第。
That makes sense.
あ、そうそう。例の遺伝子認証システム。多分故障で誤作動しただけだと思いますが、一応。あなたの血液を取らせてもらってもいいですか？
Here we go with the blood.
王族じゃなくても城の関係者の血縁って可能性もありますし。
Dahoot's profession must have him ready for anything, as he brought a medical kit from his pouch for taking blood samples. Oh, I hadn't had any blood drawn from me since I was little, and Mother had me take some tests to see if I had any diseases. I wasn't too fond of those needles, but I should offer him my... Is Anku?
ダメだ、姫君。どんなに小さくとも、君の美しい肌に傷をつけさせるわけにはいかない。
Anku steps in. Yeah. Anku quietly moved next to me and stopped me from extending my arm. Dahoot and I looked at him in surprise. Anku gracefully moved in front of me and took a step toward Dahoot. Like before, he stared at Dahoot's face again.
僕の顔に何かついてますです。
Dahoot frowned, probably because he said something was different about Anku based on his personality and appearance.
君は一体誰だ?
Oh, what?
の彼のそばに君のような少年などいなかったはずだが。
え?
Huh? Anku tilted his head in bewilderment while muttering to himself. Who is he? But he already introduced himself.
もしかして忘れられちゃった感じです。
Yeah, Anku being creepy.
割と覚えやすい名前だと思ってたんだけどな。
Wait, what if Dahoot's the son? Wait. What if Dahoot's the son? And that's why he's trying so hard to bring back his mom. Anku didn't respond and continued to silently stare at Dahoot's face until...
さほど気にすることではないか。
Yeah, I don't know.
大方によって
Oh God!
以上生き延びた人間の子供だろう。
えはいなんて
Anku nodded. Huh? He quietly headed back to the house, as if satisfied by the answers he gave to his own question. Okay, break time. Holy frickamole. What is going on? What is going on? Anku knows so much and we're not allowed to hear it, and that's driving me nuts. I wanna know. I wanna know. I guess, yeah. I guess. Kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Yeah. To know it all. I still think it could be the fact that that Dahoot is the son of the queen, because then that would explain why he wants to bring his mom back so badly. But but also maybe not, because the royal family is so buddy-buddy with him. If they knew he was the son, maybe they wouldn't really be buddy-buddy, but I don't know. Yeah, I do not recall him, a young man like you, Yeah. It doesn't fit, though. I don't know. But also, I don't know if that's just the actual, like, letters of the word, or if that's just how many characters they had to fill out. No. No, Prince is 5. And there's only 4 and 6. Yeah, I don't know. Prince is 6? Oh, it is. I can't spell. I can't count. Look, I've looked at my own name so many times, it has ceased to become a word. He must be one of the children who survived beyond due to What could it be? Hi, Keeks! Hi, Kiki! Oh, what a good girl you are! My Kika
Kika Squeaka. Oh, Kika Squeaka.
Yeah. Because adulthood is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I don't know. He quietly headed back to the house, as satisfied by the answers he gave to his own question. Don't worry about Anku, he's a little weird.
Hi, baby.
Anku's intervention muddled the request to have my blood sampled. Probably weirded out over the interaction. Dahu quickly left with Adolf as soon as he returned. Yeah, and that might be why Anku didn't want him to take our blood. He didn't want him to figure out the plantser. Maybe that would have thrown everything out of whack, but I don't know. I don't know.
どうしてアドルフさんは
Oh.
リライバーになるのをそんなにも嫌がるんですか？
なんだいきなり。
Because I'm not affected by the curse. They cautiously made their way to the institute. Adolf frowned for a moment at the young man's question, but he calmly responded as they continued walking.
人の事情に踏み込みたいなら、まずは自分の事情から語れ。
Yeah.
お前はなぜいきなり呪いを解きたいなんて言い出した？
それは前に説明した通り、研究者としての好奇心で。
見くびるなよ、ダーハト。お前みたいな子供の姿のリライバーは実年齢を問わず侮られることが多い。今の地位をつかむまでは相当な苦労と努力をしてきただろう。そんな人間が好奇心一つのために必死に積み上げてきた自分の立場を危険にさらすとは思えない。
There must be another reason for his decision.
とはいえ僕もお二人のお手伝いをするだけで呪いが打破できるとは思ってません。そんな簡単な問題なら、シアンさんがとっくに解決しているはずですから。
Are you helping us?
純粋なる知的好奇心ですかね。それと、ナディアと出会ったせいか。ちょっと少しでも状況がいい。
Yeah, we literally saw that a little bit earlier. He spoke as if he wasn't directly involved, but
本当の理由はナディア。ちょうどあの少女は兄に迫る寿命の件で悩んでたからな。
Yeah. After Adolf calmly explained his reasoning, Dahut shrugged. Also, I don't think even getting rid of the curse would save Lucas because he's already lost like all of his chromosomes. A shrug of acceptance and surrender.
当たりです。
Does Dahut have a crush?
隠してたわけじゃないんです
That's
よ。
weird.
恥ずかしい。
いや、だって彼女と初めて出会った時に。
Yeah. Does she remind you of your mom? Or something weird like that?
よかった。私、変なことを言ってるわけじゃないのね。でも、それならどうしてみんな、私のこの願いを聞いて笑うのかしら。記憶も体も、寿命も、全部失いたくないって思うのは、リライバーになって、兄様への親愛と、兄様と繋いだ手を失うのは嫌だわ。でもだからといって短命も悲しい。やりたいことはまだたくさんある。兄様が恋人を作るところを見届けたい。私はこんな体で23歳まで生きるどころじゃないけれど。
So here's the bad thing. Nadia, you're not even gonna get to see probably next year.
なんで他のみんなは健康でいくらでも自由に生きれるのに。
You're gonna get turned into a genetically modified wife.
ありのままの命で長生きしたいという願いを、私、見えない呪いに怯えながら半端な不老をずーっと続けるより、十分に生きたと思える人生を大切な人と歩みたいわ。
人としての正しい生き方を解かれちゃったんですもん。
Okay. In a country with extreme views on life, very few people had opinions like Nadia's. When they did speak up, they were ridiculed for their ideas and thought of as heretics for not worshipping the current system. Yeah. Yeah. But this desire was very similar to the wish Prince expressed.
実は僕にはバックアップを取れずに亡くなった母がいて、彼女を蘇らせるために研究者になったんです。
バックアップがない。素材となる記憶や遺伝子がないなら、リライバーには。
はい。絶望的ですね。
Still, he didn't want to give up. If there was some way he could revive his mother's genes and memories, then perhaps...
死ぬ前に抱いていた僕との思い出と感情を両立した上で
Yeah, just curious. What's your mom's name?
蘇らせてあげたかった。仮に母の復活が叶わなくても、僕と同じ願いを抱く恋人たちや家族を救えればいい。
Yeah, Nadia needs to be protected.
大事な感情さえメモリーに持ち越せれば、リライバーにはもう欠陥なんてないんだって。でもね、あなたの言う通り、ナディアと友達になって、なんかちょっと違くないって。
違う？
感情を引き継ぐことができても、素敵な体験をしたボディは結局、僕で例えるなら、先日ナディアと友達になろうと握手したこの手が、それってなんか虚しいですよね。
Well, in 7 years, everything is different because that's how long it takes your body to replace all your skin cells. So, yeah, exactly.
俺もあいつの頭を撫でた。この手が欲しい。
Dahoot smiled happily, seeing that Elf agreed with this sentiment.
せっかく母が蘇るのなら、僕はナディアが思い描いたような心と体、両方の思いを大事にできる。だから呪いを解きます。まあこれも自己満足なのかもしれませんけど。
今更だな。だが悪くはない変化だと思う。俺はその考え方の方が好ましい。
ありがとうございます。母はナディアと全く同じ、普通の人間に憧れ、それになろうとする不思議な人でした。そのせいで彼女の言葉がより心に染みたのかもしれませんね。
I guess she sought to become a normal human. I guess that's the unusual, but... Dahoot looked up at the moon, remembering the past as all of not in agreement. Searching ways to transfer... Yeah, finding Nadia's strength that is desired.
それじゃあ今度はアドルフさんの番です。
Damn. I was probably hoping he'd forgotten.
どうしてそんなにリライバー化を嫌がるんですか？エクソシスト教団の皆さんと似たような理由？お金の関係？僕みたいに感情の維持にこだわりがあるとか？
いや、もっと単純な話だ。
Is he just gonna be true? After some hesitation, Adolf responded in exchange to Hoot's honesty.
恐ろしいだろ。未知の技術に自分の命を預けるなんて。クローンとか脳から記憶を吸い出すとか、一体どういう理屈で実現させてんだ。
The sound of their footsteps gradually shifted in the silence that followed Al's response. Oh.
何ですかそれ。めちゃくちゃ普通な理由じゃないですか。
I mean, true, yeah.
僕はてっきりもっと複雑な事情があるものと。
Yeah, normal boomer things. How does the phone work? Their footsteps came to a halt with Dahoot's roaring laughter.
悪かったな。普通で。
The ethics of becoming a reliver, the issue of transferring emotions, the desire to live like those in the outside world, none of that mattered. For Adolf, he bristled at the thought of becoming a reliver the same way a child resisted going to the doctor. After decades, the technology that he was afraid of had become a natural part of life.
そんな普通な理由でリライバー化を拒絶する普通な人、初めて見ました。
Despite that,
いいんじゃないですか。一人くらいはそんな普通の人間がいてもね。
人を普通と連呼するな。それで褒めてるつもりなのか。
Adolf knew exactly how normal he was and that he lacked the power to protect Prince. It had bothered Adolf for some time now. Sir, you are not normal.
いいじゃないですか。その普通はきっとこの国における特別です。僕はアドルフさんみたいな考え方嫌いじゃないですよ。
As a researcher, perhaps he should be more indignant. In actuality, Dahut was unexpectedly pleased by such a straightforward reason. Yeah. A short while later, Adolf returned from escorting Dahut safely back to the Institute, told me everything that happened. I see Dahut's thinking about his mother too. But I never expected that to be the reason you didn't want to be a reliver, Adolf. So much has happened since then. I guess we haven't had much time to talk about it.
白状だと思うか？お前への感情の喪失が拒絶の理由ではないこと。
Huh? He must mean the same reason why Lucas and Nadia had given up on extending their lives. Their decision was to be respected, but it was also a very sad decision to make. Of course not. I mean, I am surprised, but Adolf, what you think and feel belongs to you. I don't have the right to change that. Actually, I'm relieved that you have your own reasons because you're always putting me in the orphanage first. Adolf was simply scared of becoming a reliver, not because he had a bias against them. There was no reason to believe he was heartless.
ありがとう。
Adolf's tension dissipated when he heard my honest response.
だが、誤解するな。リライバーにならない理由でこそないが、お前が何よりも大切な存在であることは変わらない。
Really, Adolf, after what I just said? I'll yawn in your general direction. I wanted him to think about his own happiness for a change, but noticing that our conversation hadn't been interrupted, Adolf began looking around the room. Where's Anku?
アンクはどうした？さっきから姿が見えないが。
He needed to go back to Hades to rest since he stayed in the overworld for too long. He only left a short while ago. I was going to ask him whether I could disclose his identity to Dahut, but he said he didn't have time.
相変わらず自分勝手なやつだ。だがまあそのうち気まぐれに顔を出すだろう。
Yeah, I mean, Adolf is gonna do what Adolf is gonna do, and we're just here. It's Adolf's world, and we're just living in it. You know how it goes. With that, Adolf got changed and sat down comfortably on his bed now that it wasn't cramped. Oh. It's so quiet. Things have been really noisy since Anku decided to stay with us.
せいせいしてる。
Yeah, Anku's world.
いっそこのまま帰ってこなけりゃいい。
La 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 Anku's world. Oh, don't be like that. Why are you so cold towards Anku after all the time we spent together?
なんとなくだ。あいつを見ていると無性に苛立って仕方ない。
Blessings.
So you've just taken a dislike to him? That's like something the children would do. Then again, I had a feeling Anku also disliked Adolf on the same basis. Anyway, the house felt cramped with the three of us, but now it felt very spacious. I hope Anku returns quickly. I know it's strange, but I actually want to see them together again and argue over the smallest things. My loneliness went away sooner than I thought. Mathis!
はじめまして。僕はマティス・
Yeah,
クロー
we
ドと
started
言いま
shipping.
す。
We know who you are.
ジャンがクルーンさんを訪ねて
Oh, we did meet Mathis. That's right.
ブローを捕まえる作戦を練るとお聞きして、僕も参加させてはもらえないでしょうか。
We are full up.
は？
Early the next morning, we saw a car stop in front of the house, so Adolf got up to see what was going on.
研究所に比べる
Oh
とやは
God!
り狭いな。
Shin, why are you
まあ
here?
数日の辛抱だ。だけど
Huh? Excuse me, but who are you? A lethargic-looking man in a white lab coat entered the house without permission, carried books and other materials. Hi, Yves. Yeah, party Adolfs again.
待って。この状況を放置してどこに行くつもりだ、イーブ。
Adolf mercilessly grabbed Yves' shoulder as he tried to sneak away.
これはどういうことだ。なんで俺の家に見知らぬ男どもが一斉に上がり込もうとしてる。
あ、いや、ごめん。 これには深い事情があるんだ。みんなで例のブローを捕まえる計画を立てたんだけど、そういえばアドルフの家は町外れにあったな。普段だったらあの場所を借りるのになって。
つぶやいたら、
君の許可を取る前にさっきの彼シアンさんが決定事項にしちゃって。
Eves gave an apologetic explanation, and I noticed the stack of belongings behind him. Huh? Xian? It can't be. That Xian Brofis? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because we weren't taking part in the whole chasing Buro. Yeah. Astonished, I looked back at the man who came in, whereas Adolf...
Eve.
Nani?
Amazing.
そこに膝をついて座れ。俺がいいと言うまで楽になれると思うなよ。
I didn't know those two were like that. Later, Eves ended up lying down on the floor crying as his legs were cramped. Adolf didn't tell him to move at all. Mathis told us that his brother was killed by the murder nose. But oh, Shin was the famous scientist we had heard of who left Dahut to look at the Institute while he investigated the deaths on his own. Seems Shen put in a work order with Yves and Hugo Karun to investigate the deaths and guard him while he was outside. But oh, apparently either stole or destroyed the bodies that were taken to the Institute and autopsied. They then chose Adolf's house to act as a base of operations since its secluded location kept it relatively safe. The royal family issued a gag order about the deaths and the suspended the core?
厳密には自警団だけじゃなく全国民にもね。マティスの家にもわざわざ兵が釘を刺しに来て驚いたよ。
情報が規制されていたのはブローの事件。この衛兵の失態に関わることだけだったはずだが。
はい。
Mathis, who seemed to be very shy, responded in a shaking voice.
変死事件や殺人事件だけじゃなくて、あらゆる事件という事件に一般人は関わるなって、もともとシュディからクーネにかけて娼婦の方々が失踪する事件が起きてたんですが、
Everything's coming together.
その捜索や
Everything's coming
噂すらも
together.
ダメだって。
Since you couldn't act publicly, you decided to use Adolf's house as your base of operations. Yeah, exactly. Those aren't Buro, those are Jean.
一言いいか。
なんだ
I don't know.
今までもうすうす感じてはいたが、王族どもはバカの集まりか。そんな命令を発した時点で自分たちが何かしら関与していると白状したようなものだろう。
Yeah.
そんなはっきり
全面的に同意する。例外である一人を除いて、
Oh, you mean Christine?
あの愚かさはもはや遺伝だろうな。だが変死事件の調査を禁ずるということは、俺の動きを封じて機嫌を損ねるのも同義。どれだけ連中がバカでもそんなリスクを自ら負うとは思えん。依頼バーカの権利を奪われたらそれまでだからな。それを承知の上で禁ずるのなら何かしらの狙いがあるんだろう。
Yes. Yeah. No, well, Dahut was in the vents and he escaped. Yeah. Yeah, the royal family was involved. I was reminded of the Queen's diary, which cursed her family for interfering with her ambitions.
もし王族の人たちが最近多発している一連の事件に関与しているとしたら、
So how are they involved? Because we know that Buro is not involved with the royal family.
最初のブローの件もこの衛兵の失態を隠す
How
の
is the
とは
royal
別に
family involved?
被害者がほぼ全員リライバーっていうのも何か関係があるんでしょうか。
Huh? Really?
はい。
Oh yeah, we found that.
イブさんたちの調査でなんとか明らかに。
Suicides with relivers gouging their hearts out, which we know is based on the memory overload. Relivers being murdered by Buro, we know that's Lucas. Missing reliver prostitutes, we know that's Jean. Maybe there was more.
下手人は別だとして 裏で手引きしている
There's
存在
not
がいるのかもしれない。
No, each of them have their own fucked up ways of doing these.
最も有力な候補は王族の連中。変死事件の原因をリライバーの不具合
Well,
と
there is
断
a
じれ
bug.
ば、俺に責任を押し付
Someone
け
put-
糾弾することが可能となり、
There is a bug, we just never figured out who put it there.
ブローにシュディの有力な出資者を殺させれば、娼婦誘拐事件。
でも、
俺の代わりとして擁立できる別の傀儡でも見つけたんだ。
Now that we know what all this actually is, this is just kind of painful. Seeing them come up with these theories that we know are wrong.
Hi, Lilith.
Seemed to make sense, coming from what was written in diaries.
王族が何かを企んでいるのなら、あんたは研究所に戻らない方がよ。
元よりある程度の成果を得られるまで戻るつもりは
Cover
な
the
かった。
corpses from the suicides.
まずは
Yeah.
変死。
Seeing she has scythe, exasperation methods timidly raised his hand. We first captured Budo. He could be hired by the royal family. He's not.
そうだね。
Uh-huh.
真相がど
Can't
う
let
だ
him run
そ
free.
のための計画もすで
Cross
に
House
練
the
って
core
ある
leader, the maiden of death. Hearing him call me death bait Alice Brochwich. Putting aside Adolf for now, you know who I am?
うさんくさい噂が絶えずセルネボルまで届くので。
I wouldn't know that. They know each other. Wonder if the letters I delivered from Mother to the Institute were for Xian.
俺は
Seeing Adolf look at me, I quickly nodded. Yeah,
こんな大勢に住居を提供するんだ。
なん
今回の作戦が終わったら、
I wanna know.
この国を覆う死神の呪いを解く方法について、可能なら協力してもらいたい。
ほう。
Everyone was startled to hear Adolf bring up the idea of lifting the curse that they had long accepted as part of their lives.
死神の呪い
3.
それって寿命の
Yeah,
件
longevity.
ああ、俺たちはその呪いと、こいつが死神と呼ばれるゆえんを
Well,
完全に消すつもりで行動している。
we know it's not that easy. We are 1, 2, 3, 4. We are 4 in chapter 3. Chapter 1 was freaking like 23 things long. Chapter 2 was 13. Or no, chapter 1 was like 27. Chapter 2, 13. Now we're on chapter 3. There's 6 chapters though, so it was a huge chapter. Until now, no one had ever really discussed this idea with others. Use and methods exchanged surprised glances. Jin remained calm without even a twitch of his
なる
brow.
ほど。ただの妄想を口にしているわけでもなさそうだ。何かしら解ける根拠があっての発言か。
Yeah.
Squeaky.
Adolf and I calmly began to explain. We told everyone that we wanted to uncover the source of the curse. That there was a good chance that the royal family was involved and that they may have assassinated the queen over it. Whereas my husband, he went back to Hades for a little bit. He's just gone for a bit. We went on to explain how Dahu was offering to help us, though once again we kept quiet about Anku's existence. When Adolf was finished talking, Shen broke into a grin.
いいだろう。俺も真っ向からのアプローチを諦めたわけではないからな。ブローの捕獲が成功した暁には、いくらでもお前の話を聞いてやる。
I almost said he wants to fuck me in peace. He wants to flirt with me in peace.
What are you doing? I was gonna say, do you need help?
As we know, was we were able to catch her. But oh, Xian, the god who was born among mortals, hadn't forgotten his original objective, solve the mystery of the curse. As he smiled confidently, Yves and Mathis are also willingly offered to help. Yay, cool. All right. For a few minutes later, the butler Mathis mentioned earlier by the name of Jean came by, introduced himself. Are we all gonna go drink again? Later, while everyone was unpacking. Oh no, we're not gonna get the drinking because Lucas is in a coma. Everyone was unpacking in preparation for living together. Oh, does Lucas pass away?
そういえば、ダハトからナディア宛ての手紙を預かった。
He's dying of the curse. Like, really fast.
しばらくは研究所にこもるから、次に見舞いに行く際にでも渡しておいてほしい。
So to fulfill his request. Yeah. Lucas, what a relief. You can stand up now? Oh, okay, he's alright.
ええ、まだ退院こそできませんが。
Did you get up on the bed just to get down off the bed? Silly cat. I was in Nadia's room at the hospital with Mathis, who offered to escort me. By chance, I happened to meet Lucas, who seemed to have recovered quite a bit. I first handed Nadia the letter, and as she read it with great excitement, we stepped out into the hallway to share the information we had, since Lucas might know something about the curse of the deaths. Yeah, he knows.
リュカ先生、この間は励ましていただき、あの日の失敗を生かして、僕、ちゃんと皆さんと協力して。
捕まえる？何のお話ですか?
Well, it seemed that Mathis met Lucas here at the hospital after Yves and the others first encountered Bordeaux. He appreciated Lucas's encouragement, and since then had admired Lucas as his new student. You mean teacher? But when Lucas heard about the situation and our plan, he gave a deep frown.
そのような危険な計画に君まで参加するなんて、せめて体調が良ければ私も保護者として同伴したのですが。
I appreciate the thought, but Lucas, please focus on recovering for Nadia's sake.
そうですよ。
Hydrate.
彼女のことは僕らが守りますから。
I love my water.
先生は安心してください。
I love my water.
So I'll be right back. I gotta go run to the kitchen and grab my water bottle, which I totally didn't mean to forget there. I literally filled it up and left it in the kitchen. Okay, I have my water. I mean, yeah, I'm being stolen violently by spirits. They want my money. They're like, you owe us money. And I'm like, no, I fucking don't. No, fucking don't. Alright. Hydration. Hydration and stretches. Mathis will protect us. Absolutely.
それは頼もしいですね。
Yeah, exactly.
では、彼女の騎士は君たちに任せて、私は神に無事を祈るとしましょう。
I actually helped with writing leases recently. Yeah, I'm better. I'm back in my seat. So, Tracky's back. So,
blessings,
and then of course a hiccup. Blessings again. We returned to Nadia's room and saw her happily sitting up in bed with the letter spread open. Aww.
ダハト君。ああ、例の国立研究所の副所長だという。
Yep, the researcher became friends with his younger sister while he was unconscious. Lucas nodded in interest, hearing Dahoot's name.
What did Dahoot write to you about?
Nadia carefully turned the letter back towards her, and with a smile like that of a blooming flower, she began to read it aloud.
僕の新たな友達、ナディアへ、君との出会いに、心からの感謝を。
Yes, he is.
君が普通の未来を語ってくれたおかげで、僕も決心がつきました。僕は今の研究とは別に、短命の悲劇、死神の呪いを解くための研究を始めようと思います。無謀な挑戦かもしれませんが、もしもその願いが叶ったら、
All he did was he was there while Lucas started coughing and he led Lucas away. And that was all he did.
大切なことを思い出させてくれた。君のお兄さんを真っ先に助ける。
He'll leave the institute.
君の病を治し、理想通
To,
りに
to become a to become a doctor?
長生きさせることができる。だから、泣かないで。
Oh.
もう少しだけ。
Yeah.
この世界に絶望せず。
ですって。ダハト君が夢を叶えたら、私、
Yeah.
もっともっと兄様のそばにいられるかもしれないわ。こんな優しい友達を持てて、私はきっと世界で一番の果報者だわ。
It was a beautiful letter, with Dahoud's kindness written into every word. This was Nadia's second time reading it, and she was so full of joy that she looked as though she could cry. Her brother's looming death might be averted. There was no trace of sadness in her tears. I then shared with everyone that Dahoud had already taken steps towards uncovering the source of the curse.
素敵な手紙ですね。もしそのダハトさんが本当に呪いを解いてくれたら、僕の執事ジャンも
Well, bad news about
大
that.
切な恋人と一緒に
Jean is engaged? To a dead woman.
会ったことはないけれど
I tilted my head in confusion when he said sister-in-law. He shall explain that he and Gina had known each other since childhood. They shared so many experiences, good and bad, that Mathis considered him his older brother. This felt so strange. Yeah. The contract that Anku offered to me had changed into a very real desire. It slowly spread and transformed into hope. Seeing how things were coming together made me feel happy. Uh-oh, well, it won't be together for long. Also, unfortunate, does not exist, genetic problems. It was the same with Lucas. He read the letter again, looking at it as though it shone with Dahoud's brightness. Yeah, huh? Lucas?
大丈夫ですか？急に
Oh, this is throwing Lucas's entire worldview upside down. Worried, Mathis walked towards her to provide support, but...
ああ、やはりここにいたのか、リュカ君。天敵の時間だというのに、病室を抜け出されては困るな。
A sharp-eyed man appeared. Dr. Kapashin, the minister of the Society of Exorcists and director of the hospital, reached Lucas first and patted his shoulder.
カプシーナ先生、ごきげんよ
う。うん、ごきげんよう。今日は調子がいいようだね、ナディア君。
Yeah.
新しいお友達にたくさん元気を分けてもらったから。
え？天敵って？
カプシーナ先生、兄様はもう容体が安定したのではない？
それはそうなのだがね。まだ若干貧血気味だから。
Uh-oh.
おとなしくしているよう言い聞かせておいたんだ。
He's just drugging him horribly.
だが様子を見に来てみれば、案の定だよ。先日のイブ君と困った患者ばかりで参ってしまう。
Dr. Kapshi shrugged and looked at Luke, then took Lucas's frail wrist to urge him to move. As I turned towards him, my eyes met the doctor's narrow gaze.
ああ、君がリュカ君の言っていたお嬢さんか。ナディア君と友達になってくれたそうだね。
Yes, my name is Prince. I believe I heard you mention Yi's name just now. He's a dear friend of mine. Thank you so much for taking good care of him.
礼儀正しい子だ。さすがはリュカ君の教え子。私個人としても、ぜひ君と。
Yes, of course.
待ってください、カプシーヌ様。彼女は。
黙ってついてきなさい、リュカ君。途中で倒れても、貧弱な私では君の体を背負ってあげられないよ。
Before Lucas could say anything else, Dr. Kapshi pulled him out of the room.
先生、本当に大丈夫でしょうか？
No, not at all. I'm a little worried myself.
カプシーナ先生が一緒なら大丈夫。
Oh, yeah, because he's pumped full of fucking drugs.
兄様はいつも元気になって戻ってくるもの。
I'm relieved to hear that, Nadia. Nadia read the letter over and over again, happily soaking up its contents. I mean, Nadia was a bright and innocent girl to begin with, and now, with the hope she might actually be able to live with her brother for a long time, her smile was brighter than ever. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he'll make it in time. No, we'll make sure it happens in time. I couldn't just rely on someone else to do everything. We needed to do what we could so that we could create the future Nadia dreamed of. Oh, God. Knowing it all goes wrong just hurts. A few days passed after we all started living together at Elle's house. Under Shan's lead, we prepared a plan to lure out Bodo. We succeeded by creating some dummy corpses, cornered him deep in an alley. Oh no, are we actually going to capture Bodo? They fought with all their might. It brought him to his knees.
さて、
Uh-huh.
とっとと身分としたい。
Yep. Suddenly, a shadow covered me. What? The air shook itself from the impact. The blade that was swung down towards me was blocked by Mathis' small knife. There's been no acid so far. Mathis? My cry suddenly brought everyone back to motion. The assailant who cracked Mathis' sturdy knife with a single blow was... True Budo. Okay, nope. So we get to see the true Budo.
さては違法。
Yves and Adolf drew their swords and closed in. Sensing that I'd only be in the way, I quickly moved back. As the Budo knew what I was going to do, he quickly knocked away Mathis' knife. Huh? What happened next was completely unexpected. It wasn't just to cause confusion. He was targeting me specifically, even though I wasn't a reliver. It was only when Mathis dropped to his knees and Budo sped past him that I realized I was his prey. Adolf made a mad dash towards me. That the other Budo, who was supposed to be unconscious, got to his feet and ran after Adolf in a flash. Adolf, behind you! Unable to block the attack from behind with his sword, Adolf was blown back into a wall and knocked unconscious. Before I could say anything, a giant blade came down on me from above. I'm going to die. Before that became reality, I did my best to throw the first aid kit I had in my hand. The bandages and medicine flew about, blocking Budo's view. It brought me only a fraction of a second. Oh. For some reason, his halberd slightly swerved from my childish retaliation. Ow! His blade slashed my upper arm, but it wasn't deep enough to kill me. Yeah, there it is. Mathis positioned his knife and stabbed it deep into Budo's stomach. Uh-oh. His deceptively frail appearance didn't match the immense strength he displayed. Mathis' voice was low growl as he faced off his brother's killer. I ignored the sharp pain in my arm so I could help Mathis push the knife deeper into Budo's stomach. Oh no. Budo groaned in pain, trying to grab Mathis' wrist and attempt to move the knife, but before he could... The white falling stars waved for the sky. As they approached, they took the shape of arrows, but Budo swatted them all out of the air, using the opportunity. What the fuck is going on?
本の虫の血筋にしてはいい動きをするじゃないか。特にこの男の血と肉を採取したのは大手柄だ。本来なら見捨てるところだが、特別に命がけで助けた。
we got flesh and blood.
君もおとなしい子だと思ってたけど。
What the fuck?
結構おてんばだね。シアンさん。
Yves? Before I knew it, Shan took Mathis, who had a bloody knife in his hands, while Yves carried me in his arms and moved us away from Budo.
可能なら生け捕りにしたかったが。
Yeah.
わかりました。
Hey, we're going, we're leaving, we're running. Adolf's okay? Yves and Shan spread out and went into different alleys with us in their arms. Wait, Yves, we can't leave Adolf back there.
大丈夫。なんでかはわからないけど、ブローの狙いは君だ。追跡をやめてまでアドルフを攻撃しないはず。
Behind you! Yves held his breath and crouched low. Why is he after us? The next moment, a halberd came hurtling above us and destroyed the wall to the side.
ほら、もう追いついてきた。
Oh, Lucas got uber brainwashed. The Budo came after us. That came after us was the one Mathis injured with his knife. Yeah. He moved quickly as if he wasn't injured, mercilessly closing in on us.
早い。この感覚、師匠の修行から脱走した時の恐怖を思い出しちゃうな。
Well, okay, so Budo isn't sent by the royals. Budo is completely controlled by the cult. There's no time in talking. Use his weapon again. He's coming straight for us. The blow destroyed everything in its path. Yves somehow evaded the attacks using my words as a guide, but that had its limits. A new source of despair descended upon us. Another man with the same appearance showed up to block the way.
は3人目
Oh god, the unexpected appearance of another Budo totally caught Yves off guard.
ごめんあとは自力で逃げて
Yeah. 3 clones of Lucas. Yves forcefully shoved me down another path just before sustaining an attack that drew blood from his arm. Yves! His expression was suddenly tense. He drew his sword and motioned for me to escape as his face grew pale from the loss of blood. I was only a burden to Yves. He probably only had enough strength left to stop them from coming after me. Please stay alive! I gritted my teeth with frustration and ran through a narrow path, hoping that they wouldn't be able to get through. I did my best to run through the alleys as randomly as possible so that I could lose them. I ran and ran and ran to the point that I felt like my lungs would burst. Oh boy. I finally had to stop and catch my breath. I found myself on a quiet open road. By the time I realized where I was and tried to turn back, it was too late. Finding me in an open area, the Budo I expected was the real one came down from above and landed in front of me. More than fear, I was gripped by a sense of hopelessness. There had to be some way to escape. I couldn't die now after everything the others had done. Budo lowered his weapon and slowly walked towards me, just as he extended his arm towards me. Anku!
私の大事な女に血に濡れた汚い手で触れるな。
In the next moment, pale hands covered Budo's face. Budo flinched instinctively from the coldest of the hands. But that only lasted a second before he quickly slung his halberd and cut off the hands that were covering his face. But the attack was meaningless. Anku grinned eerily without showing any pain whatsoever. A sudden gurgling sound could be heard. Ugh, and immediately new hands were born. Budo shouted for the first time at the unrealistic sight. As he jumped back, Anku pulled me behind him. Oh. Yeah. Huh. He roared a warning and pointed his halberd. That voice, it can't be. Oh, fuck. Oh, whoa! I guess.
全く知らない相手となるとさすがの私も少々やりづらい。
Oh?
ここは奥の手を使わせてもらおう。
Anku reached into his robe as Budo positioned his halberd. They glowered at each other with ferocity. One was a monster with superhuman strength. The other was a monster who defied death. I don't know. But the clash never happened. One of them quickly evaded an arrow from above, and the other remained still as the arrow pierced his body. Another attacker had arrived on the scene. Under the beautiful starry sky, a shadowy figure looked down at us from the rooftop. Huh? Salome!
あなたとアドルフには少し反省する時間が必要なようね。でもその前にそこの悪い子を追い返さないと。
What? Mother? There's no way I'd mistake her. The person was indeed my foster mother. She pulled back another arrow with a glistening purple tip. He still had his wound on his stomach and was now against the Watchman of Death and a siege of arrows from above. Judging that he was at a disadvantage, Budo leapt into the darkness and disappeared. I'm saved? My strength quickly left me as I fell to my knees. The wound that Budo inflicted on me was rather deep. Blood was pouring on my open flesh. Anku quickly tore a piece of his robe and used it as a bandage to stop the bleeding. Yeah, bye, Lucas. It suddenly got quiet. Does that mean the others retreated too? Oh, we're all lost here. You're right, we should get going. Anku let me his hand so I could stand up. Are we gonna see our mom? Yep, there she is. What the fuck? Mother! Mother quickly made her way down from the roof and was running towards me. She looked like she was about to cry. I had no idea how and why she appeared with a weapon, but her precise attacks saved my life, and I needed to thank her. Oh. But Anku denied me before I could. Just as I was about to run to meet Mother, he grabbed my wrist and held me in place. Yeah. Okay, so we actually did learn in Yves' route that there were clones of Lucas made. There were clones made of Lucas by Capuchin. So all of those could be Lucas clones. Yeah. I don't know. Your grandma just helped me place. My confusion was answered immediately. Oh god! Anku used his other hand to grab another arrow flying through the air. The arrow's shaft was sharpened, which drew blood from Anku's hand. The person who shot the arrow that could have killed a normal human was... Mother? Why? I looked at her in disbelief. Anku's palm quickly began to heal as soon as he tossed the arrow aside. Mother's disappointed expression was visible even from a distance.
また傷が消えた。どうやらさっきの光景は見間違いではなかったようね。
Mother lowered her bow, though she still appeared vigilant.
あなたは一体私の大事な娘に何をするつもり？
Huh?
私がどう答えたところで意味はないのだ。
What?
あなたの中で私はマナ娘に危害を加える極悪人で結論が出ているようだからね。そしてどう扱おうと自由な化け物としても。
I looked on in a stunned silence as tension filled the air until... Oh, you got him wrong, Mom. Anku does have mysterious powers, but he's not bad, and he's on my side. Yeah. He even worked with Adolf to save me. Adolf told you, didn't he? We're working together, trying to get rid of the curse. I desperately pleaded his innocence, as my wish was no longer just my own, but...
残念だわ。あなたも。
Oh, Salome!
危険な真似はするなと。私はあれだけあなたに言い聞かせていたわよね。なのに、よりにもよって。
Thanks for the head pass.
王城に忍び込んだ挙句。
How the fuck does she know that?
ブロフィワーズと手を組もうとするなんて。一体どれだけ身を危険にさらせば気が済むのかしら。
What?
どうしてそれを？
私には可愛い協力者がいてね。
Dahu?
あなたたちが無茶をしないか、それとなく見張ってもらっていたの。母の過保護を甘く見た。あなたの負けね。
は？
忠告を無視したのは。だが俺はもう守るというエゴであいつの意志を殺したくはない。今まであいつから生きるための強い気力を奪っていたのは、俺たちなんだ、マム。
What?
ごめんなさい。ついカッとなってあなたの顔に矢を刺すところだったわ。でもそれでも私はあなたたち二人だけは失うわけにはいかないの。
Oh, she's lost it.
そう、たとえどんなに恨まれたとしても。
Huh? What?
アドルフと同じわがま。
Huh? I don't know what she did at the end there. Uh-huh. Mother, what did you do with Adolf?
ああ、アドルフなら心配いらない。鎖でしっかり拘束しておいたからすぐに迎えに行ける。
What the fuck?
頭を冷やすためにもしばらく二人揃って施設の倉庫に入りましょうね。
I was frozen with fear and couldn't breathe. Who was this person? Mother, please calm down. Nothing will change, even if we both go back to the orphanage. Since Budo escaped, we need to set up a new plan or more victims will...
それをあなたたちが行う義務なんてどこにもない。犯罪者の調査は本来この衛兵たちの仕事なのだから。王族から静かにと、そう言われたのでしょ。だったら言うことを聞いて。
My loving foster mother. I'd never heard her speak in such a cold and ruthless tone before. Mother. I understood well enough that she was worried about me, but I sensed something else in her voice, something frightening that I couldn't understand.
違うな。あなたの目的は子を守ることだけではない。
え
Mother's expression twitched when Anku spoke.
あなた、何を？
やれやれ。自覚がないのかな。あなたは彼女を説得しながらも 視線だけはずっと私に注ぎ、その一挙一動を常に見張っていた。
それはあなたがその子に危害を加えないように。
ならばなおのこと彼女の説得よりも先に私との交渉を始めるべきだろう。それをしなかったのはあわよくば彼女を保護するとともに人質にし、私の身柄を確保したかったからでは。
Mother's expression changed immediately on Anku's low voice.
適当なことを言わないでちょうだい。そんなことをして私に何の得が。
私の節を目にした時の好奇と欲に濁ったその瞳。嫌というほどに覚えがある。
Mother was too stunned to respond.
残念だよ。あなたにだけはそんな目を向けられたくはなかった。
Anku's expression showed intense sorrow. Instead of tears, a small object fell from his robe. Suddenly, white smoke began to spread at his feet. I don't know. Smoke immediately clouded my vision, obstructing her view. It seemed Anku could still see clearly because he appeared beside me in an next instant.
行こう、姫君。今の母君には冷静になる時間が必要だ。
I looked at the direction where I thought Mother might be. Yeah. I could hear Mother shouting at the top of her lungs from within the thick fog. I know, you want to protect me, right? Just know that I believe you no matter what, Mother. But! I yelled to my mom, who I couldn't see. Adolf and Anku, both of them are part of my precious family, which is why I can't stay with you if you're going to cause them harm. So please, I want my kind mother back. I'll introduce him properly then.
ありがとう、姫君。
Oh boy. Oh boy. Everything is different. And I don't like it. Everything is different. And everything is fucked up. Who's your real ally? Not even your mother. Oh boy. With Anku as my guide, we silently departed the area. Oh boy. Oh, Salome still. Okay. Salome still. Yeah. Prince was gone by the time the smoke cleared. I wasn't fast enough to go after them, but that didn't mean I'd given up. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. She's just lost it. I'd always suspected that he was the descendant of death, but the situation was different now. Prince possessed a trait that induced ailments similar to that of the curse. The curse progressed slowly in Adolf. Oh, it just does super slowly. And that mysterious man Anku had an immortal body. Uh-oh. 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 Yeah, she's fucking lost it, bro. The emotion inside me that I thought was love slowly melted away. Uh-oh! Oh. With the sliver of hope I finally found, I felt myself slipping into the muddy darkness of a renewed obsession. Uh-oh. You mean epigenetic or not epigenetics? Because eugenics is killing people with quote unquote bad genes. I guess just genetic. From a place unknown. Cool. Another voice seeking help could be heard yet again tonight from this country loved by death. What is going on? Oh! This was merely one of them. Oh. Dimly lit underground chamber stood Lucas with a horrible wound, but instead of being treated, he was being kicked by Capuchin. The bloodlust was severe enough that Lucas was unable to avoid the kick, taking the blow and falling to the floor. Yeah. Yeah.
申し訳ありません。
I don't know. The gentle minister was showing his true side, but Lucas wasn't able to tell the difference as his hazy consciousness was preventing him from thinking straight, I guess, yeah. He grabbed Lucas's hair, forcing his pale face upwards. Seeing the true color of his eyes, Lucas came to his senses for a moment, saw the minister in charge of his younger sister. Yeah, Otis, that's his name. Or Ordy. Elder Liber, a hideous demon who had befriended and tricked Nadia. A demon who said he would get rid of the curse and become a doctor to save Nadia. I remember the smile on his sister's face as she read that letter. She's been in the hospital. Oh.
入院してからナディアのあんな希望に満ちた笑顔は一度として見たことが
It wasn't her usual happy smile when she saw her brother. He had seen that one many times in the past, but this one was different. I hope so. What brought on this new smile was the powerful desire to fight the curse, which was catalyzed by Prince. They, on the other hand, spent their lives trying to extend their longevity. He suddenly realized that Capuchin was holding a syringe filled with liquid. The moment the strange color liquid was pushed out of the needle's tip, Lucas shuddered with fear and remembered the torture he endured in the past. Oh no.
やはりあの命令だけは
The command was,
体の一部を
oh no.
切断して持ってこい。いくら神からの啓示でも。
いつからお前は
Oh god.
私に意見できる立場になった。
Lucas's vision flickered as he suddenly kicked in the head.
そこまでにしてあげなさい。教祖殿。彼は日頃からよくやっているじゃないか。
Is that Salome?
暗殺者としては。
A voice could be heard in Capuchin's chest pocket where he kept his transmitter. It glowed as the power went on. The voice stopped and Lucas weakly looked up at the faint glowing light. Yeah. Oh, he wants our genes. Oh, he wants our genes. He wants to jork it to our genes. Well, he hasn't seen our genes in this route, but yeah. Yeah, that's what he wants. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, as soon as he sees the genes, he's gonna be like, must have. Must make part of my genetically modified wife. Can I replay it? Yeah, absolutely.
そこまでにしてあげなさい。教祖殿。彼は日頃からよくやっているじゃないか。暗殺者としては間違いなく最高傑作だよ。
だよ。
そこまでにしてあげなさい。教祖殿。彼は日頃からよくやっているじゃないか。
That's Salome. So here's the reasoning. Here's the reasoning behind. And this is once again Prince's weird audio savantness. Not. I believe that's Mother. I believe that is Salome. Yes. So here's how I know. I spent quite a lot of time playing around in Audacity as a child. I was in the gifted and talented program in my school, and I played around a lot with Audacity and recording silly stuff and playing around with lowering my voice, and that has the timbre of a more higher register voice that's been lowered. So the only like higher register voices we have are Dahut. Doesn't make sense that it would be Dahut. Dahut hates Ordy. Literally hates him. Would not be assisting him. The only other high register voices we have are Nadia. Does not make sense. It's Nadia. Mathis does not make sense. Mathis has his own fucked up shit going on. Yeah. And then The only other high frequency, higher pitched voice we have is Salome. And she wants to bring us all together. So I'm currently going with that. It's Salome. That is the person. This person. Now, I could be completely incorrect. Yeah, I could be completely and totally incorrect.
Welcome back, Wanya.
But I could also be right. If I'm right, you all must bow down to my audio savantness. Joking. Yeah. I do my own mixing for covers, and so I'm kind of like, I mean, yeah, literally there are times, the amount of times where I go, wait, I know that voice. Don't know why this is what my brain decided to give me superpowers on. Yeah. Violet stopped and Lucas weakly looked up at the faint glowing light. We may not know this string. We only communicate through letters. Yeah, na yo. She's using na. If she was using no, then I would immediately know this is a woman. Because no is a very effeminate speech, but na yo. And that little I don't know. His mysterious supporter had saved him from death row and allowed him to escape, then gave him a research facility of his very own. Yeah. Capuchin responded compliantly to his savior, to whom he had sworn absolute obedience. Yep. Yeah. Who knows what information you brought back? Yeah. Capuchin was still unsure whether his supporter was male or female. Their voice was too modulated to decipher. Their voice, speech, and secretive demeanor made it impossible to determine their age or gender. Capuchin went along all the while thinking how he could see this to the advantage one day. Or maybe someone Salome. It might be someone Salome works for, but I don't know. The presence beyond the transmitter then focused on Lucas. Yep. Lucas had no clue how that monster was related to the person he adored. Yeah, but it was safe to assume that there was some level of trust between them based on the fact that they were together. Perhaps this monster was someone dear to her, just like Adolf. Lucas refused the command. Amazing. Capuchin sat on Lucas's back with a syringe in his hands so he couldn't move. Oh, poor Lucas. He struggled in an effort to escape, but he had grown so weak that he was unable to exert supreme strength. His neck, covered in tiny scars, began to ripple with unbearable heat and pain. Lucas's consciousness completely faded as the needle came out of his neck. That's amazing. His memory of what happened here would probably disappear once he awakened.
憎きシアン・ブロフィワーズと私を告発したあの子供を殺させるまでは。
Oh yeah, he wants to kill Dahu.
さて、それではリュカが回復するまでの間、彼へのしつけを止めるためだけに通信を入れたわけではないのだろう。
話が早くて助かるわ。
Nothing.
ではまず、リュカが入手した血液の解析を。ああ、それから死んでも支障のない従順な信徒を何人か見繕ってくれる。ちょっとした命がけのお使いをお願いしたくてね。
I've been very good. I've been very good, but I've just been in a lot of despair. There's just been a lot of despair. And then there's been a lot of happiness, and then... Oh. Baby. First thing the infant sensed was the damp, sweet aroma of death. Oh. Yeah. Beyond the beautiful field of black-red flowers, out of sight, bewildered people carrying the infant in their arms. A single man stood alone out of sight. As the infant looked at him with innocent eyes.
やっと会えたな。
Anku!
His voice was filled with countless emotions, like a traveler who had journeyed thousands of miles to finally find their lost love.
I do love my husband. I love all of my husbands.
Oh! Where the fuck are we? My eyes were wet with tears as I opened them. I feel like I just had a nostalgic dream. I dried my eyes and tried to recall the details, but I couldn't seem to remember. You know, I wish. I would love to cash in some of my despair points that I've accumulated over my lifetime. I probably have enough for like a full, all expenses paid stay for the rest of my life. That would be great. Cash in those despair points. I dried my tears, tried to remember the details, couldn't seem to remember. I got out of bed and got something to drink. I got something to drink. Yeah. Slowly flooding cave room. Yeah, frequent crier by us. I love it. It was then that I remembered this wasn't either the orphanage or Adolf's home. That's right. Anku let me here, saying that it would be dangerous elsewhere.
Blink, 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 blink.
It was a small but spacious cave, minimally furnished. The dim lighting cast weak shadows against the floor. I can hardly imagine anyone living here. This was a hideout that Anku himself prepared for use while on the surface. After the incident with Mother, we somehow managed to escape safely. We couldn't guarantee that Adolf's place was safe, so we quickly changed our route and headed to this isolated hideout. I kept telling Anku that we couldn't just abandon Adolf, but yeah. Anku stated that he already told Adolf about his hideout in case of emergency. I hoped that he could somehow escape and meet us here soon. If not, I would go and rescue him.
Are my pupils slits? They are, yeah. Because I have, nope, wrong one.
Whoa.
I can make them slittier. Or, I can make them very big.
If I see a guy I like, I can go, whoa.
Big pupils. And I can go this.
Party approaches the throne.
Oh, Sino! Sino! Hello, readers. Thank you so very much for stopping by. My name is Prince. I'm the third prince of the magical Melrosea Kingdom. I'm a variety streamer who likes cute boys and cute things. I usually play story-heavy games such as RPGs and otomes, and tonight we are playing the absolutely despair-inducing, crazy, plot twist-filled brain fuckery of a game called Virche Evermore. Hi, Sino. How have you been? I hope you had a good stream. Hope your stream was well. I forgot to do this at the beginning, so I'll just do this right now. As a warning, Virche is, as I said, this is a brain fuck, despair-inducing game. This is the list of trigger warnings. All of it. There's so much. And, we just found out a plot twist. Well, we just got a plot twist. I laugh. Blink, 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 blink.
Gaslighting. Instead of... Oh, gaslightning! Amazing. Yeah, now we are in the all of the above. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll find one.
Yeah.
Whoa, yeah. A randomizer. I've seen Vine Sauce play Zelda randomizers. They look wild. Yeah. I've been alright. The move was okay. I mean, there were moments. And then just like shit hit the fan as soon as I moved. And I was like, well, alright. Fuck! But I have a new desk. And I have a stream room. What if everything went right? Bro. If everything went right, I'd be so fucking happy. Is that the true despair? Maybe so. Maybe so, if you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. But yeah, I actually have like a stream room. I still need to get like a bed for my actual bedroom, because right now I'm sleeping in my stream room. And that's not where I'm supposed to be main sleeping. It's because I'm... Hush! 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 Neh. Neh. I don't have tongue tracking. You can't tell I'm sticking my tongue out at you. But yeah, one of my big husbands is here. A very high-ranking husband. Because he has the Kuya voice. Yeah, Felina reveals my secrets. 4K. Prince caught in 4K. Prince, are you a bottom? I mean, yeah, was there any guessing? Was there any doubt? Let's be honest, yeah. I hope he could somehow escape and meet us soon. If not, I would go to rescue him. This prince being an M secret. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that is a inferable fact. If I slow blink like a cat, does it mean the same thing? Yes. But yeah, also, we just found out that our mother is... box on the Prince Wiki. We found out that our mother is actually kind of a bad guy. And she chained up our love interest slash foster brother in a basement. And she was going to kill us, more or less. Or at least gravely injure us. And we got away, but no fun. And now we're in a damp cave with my husband. I think I remember Anku tending to my wounds last night, then I fell asleep on his bed right afterwards. I felt embarrassed by how rude it was for me to use his bed, but he was nowhere to be found. I wonder if he's outside. If I recall correctly. Oh, we're on the beach. The sight from here is beautiful. We were on a large cliff overlooking the great expanse of the ocean. Husband! Where you be, husband? Most people wouldn't dare come near here, since one would need to go through the Ligris field to reach the cave. It was the best place for a hideout. The flowers of misfortune swayed in the night wind. Yeah. Ah, among them was a single shadow. But the shadow wasn't Eve's, who I'd met in this field in the past. It's... Anku! Husband! Oh! He is eating them. His long white fingers plucked a Ligris Noir's without any concern. The shadowy man crushed the finger, floured his hand, he then moved it towards his mouth and swallowed it whole. Ah! I watched in stunned silence as he consumed the Ligris without succumbing to it. If he were human, he would certainly die. At any moment. But this immortal being would not fall victim to the Grim Reaper's scythe. He went on to pluck another flower. He crushed it in his hand and brought it again to his lips. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was an incomprehensible sight, akin to watching someone swallow broken glass. But despite my fear, I was completely entranced. I didn't know how much time had passed while I watched him with fascination. I mean, it'd probably kill me. Yeah, wait, we are part flower. Wait, we are part flower. This man, we are a feast for this man. The flowers my sworn allies have protected are quite delectable. Are they really? Yeah. Maybe this is the cannibalism route. I finally came to my senses and hurried over to Anku. Anku, are you alright eating those licorices? Yeah, the cannibalism we were denied. Yeah, girl dinner, murder flowers. What tummy dinner? That's not what I mean, I'm just worried about you. You told me before that you still feel pain. Hearing my somewhat scolding tone, Anku lowered his head in apology. Listen to his voice.
何を隠そう、このリコリスこそが私の地上における主食でね。どうにもハムのをやめられない。
Also, we found out that we are part plant cancer. We are basically a plant cancer bomb. Sustenance. Anka went on to tell me that they bloomed in Hades too, and that consuming them gave him powers, since the flowers represented death. Yes. And here I thought I would no longer be surprised by anything Anku did. So was the story about growing them for your beloved just a lie, so that Yuzu's family would grow them for you?
さあ、どっちだろうね。姫君の想像にお任せするよ。
Anku smiled, then looked at the wound on my arm.
傷の具合はどうだい?
It still hurts a little, but I don't think it'll get any worse since you tended to it right away. Anku muttered words of relief, but his expression was clouded with gloom.
本当に、あの男は不甲斐ないな。奴がもっと警戒していれば、君にこんな傷を負わせることはなかったというの。
I hope in his bad end that he eats us. I'm be honest, that would be cool.
立たない男だよ。
That man is an Adolf? I was becoming irritated hearing him blame my foster brother. Yeah. I don't think anyone could have imagined encountering more than one bro. Despite that, Adolf did his very best to protect me. If you keep blaming my foster brother, I'm gonna be really mad at you. Hearing the sharp tone of my voice, Anku gave an obvious frown of displeasure. Yeah.
では私も言わせてもらうが、この世で最も大切な女を傷つけられて、機嫌を損ねるなという方が難しいと思わないかな?
Most important to you? That wasn't fair. You just made it impossible for me to get angry. Because I was more confused than anything else now. But why, Anku? Ever since we met, why have you been so concerned about someone like me? Anku went quiet for a moment at my question.
無論それは君が数少ない同胞だから。
I know you mean the animation studio, but fucking hell! You're good. That made me giggle. Is that really the reason?
アドルフは信じられるのに、私の言葉が信じられない?
That's amazing. Okay, unfortunately, we have to be mean to Anku. We can't be lovey-dovey. We can't be lovey-dovey with Anku because we have to be lovey-dovey with Adolf. That's not what I mean. I responded with a wry smile. I'm sorry, that's not what I mean. I'm saying that the kindness you've shown me goes well beyond that. It seemed he didn't fully understand. In a way, I feel as though I've always known you. If I had another foster brother in my life, he would be someone like you, Anku. Your kindness towards me doesn't feel like we're just partners. Or am I mistaken?
いや。 君の言うことは何一つとして間違っていないとも。
Is it possible to love a man more?
私はずっとそれこそ気が遠くなるほど遥か昔から
I think he's remembering something sad.
この一面のリコリスの花園とともに君が誕生するその時を待ち続けていたんだ。
This field of lycraces? Which meant, so when I was born...
ああ、遠くから見守っていたよ。生まれたばかりの君はずっと泣いていて、いつ保護されるのかと心配で仕方なかった。
He wanted so badly to see me then. His voice was filled with countless emotions. Somehow, I felt as though I had heard it somewhere before.
本当はもっと君と早く出会いたかった。背負う業に苦しむ君へと手を差し伸べたかった。だが制約のある好みでは
I don't think so, no.
あの日あの晩まで
Because he never met us.
できなかったから。
He never met us.
今まで君に何もしてやれなかったんだ。助けられなくて。
Oh, I wanted to tell him not to apologize, but Anku stopped me with a shaking voice.
君を待ち続ける無限の時間に一時は絶望したものだが、君の言葉を聞いたら今までの苦労などすべて無産してしまったよ。
He leaned his cheek against me.
私の大事な姫君、私ともう一度巡り合ってくれてありがとう。生まれてきてくれてありがとう。生きることを諦めないでいてくれて。本当にありがとう。
His honest words shook with tears. No one has ever said that to me besides my family. Tears began to roll down my cheeks. I should be thanking you, Anku. I feel so grateful that you were the one who came to me. Anku dried my tears, seemingly embarrassed for being overcome by his emotions. I love him! I love him! Suddenly something fell to the ground from his robe. What? 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 That's the dagger we gave to Adolf. Adolf's dagger? Anku, why do you have that? You've been carrying it all that time since the night I dropped it, Anku?
ああ、だが、今の今まで返すのをすっかり忘れていたよ。
Well, I can return it to Adolf for...
いや、これは後で私から彼に返しておこ
う。Why?
実は、この探検を拾った後、時間を持て余していたのもあって、うっかり岩の上に落として、歯の一部を小さく描いてしまったんだ。
Yeah. はあ？
なので彼には直してから返したい。どうかそれまでは姫君も内密にしてくれないだろうか。
Oh my god, you just missed. You just missed something. We're gonna come back here. Look at this CG. Look at this CG. Look at this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful man. He's so freaking beautiful. Also, our mom is evil. Look, I want this forever. Yeah, the mysterious voice kissing. I want to. Show me. I should show the screenshots maybe one of these days.
や、なの。
I'm sure, but please get fixed soon and return to him, okay?
もちろんだとも。協力感謝するよ、姫君。
Yeah. Well, yes and no. A few hours later, morning arrived and Adolf was able to join us safe and sound. It seemed the mother restrained him after they met in the alley. He happened to be found by Shen and Mathis, who were on the run. They were able to break his chains and promised to meet again later. The first thing Adolf did was come to me with bloodshot eyes to make sure I was safe.
ようやく来たか、役立たず。彼女がこうして無事なのは、君が無様に気を失っている間に、リコリスの守護者が身を挺して守ってくれたおかげだ。それから、シアン・ブロフィワーズとマティス・クロードにも、せいぜい感謝することだね。
うるさい。そんなこと言われなくても分かってる。
Adolf? Something was different about him. He would have immediately glared at Anku for taking him up on the fight. Yeah, perhaps something happened between him and Mother. Just as I was about to ask, a sudden sound prompted Adolf to take out his transmitter.
アドルフか。お前今どこにいる？
ヒューゴ、どうした？そんな慌てて。イブに何かあったのか？
イブはなんとか無事だが、とんでもねえやつが。ああ、マジでシャレにならねえ。この国は一体これからどうなっちまうんだ？
落ち着け。何があったのか。
Anku and I went next to Adolf to hear what was going on. Hugo, who was unaware that Anku and I were listening, took a deep breath and continued.
俺たちの依頼主、
Uh-huh.
ブローに殺されちまった。
What? Can't be. I thought he and Mathis were able to escape from Bordeaux last night. I watched him at death listened, his eyes giving off an eerie glow. Perhaps it was because a new soul was about to enter Hades, or perhaps the person who developed reliable technology had died. Oh, because it was only the beginning of the tragedy that would befall his country. Oh, fuck.
もう一体
Oh,
何が
Lucas.
正しいのか、誰か助けてくれ。
Oh.
おい、やめろ！俺のロザリーに近づくな！
はあ、うるさい男。
Oh, that's
研究設備を提供してやった私と支援者に彼女に手を出されたくなければ偽りの記憶構築の研究データを
Oh, everybody's getting fucked over.
んなこと許すわけないだろうが。ようやくロザリーの記憶を再現する段階に入れたんだぞ。
Already helped Jean get all of his stuff, I believe.
大体今までは実験結果の共有だけで済ませてたじゃないか。
Yeah.
なんで今さら
Shan just died. The great scientist.
理由は記憶の研究が完成に近づいた今
Oh no.
君はもう用済みだと。
ふざけるな。
Yeah.
最初から俺を利用するつもりで。
さあ、私の忠実なる信徒、彼の恋人をそのカプセルごと腐るのを待つだけの死体とはいえ、
And so
女
now
性には違いないからね。
John is getting some
丁重に扱うように。
just desserts, but also not really.
やめろ！ロザリーに汚い手で触れるな！
これ以上騒ぐようなら、君の愛しい恋人をナイフで切り刻ませてもらうことになる。それが嫌なら、私たちに従え。どこにでもいる凡人の遺伝子にこだわる。
くそ。
Yeah. Oh, chapter 4. Cool. We've gotten through 2 chapters in one stream. Yeah.
これはかつてリコリスの花畑で死んだ
Oh.
愚か その女は愚かだったが勇敢だった。誰も彼もが恐れる神に食いつき噛みつき、だが対等だと認められ、その神との国を救う死へと対抗する同盟が結ばれた。
I'm sorry, I have to turn down the air in my apartment. It is so fucking hot in here. My stream room is the room that heats up the most, but it's too freaking hot in this room. Yeah, God had it coming. But God in this is Shen Brophy, so yeah, God had it coming. Yeah. Oh, that's it. Cool. That's all we got. Oh, Adolf's point of view. Oh! So cold. So scared. So much pain. I did my best to struggle, but my body didn't move how I wanted. I tried to bring air to my lungs, but took a deep breath of water instead. Yeah, I was gonna be pulled into these waters and suffer a horrible, lonely death. I was gonna die without anyone knowing what happened. No, I don't want to die yet. Even if I'm not needed, I don't want to die alone. No. If possible. Probably, yeah. Yeah, Kamigami Asobi. I want to be warm. I want someone to see me die in peace. Oh.
あらあら。こんなところで水遊び？男の子だし、やんちゃなのは結構だけれど、一人では危ないし、怖いでしょ？だから、これからは、私がそばにいて、一緒に遊んであげる。あなたのお名前は？私はね。
I am. Okay, we don't get the name. Well, that was Salome's voice. Oh, other.
死んだ。
Oh no.
今まで散々我らを見下してきたシアンブロフィワーズが死んだ。これからは正しく。
Oh no.
我らレーブポワール家がアルペシェールを支配していくじ。
Applause. The man was surrounded by those in his family who had clung to power for years without any change. Yeah, I want to play it, yeah. Despite being the current king, the man so unknown by many of his subjects outside of the castle raised his glass in a toast.
とうとう成し遂げましたわね、お父様。神を気取る悪魔に国を支配され、私たちがどれだけの屈辱を味わったこと。
Take a sip, okay.
I mean, I know quite a lot of Otome games. Did you know there's a whole Otome series where you date boys based off vitamins? Like vitamin K and vitamin B12? Those type of vitamins.
ですが本当にあの男なしに生き続けることができるのですか？
ああ、心配はいらない。シアンが不要どころか。
I don't know. Will I play it on stream? Well, it's a Japanese only. It's Japanese only and on the PS Vita or PSP only. So.
私たちはこれから
Oh?
ミライバー技術さえ必要としない。そうだろう？支援者。
本当に私たちだけが呪いすらも受け付けぬ不死。
無論です。国王陛下、私が責任を持って王族の皆様をこの世で最も尊い命に召喚。
I don't know. I mean, through a transmitter, the voice's confident proclamation caused a stir in the Grand Hall. This is still over the walkie-talkie.
実に心強い。だが、殺したはずのお前が存命し、我らに加担しているとは。
Oh.
あのシアンブロフィワーズとて。
That's amazing.
夢にも思わなかっただろうさ。実現の暁には契約。
Oh, it's Christine.
王家の復帰を認めるゆえ。
私ごときにはもったいないお言葉でございます。この国を救うリコリスの聖女に命を捧げてもらう必要がございます。
リコリス？あの汚らわしいノワージュ家が守護。
Oh, they have the... How'd she get that book? Oh. Upon hearing the supporters' words, every single person in the hall suddenly went pale. Oh. It is Christine. So I think Salome might be Christine. Yeah. Yep, that's the game. Oh boy. What are you doing to that poor boy? Yep, it's Salome. Yep, it's all Salome. Maybe not? Is she down here? What the fuck is going on? Hugo! Hugo! Even though we were told the Shen was killed, we didn't exactly see it happen ourselves. That night, after failing to capture Bodo, Shen separated from Ys and made a run for it, carrying the Claude family heir. Ys was able to escape that fake Bodo and went to hiding for being with me. But the bare minimum treatment to his wounds would quickly set off to save Shen. Yeah, but we couldn't find them anywhere, even after checking out the alleys, Adolf's place, and even Kunun. It was then we figured maybe they went to the Claude family mansion since Mathis was with him, but no luck there either. The door to the mansion was open and sensing something wasn't right. Ys and I went inside what was drawn. Oh, the glamour of the place was gone. The mansion was covered with flesh and blood scattered all over the place. It was then that we found Shen's lab coat and Mathis's knife covered in blood. We could guess what happened here, even if we didn't want to accept it. We looked for Mathis's butler Jean, but he wasn't around either. He was probably another one of Bodo's casualties. Yeah, not really. That's a lot of blood. That's a shit ton of blood. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. And now the following day. Nope, nobody's actually seen Shen's body yet. Oh god. Word had not reached the isolated cliffs where Anku's hideout stood. Just as shocking as Shen's death was the news about the Institute being destroyed. Does that mean all the equipment used to create relivers was destroyed by Bodo? No one in the country would be able to revive anymore. No, we could no longer live beyond 23 years. Shen, Mathis, and even Jean. Well, no, Jean's fine to be dead. He's a fucker anyway. I suddenly felt dizzy, but I managed to grit my teeth and keep from passing out, knowing that was no time to collapse. Adolf clicked his tongue. Yeah. Shit. Fuck, bro.
手際が良すぎる。いや、まずシアンの死を奴らが把握できること自体がおかしい。今回の計画はあくまで俺たちが独断で行ったこと。
The fact that they made the announcement so quickly means we all knew who we were referring to when we said they. The royal family was aware that night that Shen was going to die, or maybe they had a plan to have him killed.
暗殺か。
Yeah. Well, possibly actually. Possibly, if the. Yeah, actually. So the royal family is manipulating the cult to manipulate Bodo. Fuck, that's a weird domino effect.
だが、自分たちの生命線であるリライバー技術まで破壊するのが理解で。
Maybe they did it to get rid of any backup data that Shen might have made for himself. Then again, if that was the reason, they'd only need to destroy the server, not risk their lives by destroying everything.
別の技術者に装置を新しく作らせるつもりとか。そんな簡単にリライバーが作れるなら、シアンは神だなんて呼ばない。
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
リライバー技術の詳細な理屈は。
But Christine was also, yeah, I don't know.
技術を盗んで改良するならともかく。
If so, maybe they have some assurance that things will be fine even if reliable technology is lost. As I muttered this, I heard a sound from the transmitter that confirmed it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The death of Shian Brofist, the developer of the Reliver technology, was shocking news that spread throughout the country. News that the Institute's equipment had been destroyed was also made known. The citizens were thrown into turmoil.
どうなるんだよ。シアン様が死んで全設備がぶっ壊れたってこと。
私たちこのまま死神の呪いで死んでしまうの。リライバー技術さえあればずっと生き続けることができると思っていたのに。
避けるなよ。何のために今まで研究所に出資してきたと思っている。
もうダメだ。リライバー技術がない以上、俺たちもこの国も破滅するしか。
Cries of despair filled the air. Just then, a high-pitched sound broke through the wails. After a short wave of static, the speakers located around the country delivered another announcement.
Oh no! Ouch.
Uh-huh. Oh no. Uh-oh.
聖女、呪いそのものを消すってシアン様ですら実現できなかったことな
No,
の
they're
に。
talking about us.
死ぬ前に助けてくれるなら何でもいいわよ。
Yep. Oh, damn.
死神と誤解され蔑まれていたかの者を天への生贄として捧げる呪いは浄化されこの国は完全に救われることだろう。
That's not good. That's not good.
Saint. Me?
We were stood in shock after hearing the sudden announcement through the transmitter. Yeah, we are literally a cancer bomb. What in the world is happening? A terrifying shock. I turned around to see Anku with his fist slammed against the rocky wall of the cave. Blood was dripping down both the wall and his fist, but it was only for a moment. Before I could even worry, his wound healed.
Anku?
His loud growl, his loud growl, what? No, his low growl drowned out my voice.
なぜイブやシアンではなく、奴らがリコリスのワージュの秘密を知っている。
は？
まさか。
Anku! I tried to chase after Anku, who quickly ran out of the caves with bloodshot eyes, but Adolf held out his arm to stop me.
外に出るな。今は国中の人間がお前の行方を死に物狂いで探してる。
Ew. But we can't just leave, Anku.
ああ、わかってる。たく、本当に手が焼ける。
Adolf raised the transmitter in his hand up to his mouth.
ヒューゴ、今から伝える場所に来れるか。保護してもらいたいやつが。
Custody? Hugo heard our conversation, was sounded confused, but he quickly responded to his leader's command.
俺や自警団のメンツは混乱するクーネを回ってるから無理だ。ただ、イブならいける。もうブローも見つからねえ。
Yeah, sure, use works.
俺から連絡して向かわせるわ。
How fun that the guy in charge of the
頼む。
Lycoris is here.
場所はリコリスノワージュの花畑の。
Adolf relayed the exact location of the hideout in the closest Lycoris field, along with Anku's description before signing out. They think if they have been told that if they kill us, the curse will be gone. Little do they know if they kill us, the curse will destroy everyone. I wonder what happened to Anku. For a moment, he sounded like a completely different person.
あいつの突拍子もない行動は今に始まったことじゃないが。
Is it though? Yeah, all part of her fucking master plan that we don't understand.
イブとヒューゴに任せるしかない。俺たちは一度状況を整理した方がいい。一度に多くのことが起こりすぎてる。
So how long was chapter 3? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Only 9. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're 6 already. You're right. I'm confused about... Yeah, I think she probably is going for everything burning. So, the Lycra Saint? Okay, so Lycra Saint Budo? Anku's change. Okay, we're just gonna go with Lycra Saint. Yeah. We don't know we don't know about the plant, sir, in this universe. Of course not. I don't understand why they called me... I can understand why they called me Death, but... hearing me talk badly about myself again, he tapped me on the forehead. I'm sorry, it just slipped out, but now that I think about it, I guess I can understand why they use the word Lycris since my life has been all about them. I've liked Lycris since I was little, and I've always go to Lycris Field, and... Yeah, that too. Yeah, I don't know how and why, and I don't know anything about my parents. I also am not aware that my DNA is part flower, so... Why would they combine the word saint with the Lycris that people hate? Wouldn't brightly colored flowers suit the images of a saint more than Lycris? And the announcement said that I'd be able to purge the curse in the country. So we're kind of sort of combining things. I suppose, I mean, it sounds like something from a fairy tale, but we do have Anku's living proof. Yeah, yeah. Adolf mumbled, saying that Anku's response confirmed his suspicion, but he's only told his secret to people he trusted, so how could the royal family find out about the flowers? The other thing we need to discuss with Bro. How could they order assassinations when they're supposed to be protecting the public? If only one Budo appeared last night, things would be different. I wonder where his clones were manufactured. If it had to be a secret place away from the Institute, yes. After all, both the Institute and the national law prohibited the manufacture of relivers for those who are still alive. He killed Xian, Mathis, and so many others. I was angry that he could kill my friends. But apart from that, I feel like I've heard his voice before. Yeah, we have. Yeah. Well, the image of a kind, loving teacher appeared in my mind. The memory is too vivid to say that it was only my imagination, which is why I needed to let Adolf know. I knew that I needed to tell him, but I didn't want to believe that this kind soul was actually a ruthless killer. Once I say his name, both Adolf and I will think of him as an enemy. I have not, but I've seen it. Back then, his voice sounded distressed, like he was seeking help, but hatred could easily overpower that. Seeing me think deeply. Adolf gave me a way out of it, but Adolf, if I didn't mention anything, it might result in greater casualties. There is that one too. Excuse me. Yep. Holy moly, Auton! I haven't seen that at all. Okay. Ah, it was Seribot too. So it was Seribot and Auton working in combination. Interesting. Prayers make sure we're safe, yeah. Possibly, yeah. Yeah, good job, Auton. Some person came in and, yeah, they caught a bot or something. Yeah, Spambot got fucking insta-killed. I didn't even see what was deleted. And I'm the streamer. I didn't even see what got bapped. It's been a while since I had anything. Yeah, literally got yeeted. Yeah, well, it posted something and then it immediately got caught and banned. Wild. Thank you. You're always understanding when it comes to these things. The other thing we need to discuss with Anku's change. I wonder what's going on with Anku.
今、好き勝手に動かれるのは困るな。
Yes, we just heard that. Maybe we should lock Anku to cage, maybe
あの
so.
放送からして、あいつも身柄を狙われているのは間違いない。
You think that the announcement was referring to Anku? Why would that be?
実験体にするためだろう。
Yeah. Test subject. I gasped at his nonchalant reply.
アンクーの持つ不老不死を人間も得ることが可能なら、
Yeah.
破壊したリライバー技術も不要になる。
But Anku isn't a normal person. He said he came from Hades. I doubt any human would be able to possess the same power he has.
特異体質の人間とでも思われてるんじゃないか。
Yeah.
あいつは俺たちと出会って以降、自分の素性を一度も名乗ってないからな。
Absolutely wild. Oh, now that you mention it, you're right. The announcement was made by the royal family, who seemed to know about me and my past. Even if they got information about Anku from Budo, it was difficult to believe they could know more about him than we did. Adolf and I came to a conclusion. There has to be someone monitoring us during our investigation, someone who's providing help to the royal family. They could have reported any information they learned to the royal family. Adolf nodded. I felt dizzy at the thought. We already had to worry about Budo coming after us, even Mother, and now this. I'm guessing that Mother must have heard the announcement too. I can only imagine what's be going on through her mind.
お前への心配一択に決まってるだろ。
Debatable. Despite witnessing her son change firsthand, Adolf gave his response immediately, which made me chuckle. But I felt the same way too. I was sure that she was worried about us, and I wished that I could at least let her know that we were safe.
今は町に戻りたくても戻れないからな。
We also have to find out why she acted so strangely last night.
そうだな。また何かあるたび、鎖で縛られるのはごめんだ。
Yeah. She told me that she was going to keep us locked away in the storage shed, too. Mother was like a completely different person back then, which frightened me. I remembered that intense look in her eyes as she watched Anku heal himself. Nothing could ever make me doubt that the love she gave us all these years was real. But I also knew that emotions could become twisted into something much darker, despite one's intentions. We wouldn't go back until that was resolved. I felt a sudden sadness. With everything that was happening, I couldn't even go see my mother. I was thinking, after I left your place, that I could go back to the orphanage where Mother would be waiting.
ああ、俺も普通の人間になったお前をマムが笑顔で出迎える未来をそれが叶うのはもう少し先になりそうだな。
Oh? Yeah. All we wanted was to live long, happy lives. We were willing to take matters into our own hands to find the solution. I want the Biotome to be localized so badly. I want to play the Biotome. That was all I wanted, but reality continued to move on its own, leaving my wishes unfulfilled.
あの時の傷を見せてみろ。そろそろ消毒し直した方がいい。
Yours too, Adolf. You hit the wall pretty hard back then, didn't you? Oh. Weird. We decided to check on each other's wounds and tend to them so that we could go back, get our minds off of the bleak situation we were in. It's Jubachi Obo, I believe. It's basically it's Omegaverse but bees. Basically. Omegaverse, but instead of being based on faulty wolf psychology, it's based off of bee psychology. You literally play as a queen bee fighting to become the actual queen. And you have, like, drones that take care of you, but they're a little all fucked up. Anku continued to run through the salty wind coming through the ocean. His weakened state immediately tired his lungs, making him breathe with a heavy sound. At times he stumbled over the flowers under his feet, but he continued to run. He ran towards the grave of the person who entered into a contract with him long ago. Yeah, the gravestone was hidden beneath rubble deep within the Legris field, but it's dug up. The grave had been unearthed along with the Legris no arches around it. A number of motionless corpses were littered around the gaping hole in the ground. Oh, that's why they needed people who wouldn't mist. Anku paid no attention to the bodies and quickly looked inside what was once the grave.
ない。金の位牌もあの本も全部。
Yeah.
確かにここに隠していたはずなのに。
Grave robbers. The moment Anku realized it, he felt an anger he hadn't felt in ages.
あの本がなければ。
Yep, we need that book.
彼女が真実にたどり着くことは。
Someone stole the most valuable piece of information needed to discover the truth behind the curse. Adding to insult, the memory of his dear friend who trusted him and kept his promise had been trampled upon by foolish greed. The book about botany that basically told us everything about the plant cancer. Hearing footsteps, Anku reached into his pocket, turned around. He gripped the handle of his weapon and was prepared to draw it out when...
君がアンク？アドルフたちからの連絡で迎えに来たんだけど。
His breathing stopped for a moment at the unexpected encounter.
うちの墓が。それにこの遺体たちは。
Similar to Anku, Yves looked at the desecrated grave, then the bodies, and moved his hand to the hilt of his sword. No. Yves looked at his otherworldly appearance, and straight through Anku's eyes of fiery crimson, in the next moment.
もしかして、俺の始祖様と約束を交わしたあの死神?
Thank you, Yves, for being fucking weird. Yves' eyes widened and sparkled. His suspicion quickly changed to friendship, leaving Anku bewildered and speechless. No, just secondhand hurt of each other. Yves went on to say his family name, which made it clear that he was on Anku's side. Clear confirmation that the person in front of him was a descendant of his old ally.
すごい。まさか俺の代
Yves is just
あの
wild.
死神と会うことができるなんて。頑張ってこの花畑を守ってきた甲斐があったよ。じい様にも会わせてあげたかったな。口伝の通り、すごく神秘的で綺麗な瞳の人？死神？なんだね。
As he spoke friendly words of goodwill, he smiled innocently, arranging the lifeless bodies with care and respect. Anku's like, you're fucking weird. It was quite a sight to witness someone accept his suspicious presence so quickly. Anku hit his mouth and turned his head the other way to response.
ところで私は死神ではなく死の番人だよ。そこは履き違えないでもらいたい。
Yeah.
なるほど。その違いについてはわからないけど、了解。
God bless Yves.
でもどうして君がアドルフや彼女と一緒に行動を？
Alright, it's break time. Yves is just weird. I don't think there's a better way to put it. Yves is just weird. And yes, yeah, the titles are very similar, but I forgot I have my fan. I can fan myself and cool down a little bit. It's freaking hot in here still. This room heats up like nobody's fucking business.
Hydrate, Kiki.
Yeah, we have Yves root. We did him before. Yeah, we had to basically complete everybody before we got this route, because it ties everything together and shows all the unchanged threads. Yeah, Yves' root is how we learned we were plant cancer. That's how we learned about the Lycorises and the actual reality of the curse, and that the curse is basically toxins in the soil. And the flowers kill people because they absorb the toxin in the soil. Oh, you're good. And when you pick the flower, it releases all the toxins that it's, absorbed in its lifetime, and that's why it kills people. And that's when we found out that the curse is, the curse is basically cancer because it kills your, chromosomes. What character type do I love the most in Otome games? Glasses. It's a tie. It's a tie between Glasses and Doctor. Yeah. Yeah. That too. Yeah. That is fucking crazy. But yeah, if I had to choose my favorite character type, is Glasses, October, Doctor. Yeah, and Kuya. Doctor with glasses, chef's kiss. Doctor with glasses would give him white hair. That's why I love Frankenstein from Soul Eater. Technically, all three of some of my favorite stuff. And you add on top the lovely little sprinkle of kind of morally fucked up. It's a little sexy. Yeah, I believe I believe he was number 2 on the husband showcase. It was Kuya and then it was Stein, I believe. But yeah, I also like Fox Boys because Kuya's Fox Boy. Yeah, Princess Problematic faves.
話せば長くなるのだがね。私はかの姫君と呪いに関するある契約を結んで。
Yandere, Tsundere, Kundere. I probably, of those 3, would probably go for Yandere first.
契約？ああ、もしかしてリコリスで求婚したい意中の女性って彼女のことだったんだ。
The plushie! The sudden honest comment quickly raised Anku's body temperature.
俺は彼女を人間だと思ってるけど、前世からの恋物語とかクーネで一時期流行ってたし、そういう感じの事情かな。で、この場に現れたってことは、いよいよリコリスのワージを使って求婚するってこと？
いや、違う。
Oh, so cute.
それはどちらかというと君がすべきこと。
Oh, he thinks that we're supposed to be with Yves.
どうぞ、いくらでも持ってって。そのために俺たちは今までこの花を守ってきたんだから。
Little do you know, you protect these flowers because they help the curse and also Anku eats them.
あ、できれば求婚の結果が出たら教えてくれると嬉しいな、なんて。種族違いの愛なんておとぎ話みたいで素敵だよね。
待て、リコリスを素手で掴み取ろうとするな。頼むから人の話を聞いてくれ。
Anku brushed up Yves, who was so happy that he completely forgot about misfortune and was about to head to his own death.
君の気持ちはありがたいが、
Yves is so
まずは
fucking
墓嵐の
silly.
ことを優先すべきではないかな。
あ、そうだった。じい様たちの位牌。
The grave robbers probably died from the curse as they unearthed the grave, which was covered with lacrises. Yves turned over a few of the bodies and looked at their paid expressions.
ワージュ系の嫌がらせ。でも国中が大変な状況でこんなことをする理由なんて。
What if there was a polyroot? This may be amazing. Anku moved towards the bodies and shifted their clothing to see relabor marks on their skin. They looked like any other person, but it seemed as if they changed their clothes to visibly disguise their identities.
バックアップがあるとしても、一般のために災いの花を荒らす度胸があるとは思えない。おそらく王族の使いだろうな。君、この墓に何が埋まっていたのか。
何がって位牌だよね。君と会った始祖様のものも一緒に入ってたはずだけど。
そうか。せめて断片的にでもと思ったが、そう都合よくいくはずもなしか。
他に何かあるってこと？じい様を弔った時、両親は特に何も言ってなかったけどな。
Yves jumped down to the empty grave, then brought out the empty casket to the circus. To the circus surface. Do I play Oh Baby? I have. And then I dropped off playing it because it got really pay to win, and then I haven't played it in years. Like, a lot of years. But my favorite guys are probably pretty obvious.
ああ、いや、すまない。あれが入っているのは盗まれた位牌の中だ。
あれ？下に何か埋まってる。
Oh yeah. Oh yes. There's quite a few.
何？
Anku looked down to the hole and saw Yves using his sword to stab the area where the casket once lay. Sensing the tip of the sword hit some object other than dirt, Stowe quickly got to digging it up. Oh. Buried there was a small iron box, which Yves carried under his arm as he climbed back up to where Anku was waiting.
鍵がついてる。
Yeah.
ちょっと下がってて。
The new Connie event. I haven't played new Connie in unfortunately months. He set it down and raised his dusty sword. The lock was super old. It was quite old, so it quickly broke into pieces when the blade struck. Inside was a worn, aged book. Yves flipped to the first page with a flower drawn on it. Anku's eyes widened immediately.
落書きじゃなくて、もしかして外の国の文字？それにここに書かれているのは リコリスノワージュの
Yeah.
赤い花
Yeah, this is a different book.
そうか。位牌と共にあったのはあくまで子孫に口伝と記録を詳細に残すため、必要部分を訳した翻訳版。原本は他にあったのか。この本と武術を司る本だけは言葉で記されていたから。
Okay, so this one is the outsider drifter, yeah, wanderer's language.
なら内容はほぼ同じのはず。これをあいつに読ませることができれば。
Anku reached out to the book and used his hand, but just before his fingers could touch it, his body froze in place as though time stopped, preventing him from getting closer.
こんなところにも影響が。
Yeah, who here knows Japanese? He was surprised by the phenomenon he just witnessed, but Antu was undeterred.
イブと言ったね。君、この文字を読むことは？
無理だよ。こんな複雑な文字見たことないし、この間まで生きてたマティスなら読めたかも。
Yeah.
翻訳が鍵だって言ってたから。
では今すぐ彼の残した屋敷へ。訳すための資料ぐらいなら残っている。
Well, they also didn't find Mathis's body. They assume Mathis and Shiet are both dead.
ちょっとダメだよ。俺はアドルフから君の保護を任されてるんだから。
Yves hurriedly chased after Anku, who headed down the road leading to town. Meow. Before he could grab Anku's arm to stop him and explain the situation, deliberate footsteps could be heard. They came from what was an empty spot just a moment ago. The black shadow of death stood there like a ghost, but unlike before, he showed no signs of hostility. He merely looked on in silence. They didn't have any time to be surprised as their reactions were too delayed. But smiled gently in the next moment. No! Black field of flowers was dyed in red. No! Fuck! God damn it, Lucas! Ouch! Blood dripped to the ground as a sharp pain ran through my arm.
傷がかなり深いな。
Fuck.
跡が残らなきゃいいんだが。
Yves is dead. Fuck. Even if it does, I'm lucky that he didn't chop my whole arm off. I said it as a joke, but it seemed like Adolf didn't take it that way.
危険な目に遭わせて。
He spoke regretfully as he wrapped a clean cloth around my upper arm.
俺はいつも肝心な時にお前のそばにいないな。
Everybody's fucking dying here.
挙句しつこいぐらいに。
Well, he's immortal, so yes, but they'll have his parts.
あのざまだ。
You don't need to apologize, Adolf. I knew what I was getting into. I also don't think anyone would have expected Mother to come after us.
そんなこと言い訳にもならねえ。イブたちがいなかったら、俺はお前を失っていたかもしれない。
ようやく彼女がこうして無事なのは。
I don't know.
君がそれから。
Okay, yes, please, let's get through this. Literally, we just watch that. Nope. But this is called Beginning of Hell, so bad. Yeah. Adolf, don't tell me that what Anku said has been bothering you this whole time. Knowing his silence was his answer, I continued. It was just a matter of luck, really. Yves or I could have been in your place if things had gone differently. You know that, right, Adolf?
分かってるからこそ、そんな運ばかり引く自分に嫌気がさすんだ。俺はお前を守ろうと剣を抜くことすらできない。
Adolf gritted his teeth with frustration. Anku's words must have had so much effect on him, but I'm just happy that Adolf is by my side as often as he is. But no matter what I thought, Adolf still felt like he hadn't done enough. There was nothing else he could have done. He couldn't seem to think of a good way to cheer him up when luck had such a big part in how things turned out. Yeah, you can pull out your sword right now. But Adolf didn't say much more, probably thinking it was meaningless to talk about it further. I endured the small, sharp pains in silence as Adolf continued to wrap the bandage around my arm. Next, it was my turn to tend to Adolf's injuries. Fortunately, they were mostly bruises and no broken bones, so I cooled down the swelling with a wet cloth and applied a salve. Hey, Adolf, about that announcement. Will I be playing something wholesome after this? There is, so I will probably be playing more of this tomorrow. But there will be Wholesome Game on Sunday, I think. Oh, it'll be a different game on Sunday because I'm playing the demo of I showed it on stream. Of Lost in Limbo. And then next week, I also will be playing the demo of Celestia Chains of Fate, which comes out next month, because I just got a key for that. I got a review key. Do you think it's really possible to get rid of the curse if I'm offered as a sacrifice? I asked as I put away the medicine while Adolf rolled down his clothes. Adolf turned around and looked at me with a stern expression. Please don't. We are literally a plant, Bomb. I couldn't hide anything from Adolf. Just a little. No, to be honest, I am thinking about it. I thought I could atone for my past sins by saving everyone this time. I didn't want to commit any more sins and fall deeper into despair. If the announcement had been made by Shen, I would have made my decision without a second thought.
バカバカしい。その呪いを解こうとした女王を暗殺した連中の言うことなんて信じるな。俺たちが誰よりも先に呪いを解けば、それで済む話だろ。
Yeah, there's a bunny. As expected, Adolf blew away my doubts. You're right, I don't think everything they said in that announcement is true. But I thought that maybe we could use it to our advantage and see what they might be basing their ideas on. They clearly mentioned that death and the Lycris Noirs were needed for salvation. They must have had a reason for saying so. If it's too dangerous to go near the royal family, maybe we can ask Yves about the Lycrises. Well, not anymore. He must have thought that I had a point because the normally stubborn Adolf fell silent. If I could manage to make a convincing argument, he might actually agree with me. Yeah, it's too late for that. Shan and Mathis have already died. Well, okay, well that's unfortunately not the correct answer. Wait, you don't have much time then. Adolf, your and Lucas's lives are about to end, whether we stay in hiding or not. Being too careful will only make matters worse. I don't want Nadia to experience the sadness I felt back then, when I learned Adolf wasn't going to become a reliver. Was he lying to me all this time? Why wouldn't he want to live? I nearly lost all hope that night.
確かに。
I hope.
あの叫びはなかなか答えた。もう一度あんな顔で訴えられたら勝てる気がしねえな。
Do you mean?
今まで散々我慢させてきたんだ。その分お前が望むことは可能な限り叶えてやりたい。俺もあんな放送を流した王族どもに文句の一つも言ってやりたいと思っていたところだ。
Right, thank you, Adolf. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait for Anku to return since he knows details about the curse. I'm sure the important parts are going to be interfered with like before, but whatever he says is still important.
ああ、そろそろイブが本してるはずだ。あいつからもクデンとリコリスについて。
Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, wind from the ocean blew in the cave. The breeze drifted between us. Normally salty air carried the scent of iron. Adolf and I immediately looked towards the cave entrance. We could see a mob out in the distance, and we knew neither Encore nor Yves were among them. Adolf! What could we do? There was no place in the cave where we could hide. Yeah. Yeah, we should get really good hangman. He nodded. I nodded in response. Adolf grabbed the bed sheets with one hand, took my head with another. He pulled us into the shadow of a sharp rock formation that jutted out from the cave wall. We kept quiet and...
リコリスの花畑の近くにこんな洞窟があったのか。
聖女様は間違いなく俺たちが助かるためにも何としてでも捕まえるぞ。
We heard the footsteps of the mobs approaching us from afar. The residents of Koen. Sharp clanging sounds from their makeshift weapons carried into the cave and echoed.
リコリスの聖女よ、どうか我らをお救いください。私たちにはあなたの力が血と肉が必要なのです。
Chito Niku, we need your blood and meat. I could recognize some of the voices. The mob sounded familiar to the one that came to the orphanage back then. A chill ran through my spine at their request. In contrast, Adolf seemed about ready to burst out and give them a word or two. But he was doing his best to restrain himself as one of them came in with a light to brighten the room when suddenly... Right! He threw the bed sheets over the mob as we both ran out behind the boulder. They must have been on edge already, hearing that the saint would be in company of death. Niku, Niku, ni. We quickly ran past the mob and made a mad dash toward the entrance as they struggled with the bed sheets. Yeah, reverse ghost.
今のが本音だな。とことん腐り果てた連中だ。
We escaped the voices of the people asking me for salvation, and Adolf led the way through the field of flowers. We did our best to try to avoid breaking the lichrises, but it slowed us down considerably. Still, we continued as fast as we could so that we could rejoin Anku and Eves. Oh boy. When we finally arrived at a relatively open space, we had reached the grave of the guardians of the Lycris, which was in ruins. The current descendant of the family was lying face down in a pool of red blood. We could still smell the iron that we recognized earlier. The winds must have carried it to the cave. His hand was latched onto a large sack soaked in red. It was our teacher with his back facing us. Oh, Lucas. At the sound of our voices, Lucas turned around with a blank expression. He was wearing the same clothes as Bordeaux, but more shocking than the cruel truth of his face was the slightly open sack that was weighed down with its heavy contents. It's Anku's body parts! A beautiful lock of hair spilled out in a familiar silvery gray. Wait, it can't be. We had stumbled upon the scene of a crime, but he didn't flee or prepare to fight us. He seemed to be looking past us with cloudy eyes. I could hear his heartbeat from here as it screamed in a plea for life. That's Lucas? I prepared myself for the idea that he really was Bordeaux, but I never expected I would find him to be a complete stranger. Adolf pulled out his sword to prepare for battle with the infamous killer. But even at the sight of the sword, he didn't do anything. Sensing something wasn't right, Adolf began speaking instead of fighting. Adolf said something simple and... His lips finally began to move. Lucas mumbled something as he continued to hold the sack with Anku's body inside. Yep. Yeah, he is. Huh?
Oh no.
変な想像するなよ。単なる店員だってよ。
Yep, transfer to another hospital. Yep, there she is.
カプシーヌ先生が懇意にしている恩人のもとへ治療に行くんだとさ。この間、教団の信徒に運ばれていくのを見かけたよ。
これからも。
He prayed desperately to the heavens with eyes that had lost their sanity.
ナディアを返して、私よりも先にあの子を死なせないでください。
Lucas.
あんた。
It was undeniable that he stole the lives of those close to us, but seeing him pray so desperately and earnestly left me at a loss for words. I didn't know what he meant by returning Nadia either.
どうやら戦う前に事情を聞く必要がありそうだな。
Adolf kept his guard up as he slowly lowered his sword, but in that moment, an arrow flew from behind it and struck Adolf in the shoulder! Mother, you motherfucker! Adolf! Adolf quickly pulled out the arrow. The wound wasn't deep, but the arrow's point still had a trace of strange colored liquid. Yep, looked like poison or sedative. Before I could call out to him, Adolf's strength quickly left him and he began to stagger. Before he could fall, he quickly stabbed his sword to the ground to use as a crutch. Adolf shouted as cold sweat began to pour about his face. But I can't leave you alone out here! Even if I did try to make a run for it, it was too late. The mob we escaped was beginning to surround us. There must have been around 20 people, more than the group that entered the cave, likely joined by others in a similar search. No. The mob slowly closed in without showing any attention to Lucas, who was covered in blood. I spread my arms wide in an attempt to protect Adolf, but perhaps that was interpreted differently by the mob. Oh god, seeking salvation. Yeah, the mob quickly rushed towards the same misfortune. They were pressing against me from all sides. They grabbed not my arms, but my body. They clung onto me with their nails, biting and tearing at my skin. From behind, I could feel someone pulling on my hair so hard it felt like my head would come off. Their supposed escorting was nothing but violence that gnawed at me from every angle.
こいつに触るな。てめえら、都合のいいことばかり言いやがって。今までこいつを散々死神呼ばわりして蔑んできたくせに。
Adolf gritted his teeth and pulled his sword out of the ground, using his other arm to break through and pull me back to his chest. The mob took a small step back when they saw his ferocity and drawn sword, but...
だからそれは悪かったと謝って。聖女なら謝りさえすりゃ優しい心で許してくれよ。今は緊急事態なんだ。もう俺たちに代わりになる命はねえんだから。
This is when you play into the delusion. This is when you pray into the delusion and you say, no, you have angered your saint. I will never forgive you. In fact, I will curse you. I will curse you to hell. I will curse you to die 100,000 terrifying, agonizing deaths. And you play into the delusion and you become a mad god.
A vein appeared on Adolf's forehead again. Adolf glared with cold eyes at the mob who flinched with fear.
もう変わりがないからか。なら変わりさえあれば、自分の行いを後悔することはなかったってことだな。
それは。
Well, yeah, that too. Oh yeah. No. Adolf ignored him and continued.
今、改めて確信した。この国の倫理観が歪んでいるのは、リライバー技術が原因じゃ。自分たちが短命と理解していながら、リライバーという奇跡を当然のものとして享受し、呪いを解こうとも、23の時を超えるためにあがこうともせず、いざ自分の命が脅かされれば、手のひらを返したように、シアンが起こした時間稼ぎの奇跡に感謝もしねえ。そんな人間、仮にこいつが本当の聖女でも救いたいと思うかよ。
Adolf spoke with his sword pointed at them in self-defense. If anyone dared step forward, I was sure he would kill them without mercy. Adolf was well known for his skill in fighting. Even with the drug from the arrow, they knew they stood no chance against him. They slowly backed away when, suddenly one of the men pushed someone forward. Instinctively, Adolf prepared to swing his sword at the figure who approached them, but...
Wait, Adolf!
Oh, fuck. The figure that was pushed forward of the mob was a young boy much shorter than Adolf. Adolf quickly stopped himself just before the blade touched the child's head. Oh, no! Adolf! As I was waiting for the right moment, as if waiting for a moment, one of the men quickly moved behind Adolf and struck him with a piece of wood. Yep. Blood splattered over the face of the boy Adolf was about to strike. What? The men who used the boy's bait quickly charged with bloodshot eyes began striking Adolf as he protected me. Blood splurted from his head and painted the likeness around us. Stop! From Adolf's arms, I did my best to shout at them to stop. They didn't listen. I looked at Lucas, but he's just staying there in confusion. We do. We do. It's just that we're plants, sir. It's just that we're a plant cancer bomb. That's our power. Adolf's words only made them more mad. One of the men raised a large branch high to the air to finally kill Adolf. There was no way he would be able to avoid death now. We promised, but it was my fault. My fault. That I was destroying my own wish. I didn't want that to happen, but simply pleading for the mob to stop wouldn't do a thing. In that case. Stop this at once! I shouted at the top of my lungs. I felt as though my voice would tear through my throat. I'd never yelled so loud in my life. Everyone's movements came to a halt. Any guilt I once felt for causing misfortune had disappeared completely. There we go. Good job. I took another deep breath, reflecting on the anger boiling inside of me and thinking of a way to convince them all in their delusions. It is I who have come forward to seek salvation. You know very well that there is no returning from death, yet you would take another life so easily. Or do you believe becoming a reliver will absolve you of the guilt from your sins? I shouted with all my might. I will come with you only if you cease this violence. If you dare harm my family again, no one will save you from eternal death. I relied on my pent-up anger to play the part of a dignified saint. The mob quickly knelt to the ground. Yeah. I'm sorry, Adolf, but I couldn't come up with any other way. If I didn't stop them, you would have died. violence ended, but Adolf was captured as a hostage with his arms bound to prevent me from escaping. The residents then brought me down the path toward the center of the country, all while expressing their worship of me. As we left the area, a gaslight girl boss got hooked! I love that! Lucas saw us up in silence, still holding the sack with Anku's body inside. The royal guard appeared, hearing report of my capture, then led us to the castle we once infiltrated. Adolf was left behind at the Institute while I was led to the audience room. How is this 6 chapters? How is this 6 chapters? I feel like we're at the end. Yeah, La Salute is 6 chapters. How is La Salute 6 chapters? Yeah, we haven't even split yet. Adolf was left behind at the Institute while I was led to the audience room. Yeah, the royal family determined the fate of the country. That determined the fate of the country looked at me from ornate chairs as I was forced to kneel before them. I looked at everyone with caution. From their demure, from their demeanor and the tone of their voice, even I could understand that their announcement was just a lie. Yeah.
我らは不老不死の肉体を得ることができるのですから、せめて表面上だけでも敬意と感謝を示して差し上げないと。
Her voice sounded awfully familiar.
ようやく呪いから解放され、
Oh no!
この若い肉体を
I thought it was familiar, but I thought maybe I was. Oh no! I was lucky to see a woman with a veil over her face saying, "Yes, the man believes king." Her body, her hair color, face. I think about her as the same as someone I knew very well. It can't be possible. She didn't notice me looking at her. She giggled elegantly. I wasn't sure if she was pretending not to know me, or maybe she would look awfully familiar. I looked on in confusion. I thought she had the same voice as Salome, but I was hoping I was wrong. A king brought out a book. He then went on to tell me the unreasonable fate he had in store for me. It was a journal left behind by the drifter, robbed from a certain family. Flowers, yep. They possess biochemical, plant growth, yep. Tracks, they found, yep, we know all that. The flowers are protecting the country by absorbing the toxins found in the soil. Yep.
そしてあなたはあの黒き花園で生まれ落ちたことにより、リコリスと同じ土壌の毒素やその他の成分を宿すアレロパシー能力を持って生まれたのです。ブローが回収したあなたの新鮮な。
With that, the man pulled out what looked like a medical file from the hospital that contained information about my parents. Yep. Oh, fuck me. It said they committed suicide in the Lakers field. My mother was pregnant with me. Calmly read from the file that my parents were weak in health. I was born to mutated genes due to my environment. All that fun stuff.
あなたのその能力を利用すれば、我らの遺伝子を。
Me? I'm supposed to be like a Lycos Dwarf that weakens the effects of the curse?
その通りだ。
Until we get on too much. Oh no. The young king laughed heartily, saying that I was a human like Noir. So the reason those around me died from the curse, the reason Yu's face was burned in that fire, everything is all because of my ability to absorb and emit toxins just by breathing. Science had proven that I was deaf. That alone was a truth horrible enough to make me want to kill myself, but my mind stopped short of madness. I needed to restrain myself so that Adolf would remain safe as a hostage, and because a certain doubt came to mind. These people, none of them seemed surprised or concerned when that book was read and the truth behind the curse was made known. On the contrary, they understood everything. It was as if they knew every part of the book already and simply recited from it as though it was nothing special. Suddenly, the image of what the queen left behind that diary returned to mind.
不老不死を叶えるための礎となれるのだから。
So I think Salome is not our weird voice. Salome might be Marionette or whatever. Mariette or whatever. That royal lady. The curse had been connected to the royal family from the very beginning. The audience hall shook with the enthusiasm of the royal family's applause. I kept hearing them talking about eternal life and eternal youth, but along time travel, those were miracles that had not been accomplished by either science or acts of God. Despite their apparent confidence, wait. I thought you were going to use me to break the curse and save the people. They were only thinking of themselves. Nothing from their previous announcement was brought up. I mustered the strength to speak up, but they only blinked in response. Yeah.
呪いを解くのは我ら王族だけに決まっているだろう。呪い自体が完全にこの国から失われてしまったら、
民を絶対服従させるための切り札。死への恐怖がなくなってしまうじゃない？
The woman tilted her head a sweet way. What? What are you saying? These people, they had no interest in lifting the curse. Instead, they wanted to use it to exploit the people. Yep, That's why they kept the truth hidden. Made sense now why they assassinated the queen for investigation, Shen for trying to create stronger relivers. Unbelievable. The royal family is rotten to the core. I grew up hearing that from mother throughout my childhood, as well from whispers around the orphanage. I had heard of their tyranny, which extended to the royal guard soldiers who carried out their will through violence. I don't even know what's going on anymore, where Salome fits in with all this. There was a reluctant part of me that still wanted to see them as the rightful rulers of the country. No, part that believed they might protect their people in the event of a crisis. But the reality was that they cared for no one's interest but their own. As if I weren't there, the king and the princess began to speak as if singing.
あの悪趣味な男の実験
を
財を惜しまず支援し続けてきた甲斐がありましたわね。あまりにも進展がないから本当に実現可能なのかと何度疑ったことか。
Experiments? The king laughed at my curiosity.
どうせ近いうちに消える命だ。我らはこの数十年、人間でもリライバーでもない思案を超える完璧な生命と呼べる肉体を作るため、
They're gonna kill us.
様
Really
々な
soon.
実験を行ってきたのだ。我らが真に望むは呪いをたやすく弾き、外界の人間をも凌駕する不老不死の肉体。
Like, literally, we're Plantser. We're a Plantser bomb. They kill us, everything's gonna freaking
それを
die.
獲得した上での絶対的な権力。
あなたもそれを実現させるための実験や計画について。
Even though I didn't ask, they were carried away by excitement. Explained further.
まずは私たちの言うことを一切聞かない上、呪いに抗おうとしたシアンの排除。けれどあの男を殺しても権力を得る前に私たちの命が尽きては意味がない。でも言い方を変えれば。
Okay. So Ordy and John, yeah, they finally found a way to create a new genius who wanted to be
シアンの
trolled.
記憶をベースに他の記憶データを掛け合わせ、本来存在しない私たちに従順な科学者という
Wait,
偽の
what?
記憶と人格の構築。
Huh?
それを汚らわしい娼婦たちの細胞から作られた特殊なホムンクルスに落とし込めば。
Oh god, they used John's homunculus
ほら、機嫌を伺う
and they're
必要
gonna
の
put
ない
Shen's
新たな
memories in her? Destroying the reliver facility was just the beginning.
壊してしまったリライバー技術もね。だってそうでもしないと私たちの施しは全てあの男ありきになってしまうでしょ。
The king continues saying that they already had the technology at hand to create the genius they needed.
その思案もどきにリライバー技術とは別にあ
I
の
don't
悪
even
趣味な遺
know.
伝子操作による死にも老いもしない、我らだけが独占できる新人類としての肉体を作らせよう。しかしやはり奇跡の一種なことだけはあり、これがなかなかうまくいかなくてな。だが貴様があの不死の化け物をこの国に呼んでくれたことで、あの化け物の血肉を素材にできればいかなる最悪がもたらされようと。
その前に立ちふさがる最大の障害、毒素による生まれながらの遺伝子汚染もあなたの犠牲でどうにかなる。
Huh?
私たちの政治に必要不可欠な、今回一時的にとはいえリライバー技術を失ったことで得た。
And they would do this by using the complex emotion of
実
love.
験動物どもを用いたメモリーの耐久実験によって。
What?
これで必要な条件は全て揃った。
これもあなたのおかげよ。
Huh?
一部の民からは死神と呼ばれているそうで、私たちにとっては間違いなく幸運を呼ぶ聖女ですわね。
The king and the princess spoke happily about what was a tragic situation for the country.
不老不死さえ手に入れば、この先いかなる奇才が地に降りようと、我らの立場が脅かされることはない。
Yeah. Well, he was doing his experiments earlier in the timeline.
思案を排した今、この国を真に永遠に支配する権利は完全に我らレーブポワール家の元に戻ってきた。
In response to his wide and defiant grin, the royal family broke into hideous smiles that could hardly be called human. It was the face of evil itself. Yeah, I was gonna say, can we go fucking berserk like we did before?
あの小賢しい女と子供を真実にたどり着く前に排除できて。
これでもうこの国の伝統を脅かす者は。
Pleased by their own machinations, they smelled the victorious smell of a demon. Huh. What? Oh boy. After meeting the royal family, they sent me into a dimly lit prison cell until they could get the test prepared. The fresh blood on the floor and the walls made it likely that this place was frequently used. They shackled my arms and legs with iron chains. Despite their weight, I folded my hands in front of my chest. Please, I pray that Adolf is safe. Adolf wasn't death and he had nothing to do with the curse. I was hoping that would be a reason enough for them to not use him as a test subject like Anku and me. I looked around the cell and at the iron bars. There was no one from the royal guard here. I didn't even resist them in self-defense, so they must not expect me to attempt escaping. I'm death. They proved through science that I really am death. Well, you were the one at fault after all. You killed us. We could have lived longer if you didn't exist. You made a sinless child suffer burns on his face that'll never disappear. I tried to deafen the voices in my mind, but the chains prevented me from covering my ears. Damn you, Death. The some saint you are, your existence worsened the royal family. If only you had never been born. Be quiet. You don't have to tell me that. Despair finally began to take hold of me. I had managed to hold back my tears all this time, but not anymore. Anku's offer made my wish a possibility, and Adolf's presence gave me hope. I had never once forgotten how many people I killed. I kept in mind that even if I did become a normal human, I would have to pay for my sins one day. But the truth that was suddenly revealed proved that I had betrayed Adolf and Yves, who befriended me. There was no way I could continue wishing to be a normal girl after knowing the part I played in their misery. The ray of hope I had seen in Adolf slowly began being shrouded by despair. Ugh. Yeah, here we go, trying to kill ourselves again. My head was spinning with guilt. I was so disgusted by myself that I felt as though I could vomit. My eyes burned with tears as I remembered the corpses of those I had killed. I would probably take judgment into my own hands if I had a knife here with me. Hey, here's a fun, cool thing. Did you know you can bite your tongue off and basically drown in your own blood? But I can't commit suicide like this. This must be God's message from heaven telling me not to escape my sins by committing suicide. I reluctantly agreed. I can't drag Adolf and everyone else into my despair. If I was going to escape from life, it would be after I liberated everyone from my misfortune. Yeah, God's saying don't do that. Well, so far God's just fucked me over, so kind of not listening. I needed to save Adolf, who was probably locked away like me, and Anku, who was in a terrible state. God won't save me if I cry in here doing nothing. I roughly dried my tears with my sleeve. Moving my arm made a lot more noise than I expected. The rattling chains echoed throughout the cell. Huh? I was surprised to hear someone call my name in a place I thought I was all alone. I dragged myself as far as I could in order to look through the bars of the cell. That voice! Is that you, Dahut? Suddenly from the cell next to mine.
Ah, やっぱりこればっかりは予想が当たらないでほしかったです。
The last time we spoke, he said he would be heading back to the Institute to get more information about the Lycurses. Well, time to share information. We each explained our situations while trying to keep our voices down. Yeah. Dahut's voice was weak as he spoke. According to him, the royal family ordered him to get rid of Shan and take over the Institute in exchange for their support. Because of his respect for Shan, he avoided doing so with the reasoning that Shan hadn't caused any trouble justifying removal. No. He managed to sneak into the archives himself and gather information on Lycurses when he witnessed a secret meeting between the princess and the man who analyzed my blood from Budo's halberd, Dr. Kopshin. In fact, Dr. Kopshin was really Ordi, the mad scientist who had committed horrific murders at the Institute and beyond. Dahut overheard that the Society of Exorcists were conducting inhumane experiments deep beneath the hospital and that they were working with the direct support of the royal family. The mysterious deaths and the disappearance of prostitutes were all planned by Capuchin to fulfill his and the royal family's wishes. It was also Capuchin who kept my parents' death record at his hospital, which detailed where and how I was born. Dahoot tried to leave quickly to inform about it, but he was caught just before he could escape. Damn. He was later forced to meet with the royal family so he could assist with their plan.
でも、協力なんかするわけないですよね。
Yep.
だって、あの人たちの掲げた救済は、全部真っ赤な嘘なんですから。その計画にうなずいたら最後、僕は母もナディアも救うことができなくなってしまう。
Dahoot did what he could to convince them of another way to achieve their goals, but Dahoot's resistance finally angered the royal family to the point that they took matters into their own hands and killed Shan.
僕の尊敬する人も言える人に、なんてことをしてくれたんだって、罵倒と一緒に怒鳴りまくったら、とうとう見切りをつけられちゃいまして。
Yeah, and he'd been locked up ever since. I could hear Dahoot sniffle and say he was sorry for behind the wall.
呪いを解きたいって、あんなに偉そうに言ったのに、成果を出す前に、こんなにあっさり捕まっちゃいました。しかも、僕の調べていたデータを漁られて、ノアージュ家のお墓の位置を知られてしまって、リコリス・ノアージュの本来の能力や、あなたの秘密まで暴かれることに、やることなすこと、全部裏目に。アドルフさんにも申し訳ないことをしました。
It's not your fault, Dahoot. We were being monitored by someone from the very beginning. It was only a matter of time for us, even if you didn't get caught. I could hear Dahoot faintly mumble words of thanks.
不老不死なんて途方もない話を王族に吹き込んだのは、多分カプシーヌ。いえ、オーティさんでしょう。
Dahoot explained that Orty used to work at the Institute and held a grudge against him and Shan after being exiled.
理想の遺伝子人形を作り、思い通りの花嫁にするためなら、実験結果のおこぼれに預かるか、研究ごと強奪しようとしているのかもしれませんね。
He then told me the heinous crimes Orty committed, all for the love of genes and the double helix with which he was so entranced. Even the Institute didn't know how many had fallen victim to him, many of them children. I was completely appalled by what was happening. Yeah. But then a horrible truth came to mind. Wait, wasn't he in charge of Nadia? Which means she's in danger. Lucas's change must also be related to him somehow. We need to escape from here as soon as possible and get her away from here. Let's escape together. Let's get Anku and Adolf. Dahoot, can you first help me save Adolf and Anku? Oh, nope, wrong. Whoops. Way to escape. Nope. Let's save Anku and Adolf. Dahoot, can you first help me save Adolf and Anku? I think we're gonna need their help in order to save Nadia. Dahoot?
いや。ごめんなさい。
Oh.
どう答えればいいものか。力になりたいのは山々なんですが。
Oh no.
一緒にというのはちょっと。
Oh no, what do you mean? His faint voice was almost a whisper, absence of the usual carefree tone. He sounded so unlike himself that I felt a cold bead of sweat run down my neck. After taking a deep breath, Dahoot finally answered my questions.
真実を知った僕が今まで生かされていたのは、不老不死の計画が破綻した場合、シアンさんに代わり、新たな国立研究所の所長として就任させるためでした。でも、不死の生物を捕獲し、計画に反対した僕に、彼らが作り出すシアン酸もどきが、きっとその役目を果たすことになるでしょう。
Yeah. I couldn't see him, but I could tell he was trying to put on a smile. I understood what he was saying. I would kill someone as death yet again. He agreed that it was a great way to get rid of the curse. Wait, I don't understand. Okay. He didn't laugh at my wish. He looked towards the same goal I did. Absolutely not. We're going to find a way to get out of here together. Nadia was so looking forward to seeing you again too.
ここで僕が消えたら、代わりにアドルフさんが見せしめとして処刑されちゃいますよ。
Dahoot laughed, saying I didn't need to worry about him.
これでも一応、それなりに王族に愛想よくしてきた。
Oh, he's saying if I leave, they're gonna kill. You have to leave me to die.
苦痛なく処刑してくれるはずです。
Don't give up. I'm sure there's a way to save you too. I thought you were gonna revive your mother back into a human body. I thought you were gonna become a doctor and cure Nadia. Before I knew it, I was yelling with a shaking voice as tears flowed down my eyes. Even if he didn't help, I didn't want to lose a friend who had the same wishes that I did. I did my best to convince him, but
その夢はあなたたちに託します。
I didn't have much time left. I could hear footsteps coming from afar, signaling his coming death. Oh, he's literally going to be... Only I didn't tell you about wanting to get rid of the curse.
もうダメですよ。その先だけは言わないでください。僕は危険を承知の上であなたに協力することを決めたんです。もしもこの国から
I'm actually tearing up.
母が普通の人間として蘇ることができたら、長生きした僕や母、そしてあなたたちはどんな老人になるのかな。
Oh my God.
もしかしたら国の外に出れるかも。
Oh my God.
見たこともない未来を想像する楽しさ。
I don't know, bro.
あなたたちは僕に教えてくれた。ありがとう。僕に。
The catharsis of crying, I guess.
もう一度見せてくれて。
I didn't have any time left. I couldn't stop him or help him escape. If so, then I'm glad we became friends. You can't imagine how much support you gave me as a friend and a scientist.
この年齢になって新しいお友達ができるとは僕も思ってませんでした。ではそんな大事なお友達へ、僕から最後の贈り物、一緒にこそいけませんが、僕が今から言う策を使って大切な人を助けてあげてください。ナディアのことよろしくお願いします。
Oh no.
僕が死んだことは気づくまで黙っていてあげてください。
I will. Dahoot quietly told me his plan as the footsteps approached. I then moved to a corner of my cell to avoid suspicion. I gritted my teeth and tucked my knees in to keep myself from screaming.
処刑の時間だ。外に出ろ。
こらこら、ダメですよ。若い女性もいる場所でそんな物騒な言葉を使っちゃ。
Oh, Dahoot. When Dahoot stepped out of the cell, I saw that he was much more haggard than before. He was dragged by his chains, and just as he passed in front of my cell, he winked with his usual charm. Do your best. I could see him mouthing the words with his lips. He didn't hold a single grudge against the maiden of death who brought about his demise. Wow, I'm actually like really crying. Wow. Oh my God. Holy shit, this game. He simply showed me his usual bright and cute smile that he had showed many times since we met. A few hours later, a royal family member came down to tell me that they killed Dahoot as painfully as possible. The way they did it was by stabbing him away from critical areas of his body as many swords as possible, making him suffer until he bled to death. That wasn't an execution, but cold-blooded murder by heartless, mindless demons. Wow. I made it worse. The young man tossed a tuft of Dahoot's hair covered in blood and smelled of glee.
あなたは間違っても私たちに逆らおうなどとは思わんでないと。この男のように無様な最後を迎えることになりますよ。
I couldn't get angry. I couldn't yell. I needed to act like a helpless, cowardly little girl. Yeah, fucking hell. I forced myself to tremble as obviously as possible, which seemed to satisfy him, and he left shortly thereafter. After hearing his footsteps disappear, I crawled towards the front of the bars of the cell. I somehow grabbed the hair covered in blood with the tips of my fingers. Dahoot. I held what was left of him close to my chest. I will escape, I promise. I'll rescue Adolf and Anku, and then we'll all go look for Nadia. My anger changed into strength. I'm not gonna let the likes of them use me as a sacrifice. I've made a lot of mistakes in life, but this would not be one of them. Even if I end up dying, I want to make sure I use my life to save someone I care about. I made up my mind. With a silent vow, I tucked his lock of hair into my pocket. Holy fuck. Chapter 5? No. We don't even get that.
レイブ・ポワール家は自己顕示欲の塊です。だからきっと実験や検証を開始する前にあなたというリコリスの聖女を民衆へとお披露目し、そこが脱出を試みることができる。その移動のために研究所を通ったら隙を見てシアンさんの研究室へと潜り込んでください。あそこは研究室を除いて最もセキュリティに優れた部屋にして、あえてそこにあなたのお仲間死の番人さんが。
Dahut was confident that they wouldn't be stupid enough to keep in the other labs.
扉の開閉ぐらいでしたら、シアンさんが研究所を出る前に僕に、つまり王族が見せしめとして起こしたら、僕の肉体の一部。
They would have used Xian's blood to get in themselves, but probably wouldn't know about Dahut's access rights.
彼を助け出したら、アドルフさんと交流し、
裏口を使って
研究所から脱出してください。もしお披露目の前に研究所を移動する機会があれば。
And those were Dahut's last words to me. As expected, the royal family announced that they would reveal me to the public in a few days. They deceived the masses into believing my death would bring them salvation. Naturally, the country was in an uproar as they waited, so the announcement was likely made to settle them down for now. This game is so fucked. Oh my god. It's such a good story, though. It's such a good story. I gotta be 100% honest. This game is so fucking good. It's so fucking depressing and despair-inducing, but holy fuck is it a good story. Even if my sacrifice did nothing to break the curse, they would likely reinstate Reliver technology as a shield to prevent the country from causing a riot. Yeah. I could imagine that much without needing to be told explicitly. A few days later, they began managing me as an actual saint. They made sure I was given sufficient food to eat and that I would be in good enough health to take part of the experiments. They moved me to a room much cleaner than I expected and did not resort to violence against me. They also replaced my chains with rope to ensure that I wouldn't be injured by the metal shackles. Because of their intensive care, my wound from Lucas didn't hurt anymore. In order to deter me from running away, however, I was told over and over again about Dahut's final moments. Oh, fucking hell. Which only drained me of my energy. I pushed tears through my eyes so that they would believe they succeeded in breaking my spirit. I'm used to being told horrific things. I reaffirmed my vow that I wouldn't let his sacrifice go to waste in one morning. Fucking hell.
外に出ろ。研究所にて遺伝子の再検査を行う。
They opened the door to my room before I was even shown to the public. It seemed they ran out of blood samples from the Albert. They wanted to extract more of my blood at the joint laboratory for their experiments. Dahut, best boy. We love Dahut. The guard led me through the quiet area inside the institute. Those we passed were either the royal guard or researchers without their lab coats, which made the place look unusual. I wonder if the royal family terminated the old research staff so that they could do whatever they wanted. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. I sighed, completely distrustful of the royal family. It didn't take long for me to spot the room where I was told to hide when I made my escape. Shin's laboratory. Could Anku really be in there? I wanted to see how he was doing, but I couldn't make my move just yet. I wonder if he's regenerated already. I remembered his argument with Adolf when Anku said that he could no matter how bad a state he was in. If that was true, he should already be alive and well by now, but I was still worried. I held back my desire to look and continued following the soldiers past the room, burning this location into my mind. We arrived at the laboratory and stepped inside.
Yeah, ご機嫌うるわしゅう。美しきリコリスの姫君。君と再会できる時を心待ちにしていたよ。
Ugh. Also, you don't get to call me Himegimi. Conversely, he was the person I wanted to see the least. He was standing in the middle of the laboratory as if he owned the place. Orty, what are you doing here?
おや、以前会った時は敬意を込めてカプシーヌさんと呼んでくれていたというのに。それに、その名を知っているということは。
I heard everything about you from Dahu, including the crimes you've committed.
ああ、あのナディアに慣れ慣れしく近づく子供のリライバーか。奴にも随分と煮え湯を飲まされた記憶があるよ。
Capuchin then said he was relieved that Dahu was dead. Those inside the laboratory looked like his followers who were working for him as researchers. So he was the person who gave the royal family the idea of immortality. He was the mastermind behind everything. He was the reason why Shen and everyone else was killed. It feels like the Society of Exorcists has taken the Society of Exorcists has taken over the entire institute.
あながち間違いではないよ。今の私はこの施設の全権限を得ている立場だからね。王族どもはあの男もどきのホムンクルスを作るつもりだろうが。そんな半端者に私の才覚や研究が劣るはず。
Jiminy. I didn't want to listen to him gloat. I needed to get more information from him. Where are Lucas and Nadia? Capuchin's eyes widened as if he didn't expect me to ask that question. If you've harmed them, I'll never forgive you. I won't cooperate with your experiments either.
ナディアはともかく連れを切り刻まれておきながら君も大概お人よしだね。
Just answer me. Capuchin laughed, hearing me try to keep up a strong front.
ナディアに関しては心配いらない。彼女は将来私の花嫁の一人となる。信頼できる人と場所にそれは厳重に保護してもらっている。
Capuchin chuckled, saying that he wasn't referring to the hospital, so trying to escape around there would be useless. I had no idea. A chill ran down my spine at the thought that the man was targeting Nadia to satisfy his disgusting tastes. What about Lucas?
不死の男を届けさせた後、教団の本部で血を吐き倒れてから。
Vomiting blood? That's a symptom of the end stages of the curse. You're the one who was ordering Lucas around. Why weren't you trying to save your subordinate when he's dying?
あんな狂った遺伝子の化け物。誰が好き好んで飼い続けるものか。シアンを排した以上、あれは用済みだ。こちらに牙を向く前に死んでくれるなら、あいつの代わりになる遺伝子人形なら、いくらでもいるのだからね。
Why you? I couldn't hold myself back any longer. How could someone use people like tools and just throw them away without remorse? I lunged at Capuchin, but the soldier pulled on the rope that I forgot was binding me. So we switched between calling him Orty and Capuchin.
研究が成功した暁には、君の美しいリコリスの遺伝子も。
He stared at me with heat in his eyes.
だいたい殺人鬼の心配などをしている場合かな。
Ew. Okay, I'm sorry everyone who's not subbed. I'm keeping going. I don't have time.
君の大事な大事なお兄さんが。
Oh.
今もなおこの中で苦しんでいるというのに。
Huh? Wait, why hadn't I noticed? Why is the equipment active? It is very late. Yeah, I'm needing to find a stopping point and going to bed. But I didn't recall seeing an active capsule last time I was here at Dahu. I thought you summoned me here to draw some of my blood. Ignoring me, he gently swept his fingers across the stone slate, glowing with words.
どんな生態かもわからない不死の男の遺伝子を尊き方々にいきなり組み込むわけがない。まずは不要な存在を用いた前実験を行い、さまざまな試験をクリアしてからだ。
Okay. He gave a wide grin. The smile on Capuchin's face was just as warped and hideous as the royal family's. I went pale as I looked in front of me. Yeah, in the middle of the room was a large capsule floating in midair. That's the bad end that we almost got. Inside were bubbles that rose to the surface and popped. The liquid inside swayed back and forth. I could hear a faint voice of someone drowning inside, gasping for relief from the pain. The silhouette inside was very similar to someone I knew.
どうだい？なかなか見応えがある実験だろう？この中に満たされている培養液にはね、ステムで採取させたリコリスから抽出した呪い、毒素がたっぷり詰まったエキスが大量に含まれているんだ。
Oh God, what? What was he saying? Doing that meant the person inside would...
数分もしないうちに死亡する。だがそこで、君とあの不死の男から採取した遺伝子の出番だ。
Is that... Oh, God. He was planning on using my genes, which possessed an allelopathic effect stronger than Lycris's, to absorb the toxins. Then his experiment would be complete once he confirmed that Anku's cells were able to regenerate the tainted cells. Yeah. Capuchin explained everything with glee.
だがいざ実践してみると、これがどうしてなかなか難しい。 実験体として使った死刑囚はみんな拒否反応による過剰な細胞分裂に耐えきれず、
Oh no,
醜い肉塊になってしまったもの
but
だ。
Adolf is resistant. Capuchin raised his arm into the air.
ちょうど余っていた人間を有効活用させてもらったんだ。
He smiled broadly. He then slammed his hand on the stone slate. Suddenly, a crack appeared along the surface of the incubator of life. It broke apart from the inside. A human came tumbling out of the capsule along with a large amount of clear liquid. Adolf! I broke free from the soldier and ran to Adolf, using one of the shards on my ground to cut the rope from my wrist. Adolf, just hold on! With my hands not free, I frantically shook him, but he didn't seem to be breathing. It can't be. My curse caused Adolf's death too? My foster brother, whose life I wanted to save, met his end more tragically than I feared. I could feel my heart break in an instant. As I was overcome with despair, my vision slowly turned black. But just then, Adolf began breathing again and woke up from his violent coughing. I couldn't believe my eyes. He wasn't dead. He was able to return to life from a culture infused with toxins. Both Capuchin and I gasped at the unexpected miracle. Not only did he revive, but he was strong enough to push himself up off the floor with his knee. Adolf! I quickly grabbed hold of him before he could fall to the floor again.
Hi, Shepard.
Holy fuck. I will warn, this game is extremely dark and we're trying to wind down. But holy fuck, thank you so much for stopping by. Shepard, hello. Despite going through that agonizing experiment, Adolf survived and was now worried about me. Yeah, you are, Adolf. I'm so glad you're alive. Adolf was really alive. He didn't die. He was living and breathing with no sign of genetic mutation. I'm so sorry, Adolf. I didn't know they were putting you through this.
気にするな。お前が無事ならそれでいい。お前とリコリスの関係は次から次へと残酷な真実を突きつけられて。
I don't even know what to say. I embraced Adolf with all my might, not wanting to let go. Yeah. Seeing us both happy that we were alive.
え？なんだ？実験が成功したのか？こんなにあっさりと。今までは失敗続きだったという。
遺伝子の拒否反応による細胞分裂の暴走も起きていませんね。
Huh? Capuchin and the other stared at us with their disbelief. I have no idea what you're talking about.
流れ落ちた培養液の毒素含有量。
実験前よりも減少しています。
Is he the same as us?
むしろ完全に浄化されたと言っても
Oh
過
god.
言ではないほどの結果です。
Are we two sides of the same coin? Does he neutralize and we absorb? The royal guard and the research in the laboratory all began to murmur at once. Capuchin stared at Adolf and murmured something to himself. For some reason, Adolf's embrace around me tightened. Adolf? I looked up to see a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yeah, were we flower cancer
遺伝子の汚
siblings?
染と再生がうまく拮抗しているのか。
Yeah.
いや、だが実験の内容や基本データ自体は他の死刑囚と変わらないはず。
So how did he survive the experiment?
被験体の詳細データを。
An image of Adolf was appeared in midair so that Capuchin could look at the details. Oh! Interesting. I wonder if it's the kimono Mimi. Because I'm not a furry, but welcome. An image of Adolf's... Yeah, beside the image was a list of additional information. All good. Capuchin began to read the details that perhaps he overlooked the first time.
アドルフ、クーネ出身。リライバー化の経歴はない。
She's 21.
は？ 21歳。
Capuchin let us out of surprise at the member.
おかしい。呪いの末期の段階で毒素に汚染されたんだぞ。なぜ培養液に放り込まれた時から
He's immune.
発作の一つも起こしていない。
Capuchin muttered his thoughts aloud, and in the next moment... Oh no. Adolf went pale. Adolf? It didn't seem like he could hear my worried voice.
はあ？この違和感は何だ？あのリュカでさえこんな実験を行い、
Yeah.
立ってはいられないというのに。
リライバー殺害計画における最大の障害となるのは、
What's going on here?
クーネを守る特に警戒すべき実力者はイブ君、ヒューゴさん、そして団長であるアドルフ君です。特にアドルフ君は私とほぼ同い年ながら、
Yeah.
体力が衰えることもなく、
Adolf isn't affected by the curse.
今もなお武術の腕が成長し続けている。万が一にも戦闘が長引けば不利になるのはおそらく。
Oh boy. Suddenly, Capuchin stared intensely at the stone slate that controlled the equipment.
おい、そこの信徒。この男の染色体データを今すぐ私の手元まで送れ。
染色体ですか？得意体質でもないただの凡人だから確認の必要はないと。
いいから送れ。次の実験体になりたくなければ早くしろ。
はい、今すぐに。
The man quickly worked through the controls to send Capuchin another image. Capuchin moved his fingers across the stone slate to verify the information.
やめろ。俺の遺伝子なんか見て得られるものは何も。時間の
Yeah. Oh fuck.
それは私が見て決める。
Adolf held his breath. Capuchin quickly went back to check the screen with the genetic information. He stared at the results without taking a single breath. Adolf was keeping quiet, observing every move that Capuchin made. I had no idea what was happening, but Capuchin answered my curiosity soon enough.
驚いたよ、アドルフ君。あたかも呪いとは無関係という顔をしておきながら、君はこんなに重大な秘密を。
Secret? Wait a minute. The secret that Adolf didn't tell us weeks ago. Where we were like, okay, we'll leave, we'll drop it. He said, I'm keeping a horrible secret for years. And we just went, okie dokies. So what's the secret? What was he trying to tell me back then?
黙れ。それ以上、その耳障りな声をこいつに聞かせるな。
Adolf tried to lunge it in, but his body was too weak from the torture he'd been subjected to. The only thing he could do was listen on as Capuchin spoke in a joyous tone. Seeing Adolf flustered, Capuchin gave another sinister smile.
聞かす。どうか何も言わず黙っていてくださいの間違いではないのかな。
Oh no. Capuchin then displayed the information he was looking at in the middle laboratory. He turned away from Adolf, then suddenly asked me an unexpected question.
さて、ここで君に復讐問題だ。
Me?
この国の呪いはなぜ23
I
年
know
で我
this
々の
because
我々が
it takes away your chromosomes. I know the answer. The mysterious toxin affected mutation of genes. Toxins contaminate and erode the 23 pairs of chromosomes, eventually leading to a person's death. According to the royal family, that was the true nature of the curse.
そう。だというのに、我々やシアンが今までこんな簡単な事実に気づくことができなかったのはな。汚染されていない。ごく普通の人間の染色体の状態を。
Okay. Capuchin waved his hand in the air. Yeah.
これがアルペシェル国民の標準。我々は今までこの汚染されただが。
Oh no. I don't understand what you mean by beautiful. He just said we don't know what a normal person's chromosomes look like. How can you assume they're beautiful? You've never seen them before.
Yeah. だがたった今、その本来の姿。
Huh? Not only now did I notice that Adolf's head was lowered as if trying to hide his face.
やめろ。そこから先は言うな。
Why would this make us upset? I'm really confused. If we find out that he's not, you know, us finding out that he's not affected by the curse, why would that make us upset?
それは俺が。
Yeah.
いつか自分の口から。
Capuchin's words were pressuring him. I could tell that Adolf was slowly being cornered into submission. I guess, yeah.
何を白々しいこと。もしも国の呪いを解くことに成功したら。何食わぬ顔をして黙ったままでいるつもりだったろうに。
Yeah.
彼女の秘密が暴かれた今、大事な家族同士、公平に君の秘密も暴。
Capuchin once again waved his hand across the air to control the screen.
君に国内初となる貴重な資料を見せてあげよう。
They're chromosomes. Why are we gonna be upset?
これこそが毒素に汚染されている。
They're green. They're blue this time. He was not born in our shell, huh? Why is this bad news? Capuchin seemed to freeze time itself. My mind parsed through the words he spoke, one at a time in an attempt to understand. I had lived beside him for years. All that time he was actually a different being from the rest of us? How is this bad? So, Adolf, he has this chromosomes in him, which means he is far from dying ahead of me.
So, 君の予想通り.
He didn't have the mutated genes unique to those who lived in the country, and he wasn't affected by the curse. His existence was something out of a fantasy, being able to live longer than 23 years without needing to become a reliver. Oh, okay. Why is this bad?
死神の介入を受けぬ。普通の人間。
Oh yeah, no. Everyone who lives on this country has been completely mutated by the plant cancer. Okay, and? Oh, chapter 5. Okay, well that's where we stop for tonight. We have to let it do its thing. Oh no, we don't. There's nothing. Okay, cool. So we're saving here. All right. A lot was revealed. A lot was revealed today. Crazy shit was revealed today. Perhaps we will be able to get to the end of the route tomorrow. I really hope they kill Ordy too. Me too. Crazy shit. And then Sunday. Yeah. Sunday is we will be playing Lost in Limbo, the demo for an upcoming Otome game, which is very fun, very fun, very fun. So yeah, we're approaching some of the end of Virche. Ain't that wild? Ain't that wild? All we've been playing is Virche for a while because that's all I wanted to play. All right, but that is all the time we have for tonight. He's explaining science, yeah. All right, so without any further ado, let's pop over here. All right, you all know the usual song and dance. If you're not already following me on social media, I'd appreciate it very much if you would. As well, if you are not already part of our update-only Discord, I would love to see you there. Tomorrow's stream is probably going to be a bit early, so that we can make certain we get through stuff. But I don't know exactly what time. Yeah, don't let Ordy steal your genes. Motherfucker. That motherfucker. Yeah, thank you all so much for being here, especially for it being an early stream. I really appreciate that. But yeah. Yeah, thank you everybody so much for stopping by. I will see you tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is for you. And, well, without any further ado, bye-bye!